We had a jolly good time covering the Capcom CP system boards, didn't we? So, here's something else. Sega's System 16 board. Now why this one in particular? You know what, I'm not even sure myself. A lot of these games actually aren't well known, after all. These were the more regular games that Sega were releasing at the time they were making actual waves in the arcades with their scaler machines, the likes of Outrun, Space Harrier and Afterburner. None of those games are here. Instead there's a lot of games that are, well, also RAMs, but also a few classics, and some stuff that's a bit more underrated. This isn't exactly a list that glitters with gold, but there will be a lot of games that aren't very well known, and perhaps should be significantly more well known. So, let's do it. No reason to hang around, is there? Because Sega did like to produce some arcade machines with rather unique controls back in the day, there's a few System 16 games that I wasn't able to emulate at all. I only have a regular gamepad available to me, alas. They're mostly sports games. We've got Ace Attacker, which is volleyball, the basketball game Dunk Shot, and the most famous of these games, Heavyweight Champ, which was basically Sega's answer to Punch-Out! Obviously, all of these games are unrated as a result. The same also applies to Sukaban Yuki Ryuko, a Mahjong game that uses a proper Mahjong control that assigns one button to every tile. Again, I just didn't think it was fair to put it on the list proper. The first actual listed game then? Well, it's an odd one. It's not a Sega title. It's an unofficial bootleg from South Korea made by a company called Philco. We've got 3 of these games, they're all totally unlicensed, and they're all right here at the bottom of the list. This one, Snapper, well, it's just Snake. Nothing more. As simple as it gets, and certainly not as addictive as it was back on your old Nokia 3210. The first official title to be listed is actually a collaboration between Sega and Sunsoft, and Lord knows a game has to be pretty bloody poor to actually split up the South Korean bootlegs. But my word, Tough Turf is beyond lame. It's a completely derivative title. There's nothing to it beyond wanting to make a cheap little rip-off of Double Dragon, only it's not even nearly as fun. Pure garbage. The second Philco Korean bootleg, amusingly enough, is a rip-off of a Sega arcade game that we're going to see later on in this list. It's called Atomic Point, it's a rip-off of Flashpoint, which in turn is quite heavily inspired by Tetris, although it can be classed as a variation seeing as the goal of the game is to capture some specific jewels. This is much cheaper and nastier, of course, which is why it's down here. The final Korean bootleg is called Lock On, and again there's nothing original about it whatsoever. Amusingly enough, we've seen it on one of these lists already. It's a total cheap rip-off of Capcom's UN Squadron, or Area 88, only without any of the graphics or charm in that title. Unsurprisingly, Philco soon fell foul of the companies that they were ripping off. Eventually Sega had their guts out both for ripping off Flashpoint and for using the System 16 hardware without permission. And that brings an end to these cruddy little bootlegs. With the Capcom lists, it wasn't long before we reached some real good titles. Doing Sega's System 16, however, gives us much more of a range. We do have a lot of titles that are total balls, and it's going to take a little while longer to start seeing the good stuff. As a result of this, we have a lot more titles that are quite obscure indeed, but for damn good reason. Orwell is a tank shooter made by Sega and West One that tries to do things in both top-down and third-person, and is completely unappealing in both perspectives. Oh dear, White City. We've had the attempt at ripping off Double Dragon, and now we've got the attempt at ripping off Final Fight. It's quite surprising to look at those and think that Sega also made Golden Axe. Perhaps craziest of all, this was made in 1991, the same year that Sega put Streets of Rage out for the Mega Drive. This doesn't even bloody look like an arcade game, to be honest. It looks like a mediocre Mega Drive title. Utter shite. There are a fair few baseball games in this list, more so than any other sport. Now these can be a bit challenging for me, I have to say. They do have their own control system which I can just about emulate, but probably not perfectly. That and in general, I'm just very bad at baseball games. I struggle to time a ball and am totally clueless when it comes to pitching and fielding. I just get hit all over the park for run after run. Still, these games aren't too terrible, I'm just useless. Major League here is mainly the first up because it's an earlier title and thus just doesn't do much in the way of presentation. Sega made a lot of sports titles, but compared to other studios, sport just wasn't really their strong suit back in the day. Unless it was racing, I suppose. But others? Nah. Passing Shot is nothing more than a completely average tennis game, the sort that you have probably played a significant number of over the years. At the very least, Sega would end up producing a very cool tennis game many years from now, but Passing Shot is decidedly not it. More baseball. This is, a later game, so the presentation's a bit more fancier and thus it gets a couple more places. I'm still awful at it, of course. I am curious when it comes to learning how to play these games properly, because I do actually quite like baseball as a sport. I used to have lots of fun watching it on Channel 5 back in the day when they showed live games through the night. So, yeah. If you're looking for a deep critical analysis of this old Sega baseball game, well, I'm afraid you're in the wrong place. Right, here's Time Scanner. It's a game from all the way back in 1987 and, well, it's just a pinball arcade game. I really don't get this. Why would you ever play it? It's an arcade game that chances are you'd have played in an arcade. Most arcades have actual pinball tables to hand, surely. Even the cruddiest pinball table feels better to play than this does. I mean, it's not even a good pinball video game, nowhere near a Dragon's Fury or Pinball Dreams or whatever. Who would even buy this unit? Someone with a very small arcade that can't fit any pinball tables in? Was that perhaps the case in a fair amount of Japanese game centres, meaning there's a chance they might actually put an order in for this dross? That's the only justification I can think of here. It's just crap. When you think of Sega and Sonic Boom nowadays, you probably think of that abomination of a cartoon and game from a few years back, don't you? But actually there's another Sega thing called Sonic Boom that was also pretty cruddy. This here's just a generic top-down shooter from 1987 that misses the mark. It tries to play like the sort of games you'd see from Tower Plan, the slap fights and what have you, but it's nowhere near them. Definitely the sort of game you would completely forget about minutes after playing. Okay, here at number 25 we're about getting into the realm of games that are tolerable. Ryukyu is an obscure little puzzle game with a concept that you don't see too often, at least not in the West. You have a 5x5 grid and you've got to fill it with playing cards. The idea is to make as many winning 5-card poker hands as possible horizontally, vertically and diagonally, enough so that you reach a target score. It's not a game that I'm good at and it's not something I personally would have ever been enticed to play in an arcade, although I give a little bit of credit to the concept for being interesting. Something for the old farts to play while the kids screw around on Super Hanon, I suppose. Next we have Waku Waku Ultraman Racing. It's kind of tricky to really put this one anywhere. It's not exactly all that much of a game, it's more of a kids ride. You know, a more impressive version of the Postman Pat or Thomas the Tank Engine things that you usually find sat forlornly outside of supermarkets. This one has all of this and a display, and the cabinet itself is primarily a big Ultraman head. More of an interesting curio than a game, although you do have to admit it is better than those bloody awful Ultraman fighting games that appeared on the Mega Drive and SNES. Action Fighter might be the first title on the list that I imagine is going to be known by most of the people who are watching, although that doesn't necessarily mean it's a well-liked title. This is basically Sega's attempt at making a Spy Hunter type game, putting you in control of a bike that can shoot and also turn into a plane with the appropriate power-ups. Mainly it's just the sort of game that you have to sink loads of coins into in order to get anywhere. It moves so fast that you end up dying in seconds, usually whenever there's a turn in the road. Quite irritating, really. I prefer this game on the Master System where it's considerably more passable. Woohoo! It's baseball! For the third time. These games do blend into each other a little bit, I'm afraid. Super League here doesn't seem to bear too much in relation to the Mega Drive title of the same name, which some of you may also know as Tommy Lasorda Baseball. Tommy Lasorda being someone who I know for advertising that game, and for quite the most incredible sweary rant against some player who criticised him. Surely a great guy, as great as this game is, well, average and like hundreds of other baseball games. Ah, SDI, Strategic Defence Initiative. The original Space Force, let's not forget. Somehow Ronald Reagan's pipe dream got turned into this game. Now, we're still in pretty unoriginal territory. SDI is Sega's take on Missile Command, only with the addition of an offensive half as well as a regular defensive half. The controls are pretty hard to emulate on something like MAME, meaning I kinda struggled to say the least. I do remember it, mind you, and it's probably about as well known as Action Fighter, so it deserves this spot in the middle of the pile. The one and only arcade outing for Sega's Alex Kidd, The Lost Stars sees us still very much in the average portion of this list, although I suppose this is more of a generic platformer and not a game that's specifically derivative of another title. If anything, it's closest to Wonder Boy, meaning that Sega are essentially ripping off themselves. Almost everyone agrees that this game here and Enchanted Castle are the ones who fight it out for the title of most average game in the whole Alex Kidd franchise, I think. Nowhere near as good as Miracle World or Shinobi World, but at least it's not High Tech World. The most notable thing about it is the shrill scream that Alex makes whenever he dies. But at least this starts the top 20 off. And here we have the fourth and best baseball game. MVP is the last baseball title that Sega released on the System 16 hardware, which naturally means that this one's got a bit more flash than the others. But I was actually able to get a bit more of a kick out of this title than I was the other three. It's a perfectly decent baseball game. Sure, it isn't necessarily at the level of SNK's Baseball Stars, and you can find plenty better games out there on the consoles, but this one will do fine. Just about. I mean, I'm still terrible. I think we're now definitely starting to get in the realm of good titles, and this one here, at number 18, is a definite obscurity. Toriumon is an odd one. It's a tile-matching puzzle game that came out as late as 1994, 3 years after the System 16 board had seemingly been retired. It doesn't seem like this happened for any special reason, unlike the other case we're going to see of the board coming out of retirement. It just happened. But hey ho, this is quite cool. You've got your well, and you have to make big orbs using the tiles. It's actually quite tricky to get your head around. Like many arcade puzzlers of this type, there's also the competitive element, which helps make things quite frantic. Almost no one knows this game, but it's not bad at all. At number 17, the first of two pro wrestling games, both of which are games I have a soft spot for. I particularly like Body Slam in its arcade form because, of course, it allows you to play as the almighty queen of 80s Joshi Puroresu heels, Dump Matsumoto. You can play as her and the rest of Dump's army in your quest to show those bloody squeaky clean Crush girls what's what. This actually isn't too bad a wrestling game for the 8-bits. It never ended up getting all that good a port on either the Master System or any other platform, which was a bit unfortunate, but I quite like playing the arcade. Up next, well, it's Tetris. There's obviously a big old story when it comes to Sega and Tetris, seeing as it's connected to Tengen and Tetris, Mirasoft and Tetris, and so much more. Said story has been told many times, of course, but needless to say, Sega's version of Tetris didn't have all that much time out there on the arcade floor. This is basically the version of Tetris that you can now play on the Mega Drive Mini, by the way. And yet, it's a perfectly okay version of Tetris. Not bad, but Tengen's arcade version, or Atari's arcade version I suppose, is much better. The Tengen NES version is also much better than Nintendo's one, although obviously the Game Boy Tetris is kin. So there you have it, I suppose. A lot of people don't like Wrestle War all that much, but I can't help but enjoy it a fair bit, even if all the flipping about can be more than a little annoying. It's a cool bit of button bashing mania. You've got your hero who's, well, more than a little bit Inoki-esque actually, and you take on various other rip-offs. There's Road Warriors, a Lord Humongous, and of course a Hulk Hogan. The moves are actually quite cool, being that there's a few of them, including a classic little German suplex, and of course, the big old finishing pile driver where you leap 50 foot in the air and come crashing down for an all but guaranteed free count. I don't know, it's kind of rubbish, but I always enjoyed playing it in the arcades and on the Mega Drive. It was great for a very young wrestling fan. And here, an age after we covered a South Korean knockoff version of the game, at number 14 is the proper Flashpoint. And as slight as this may be, I actually do like this little variation on Tetris. You get a whole load of different pre-prepared wells, and you have to try and get rid of the flashing blocks. It does start off pretty basic, but it certainly does get hard. Of course, a lot of that often does depend on how the Tetrominos fall and what you do with them. It's a nice little take. Of course, it didn't exactly have much of a chance considering the whole Tetris situation and what have you, although the flash concept did end up making its way into columns later on, so it wasn't totally lost. Near the bottom of the list, we had a lot of titles that were very derivative indeed. Games that were basically rip-offs of Double Dragon, Final Fight, Slap Fight and so on. Beirut, another Sega Sunsoft collaboration with a thoroughly punny name, kinda belongs with that lot. This is most certainly a post-apocalyptic take on Contra, but the big difference is that Beirut is surprisingly a lot of fun to actually play, as well as looking quite nice. Those other titles may have gotten away with being so unoriginal if they weren't also garbage. It's not like Sega were the only folks out there trying to copy the formula of more successful games, after all. But here's one where they actually managed to nail it. A cool little addition to the run and gun field that almost no one has heard of or played. At number 12, here's one of the oddest ones on the whole list. Originally, Fantasy Zone 2 never saw the inside of an arcade. It was a sequel on home consoles only. What changed? Well, when M2 made their big old Sega Ages Fantasy Zone title in 2008, they made their own imagining of Fantasy Zone 2 in arcade form, and they were allowed to do it using the System 16 board. And so Fantasy Zone 2 DX, The Tears of Opa Opa, is an official System 16 game that's been dumped and is playable on MAME, coming out 14 whole years after the last System 16 title, which was Toryumon. And yeah, it works quite nicely. I'm not a huge fan of the game itself. I think that the warping between different parts of a stage in Fantasy Zone 2 is a little unnecessary, and it lacks the quicker pace of the original, but it's not a bad sequel. It's generally more Fantasy Zone, and that's hardly a bad thing, and M2 being M2 did a good job of finally bringing this game to arcades after such a long time. Righty ho, we're starting to get to the big names. We all know Altered Beast, don't we? Altered Beast may not have ever been the fanciest of arcades, seeing that it's pretty much just another side-scroller, but it's certainly memorable. At the very least, getting those orbs and turning into a wolf or a were-dragon or kung fu bear or whatever was definitely rewarding, allowing you to lay enemies utterly to waste with the touch of a button. Weirdly, because of this, it's almost less fun to play the game well, collecting the orbs as soon as possible, and then having much less time to have fun wrecking enemies before fighting the boss. Even if Altered Beast is kind of average, it has a place both in the arcades and as a lot of people's first Mega Drive game. It's top 10 time! We are now at last truly getting into some Sega classics, and first up is Cyber Police eSWAT. This arcade is somewhat unfortunate in that there's an original Mega Drive game, eSWAT City Under Siege, that has kind of taken over from it in most people's minds. Shadow Dancer, which surprisingly isn't a System 16 game, suffered a similar fate. The original eSWAT has a similar lower and upper level thing going on to games like Rolling Thunder, and indeed the game we're going to see in a bit that the developers previously worked on, with the added satisfaction of ripping off Robocop. Play for a couple of levels and then you'll be able to don the big old suit and chuck bullets, missiles and lasers all over the shop. It's one way of trying to coax more coins out of the player basically, isn't it? While the Mega Drive game is clearly better, the original arcade is perfectly fine. Bullet is the most obscure System 16 game in the top 10. It's a bloody good game indeed, but not many people seem to know it, probably because of the very generic title and also because it never made it out of the arcade. This is a twin-stick shooter, although unlike most that had come out to that point, it isn't a single-screen arena affair like Robotron or Smash TV. Instead, it's got actual scrolling stages, a la Total Carnage. It's quite thematically similar to Alien Syndrome. You've got the choice of either a man or a woman to fight with, and there's loads of monsters to kill, only now they're rampaging all over Earth. As you might expect, it's very tough, particularly because, much like Alien Syndrome again, the game gives you no opportunity to continue. It's not quite as moody as the classic it preceded, but Bullet is an excellent arcade that deserves more love. Up next, we have the very first instalment in Successor's cutesy witch 'em up series, Cotton. Some people may prefer their Cotton in other forms, such as the third-person whale shooter variety, but this original instalment certainly lays the ground for the japes and shenanigans that lay ahead. It's a very nice shooter with a good sense of humour about itself, one with plenty of scope for a big old power-uppage, and it's just amusingly bizarre. I myself do prefer the likes of Panorama Cotton, which came later, but this is very cool too. Also called on the Sharpex 68000, is one of those games where the lights on the keyboard flicker in time to the music, and I think we can all agree that's worth the cost of buying and importing both the computer and the game alone. Right, we've got Quartet next. One of the earliest System 16 games, and also a game that allowed 4 players to go at it at the same time. Hence the name, obviously. Quartet obviously comes way more into its own as a multiplayer experience, but it's not exactly bad in single player mode. It's a sprightly little one and gunner with a classic soundtrack and a bunch of different characters to pick from. It doesn't seem like too much of a game, but once you pick it up, it's difficult to actually stop playing it. And while we're here, let's not forget Quartet 2 either. Now I didn't give that its own separate entry, seeing as it was just a conversion kit that allowed operators to stick the board into a regular 2-player arcade machine, but I thought I should mention it in case anyone was wondering about it. Aside from pretty much always getting this game confused with Monster World, Monster Lair is a little bit of an oddity in the whole Wonder Boy world, as confusing as it is. It does feel like a bit of a throwback to classic original Wonder Boy at a time when the series was getting deeper and deeper into platform adventure, and of course further away from the arcades where it originated. Monster Lair is a cool game though. It's a nice mixture of platforming and shooting, and even if it isn't exactly going to be winning major awards for either of those things, it's still cool here and on the Mega Drive. These System 16 games, for the most part, were never going to be as popular as Sega's bigger scalar arcades, especially because they lacked so much flash in comparison. Monster Lair does suffer a bit from that, but I like it a lot regardless. The top 5 begins with a game that few people remember, and if they do remember it, they don't usually like it. Seriously, almost nobody ever talks about Dynamite Ducks. I mean, I can kinda see why. It's a beat-em up of sorts by Sega that existed in around about the same time as a much more popular beat-em up by Sega, not to mention all the other beat-em ups that are a bit more impressive than this silly little affair where you play as a bloody fighting duck. And yet, I have a massive soft spot for this. It's all very tongue-in-cheek, it keeps throwing weapons your way, and playing it is just a really nice laugh. There are some things that are annoying, like how it's so easy to die very quickly because there's no invincibility or anything, but this one is a guilty pleasure. I enjoy its utter ridiculousness. The top 4 meanwhile doesn't feature too many surprises in terms of games. It's all about the order. And Fantasy Zone, Sega's very cutesy indeed version of Defender, comes fourth. Definitely one of the most memorable cute-em-ups ever. Colourful without being garish, filled with memorable boss designs, a great little weapon system, the lovely Opa Opa ship that would basically be a Sega mascot, and cool music, including one of video games' most iconic bass lines. Everyone with me? You get the idea. So iconic I even did a cover of it many years ago. Justifiably a classic, much tougher than its breezy nature might let on, and it continues to be a Sega gem to this day. Top 3 time! And you may know already just how much I love this one. I did a video all about it. Actually, I've done a video for every game in the top 3, but hey ho. This is Alien Syndrome. It's quite a bit different from a lot of other arcades, a game where the generally pedestrian appearance of a lot of System 16 titles really pays off. The sound is the thing that's most striking, not so much proper music as a relentless thump coming forward. It's kind of close in spirit to Jaws, and that's not a bad thing. The aliens are always coming for you as you try to rescue everyone before the bombs go off. You've got plenty of firepower, but it's easy enough to make a mistake, at which point you'll get a nice healthy scream from your hero. There's some excellent gruesome bosses to take on, lots of play and lots of challenge. I love pretty much everything about Alien Syndrome. It's one of my favourite arcades, and you know what? It wasn't all that far away from the top 2. If you know your Sega, then you might have been able to guess what the top 2 was going to be. There's certainly 2 System 16 titles that particularly stand out from all the others. And second place goes to one of the most popular beat-em-ups out there, Golden Axe. There seemed to be a big 3 of beat-em-ups all released in 1989 that took the genre into the stratosphere. This, Capcom's Final Fight, and Konami's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Golden Axe is, by far, my favourite of the 3. It actually might be the arcade that I'm legitimately the best at. I still can't quite complete it on one credit, but I can get quite far, almost to the end of the second to last stage. Just those bloody skeletons always get in the way. I've played the game to death in many forms, mostly as Tyrus Flare, and it's still one of those games that doesn't get old. Probably the first game in its genre to really strike me, even before I started going to arcades, on the Spectrum and all of that. This is one of the first games that I truly remember blowing me away, and it was always going to be near or even at the top. However, today, the prize goes to the original Shinobi. Again, like a lot of System 16 titles, the presentation might not be saying all that much. There are many who would say that the sequels on the Mega Drive and what have you are much better games, and they're absolutely right about that. This cannot stand up to something like Revenge of Shinobi. It's an annoying bastard at times, and exceptionally cruel in that it waits until the very final level to then suddenly take continues out from under you, in a game of one-hit deaths. But this was such a formative game. I have told this story before, but back when I was very young, we had a video rental shop at the end of my road. They had an arcade machine, Shinobi. I used to drag my dad to this shop basically every night, not to rent videos of course, but just to play bloody Shinobi. After a while I could get through the first 2 stages and most of the third pretty handily. Not too bad an achievement considering how tough the game can be. But then, Mandara. Every time. That goddamn wall of evil Buddhas would just about always destroy me. I think I only got past it once or twice, never quite figuring out the trick to beating it. That's one of my very first gaming memories, it has to be said. Now some people do complain that these lists I make are a lot about nostalgia, but then what on earth else would I have to say if they weren't? I'd just be saying that every game has good graphics and good gameplay before moving on. It's these memories that help make the arcade experience what it is, what it was, and give what could just be a good but generic side-scroller a very special place. Shinobi was never not going to be number 1. And with that, another list is in the books. Next time, how about we go a bit more into Sega's present with models 1, 2 and 3? I think that's a good idea, don't you? Anyway, bye for now. When I did my list of Sega's System 16 games, I only really had the intention of also covering the Model 1, 2 and 3 titles for later on in another video. But, well, I do love me some Sega. They're kind of my favourite games company after all. I probably wouldn't be gaming now if it wasn't for them, and a lot of that has to do with their arcades. So I've decided to greatly expand my look at Sega's arcade games and create a few videos on their arcade history. This one here is going to look at their earlier years, from the late 70s to the mid 80s to be precise. In doing this, instead of covering a single arcade board as we've done in the past, I've collected a few boards together alongside some machines that had their own unique board. So this video features most of what came before the System 16 board as a result, starting with the VIC Dual from 1977, going through System 1 and System 2, and also featuring little things like the Sega Zaxxon and other miscellaneous machines, mostly Z80 typos. In the end, there's 68 games to be poured over here, including various games not necessarily by Sega, but that were licensed by them and distributed in other areas. This isn't everything, mind you. I've decided that Sega's Vector and Scalar machines are worthy of a video all of their own, seeing as they are especially important to the company's history, so watch out for that soon. In later videos we'll cover Systems 18, 24, 32 and C, the Saturn-based ST-V board, and of course the Model 1, 2 and 3 boards. Hopefully that all sounds pretty awesome. But let's get on with this list, hopefully filled with historical information, some good old-fashioned weirdness, some games that are naturally a bit iffier, and some cool arcade classics. Let's go, otherwise it's going to take ages. Right at the bottom we have Safari. This is, as you can see, really early to the point where it's barely a game. All you do is shoot animals because, well, you're on a safari and that's just what you do apparently. Most of them still skid along after they've been shot and knock you over anyway. You play this for a fixed time and there you go. Games were obviously much simpler in the mid-late 70s, but it's still hard to imagine this being fun. Similarly, Frogs features nothing more than a frog jumping up and down and catching flies. There's not much else here. Do it enough in the time provided and set a score. What a fine game, but don't let Dad get hold of it. Yeah. Jumping forward many years indeed, we have Block-Gao, which is a rather bad Arkanoid type game. Incredibly cheap and nasty, you'd be quite surprised to see that it actually is an official Sega title, created by Vic Tokai. The only appealing point to anyone here is that each completed level brings with it a piece of a lewd picture. So the only motivation to shove money into this machine is to reveal some cheap anime scud, and then what are you going to do after you reveal the whole thing exactly? Masturbate furiously, right there in the middle of the game centre in front of everyone? I mean, I'm sure some people probably did do that, but really? This sort of thing's rather pointless and daft to me. Razzmatazz is, I presume, a follow-up to an earlier and more popular Sega game called Carnival, which will also be in this list. And while there's graphical improvement and a few different stages and so forth, it's all executed very poorly. This shooting gallery type game is annoying and juddery beyond belief. The original is infinitely more appealing. The old Sega arcade game SWAT is one of the great mysteries of life. Almost no one who's heard of it has any clue how to play it, and I sure as hell don't. It takes a cocktail of various elements from other games, particularly Sega's own Pengo, and mashes them up in an utterly befuddling and not fun at all package. The SWAT name is hardly fitting for something where you push blocks around and try to crush monsters, sort of. Block pipes-ish? I don't bloody know. It's kind of useless as an arcade game, isn't it? Turpin is a single-screen maze game that apparently involves rescuing turtles. To do so, you run aimlessly around until you can collect a bomb, which you can then use to blow up one of the other turtles that are chasing you, and it's as dull as it appears. There's quite a few single-screen maze games on this list, as you might expect, and the best ones are all utterly fast and immediate. This is neither of those, and to be honest, it's kind of awful. Here's Flower. It's a space shooter where the enemies are flowers, done in a very vaguely early Toaplan-esque style. Flowers aside, it's one of the most generic space shooters I have ever come across. And we have multiple Space Invaders clones on this list, so yeah, kinda generic. Speaking of which, Invinco is an early Space Invaders clone. It moves considerably slower than the original, and the sprites are quite clearly much worse. The only thing this really does differently from Space Invaders is that one of the rows of sprites disappears every now and again. Other than that, yeah, Sega were not always the most original bunch. Here's another from the Did Not Grab Me pile, which is a shame as normally I can go for a neat top-down shooter. We've got some really cool ones coming up, but Mr. Viking? Nah. It plays like a much worse version of the Ninja, which is another one we're going to be seeing later on. I hardly need to tell you to play that and not this. I do believe this is our first tie-in game, and as far as tie-ins go, it's odd. The Yoko-chan in the title is, I believe, a popular Japanese idol of the mid-80s time period this came out in, and the UFO is, I presume, a link to Nissin's popular brand of instant ramen. The game is completely kooky, with a great presentation that's filled with odd Japanese touches and cute parodies. And so it's a real shame that the actual gameplay is just so bad. The side-scrolling level, which is as far as I got, is virtually uncontrollable. Ugh, if this had been in any way better, I'd have stuck it a lot higher purely on presentation alone. But I can't give a high spot to something that fails this much on the actual play front. We are still in the realm of weirdness. A rather old and obscure magazine cartoon strip provides the inspiration for a game called Pig Newton that I'm not sure actually ever came out. Your job is to collect the eggs from up a tree because, well, you're some perverse monster who doesn't believe in farming eggs responsibly, and you'll just nick them from nests instead, ruining little birdie families for the sake of a friggin' omelette. In this context, the wolves cutting down the tree and the squirrels bonking you on the head with acorns are actually the good guys, trying to stop you from stealing and no doubt killing these poor little chicks. And they certainly do a good job. Thanks to them and the general irritating controls that this game possesses, you're not going to get far before you chuck this gubbin straight into the bin. But if you really want to play as the villain, you've got to go for Tranquilizer Gun. I believe this was popular enough to at least warrant some notoriety back in its time, and it has not held up today. It's almost like Safari. Your job is to go into the jungle, shoot animals, capture them, and then take them off to your truck. Presumably you will then sell said lions, elephants and apes and snakes and all that for profit to some zoo or exotic market or various other ne'er-do-wells, because you are a bastard. Here, as anointed by God, man holds dominion over his earth. The game itself isn't exactly good or anything, but the aim of the game, where you play as quite literally a poacher, yeah, that's really not held up well, to say the least. Here's something more generic then. Space Odyssey is fairly ambitious for 1981 in that it contains both horizontal and vertical shooting sections. Not bad, seeing as this game does predate Salamander by a good few years. However, while that game was a success, this just can't pull it off as it's too juddery and rickety to enjoy. The sort of game that is unfortunately at a bit of a disadvantage here. What might have been quite impressive back when it was released certainly isn't after nearly 40 years, and that was the game's selling point. At least you're not gunning down innocent animals in this one, mind you. Space Attack is an even more blatant Space Invaders rip-off than in Vinco, although it does at least look better. Amusingly, there's very little this game even bothers to do to differentiate itself from Taito's classic. The only thing I can see is that the UFO stays on screen a little longer at the end of each wave, allowing you more of a chance to grab a bonus. I mean, it's Space Invaders. There's little else to say. Space Invaders wasn't the only game Sega were happy to ape. This one here, Digger, is essentially an American version of an important Japanese computer game called Henko Alien, released under the Gremlin name that Sega bought back in 1978. You dig holes, aliens fall into them, and then you bury the sons of bitches alive. Once again, you do have to admire the cruelty of very early arcade games. The game itself is not exactly a winner. Neither it nor the original have held up to the relentless passage of time. Still, this is a version of what is the first ever maze chase game, and the likes of Pac-Man wouldn't exist without it, meaning that this and Henko Alien are certainly worth knowing about. Deep Scan is an old chestnut of a game that you may have seen in various forms over the years. I seem to remember there was a similar game on one of the Windows Entertainment packs. I might be wrong about that. You can also find it on the 2600 where it was called Subscan. Anyway, it's the game where you fire depth charges into the ocean and try to hit submarines, getting more points if you hit a submarine in deep water as opposed to ones in shallow water. The original version of the game, Depth Charge, was released by Gremlin in the days before they were bought by Sega, that being Gremlin the US arcade company, not Gremlin the Sheffield computer company. And so then I guess Sega released their own version after buying them up? That seems to make sense. It's not a terrible game particularly, just a very old one. I'm not sure that we in the West appreciate just how big an arcade monolith Namco's 1983 game Xevious is. It didn't particularly set arcades all a home on fire over here. But one quick look at the game's Wikipedia article will tell you that in Japan, Xevious was a monster that sold as many units as frickin' Space Invaders, one of the most successful cabs of all time. The game's first home version on the Famicom is arguably as important to the initial success of the console as Super Mario Bros. Was. Naturally, success breeds imitation, and just like Space Invaders, everyone and their mother ripped Xevious off, Sega not being any exception. Guardia is one of a couple of Xevious riffs that strictly follows the top-down bullet and bomb formula, but something about it is just gonna lack the original's panache. My Hero came out at around the same time as games like IOM's legendary Spartan X or Kung Fu Master, meaning that some very generous people often give it a co-credit as helping to popularise the beat-em-up genre. Unfortunately, My Hero is a much worse game than Spartan X and is honestly utterly cack. Garish as hell, filled with complete bullshit one-hit deaths you can't possibly hope to see coming, and no fun in any way. You could still get a kick out of Spartan X in 2020, but I don't think anyone got a kick out of this even back in 1985. Inexplicably ported to the Master System a year later, it was just as crap in the home. Geez, this is quite an obscure one. The ultra-generic title doesn't help, and Brain itself is a pretty generic horizontal shooter that switches between spaceship action and jetpack action. It's one of several games here developed as a collaboration between Sega and a studio called Corland, who would later become more famous under the name of Banpresto. Like a few of Sega's titles here, the ideas aren't bad or anything, but the game lacks something and is pretty bloody ugly technically. We continue to wade through a veritable mudslide of mediocrity as we enter the top 50 for Sega's early years, but we are at least getting a variety of genres. Shooting Master here is the only light gun game on this list and, well, there's not too much to say about it. You've got to save a woman from being kidnapped by a bunch of hoodlums, while also avoiding getting shot yourself. Unfortunately, I can't play this game in the traditional way and have to make do with a mouse, which does hamper things a little bit, but if I happen to have a proper light gun setup, well, needless to say, this would not be the first game I chose to play. Hopper Robo is another in a very long line of early Sega titles that aren't exactly original. This one, as you can probably tell immediately, is quite Donkey Kong-esque. It's not all the way there, you have to collect the boxes in sequence rather than just get to the top, and there are actually some quite fun elements to the design that make this a not too bad single screen platformer as opposed to something more derivative. That said, it is quite obscure. Sega barely admit to its existence, and it has been speculated that this may be because they didn't actually create the game. It was ghost developed by a little known company called Orca, and those guys made a perfectly okay game. Probably deserves a little bit more recognition. Sega actually did have a pretty important part to play in the maze game genre, which we'll be examining in a few games' time. Indeed, some of their best early titles are maze games. Sindbad Mystery, Misspelling and all, isn't necessarily one of their best dot collectors, being very much in the classic Pac-Man mould, although it does stand out by having a very sharp multi-tiered maze design. It's also quite a challenging title too, with some very aggressive enemies indeed. There are certainly better Sega mazes than this one, although it's definitely a few levels above games like Digger and Turpin. One of the last titles to be released in the System 2 range, and coming out as late as 1987, Chrono Soldier is another one that few people really know. By this stage, Sega obviously had many much more impressive arcades out there, and this one never left Japan. It's a regular top-down shooter style game, with the twist being that your main weapon is actually a punch with a limited range. This makes the game slightly different from your normal Commando or Ikari type game, but also makes for a game that's a bit slower than most would probably like, certainly me. It's quite behind the times for 1987. I mean, Sega had Alien Syndrome out by this time. Would you rather play that or this? This never had a chance, I'm afraid. Next up, we've got a really early one. Space Trek dates back to 1980 and is a much less derivative addition to the space shooter genre than the games we've seen up to this point. There's little elements to be found from Space Invaders, naturally, and it certainly fits neatly along with contemporary games like Galaxian, although if I had to name one game that this specifically reminds me of, I'd have to say it makes me think of the early microcomputer classic Arcadia by Imagine, which came out a couple years later. It's the usual deal. The ships fly around in fancy patterns, and you must get them before they get you. Unlike Space Invaders or Galaxian, you can actually move up and down as well as left and right. Utterly simple, but yeah, games like this are generally pretty fun. Another Sega and Corland collab, 4D Warriors is the sort of title where you can see the skeletons of better games in its creation, but the game itself is not bad. Despite the name, it's not all that four-dimensional. The gimmick comes from having both horizontal and vertical areas, the game switching pretty quickly and suddenly between them, and that being accompanied by some rather texture-warpy transitions that really aren't impressive nowadays. That said, it's not a bad game at all, a forerunner of better games of this type that would be created by the likes of Capcom in the years to come, the likes of Sidearms and what have you. Hailing all the way from 1980, N-Sub is the inverse of the super early arcade game Depth Charge that we saw a little earlier under the name of Deep Scan. Here you play as the sub and you're operating in deep water, firing torpedoes either vertically or horizontally. Naturally you'll get more points for hitting ships closer to the surface, but you've also got to be aware of ships on your level that are attacking you a lot more directly. Generally that's what the horizontal torpedoes are for. I find this variation on an ancient game to be considerably more fun because it's a lot more action packed, although the graphics are a little bit odd even for a game that's 4 decades old. Good clean fun. GB isn't a game by Sega. Originally it was by Namco, but was brought to North America by Gremlin and then brought over to Europe by Sega, hence why it's on the list. We're going to see some weirder cases of this happening later on. Anyway, this game, originally from 1978, is a cool little variation on Breakout that mixes the arcade classic with some pinball touches like bumpers and what have you, and having multiple paddles to control. It plays quite nicely and actually makes you wonder why there aren't more Breakout type games that try to ape the design of pinball tables. This holds up very well for such an old game. Future Spy is the spiritual sequel to a much more famous game that we're going to be seeing a little later. It's an isometric shooter in much the same style as Zaxxon. Actually, I'm not sure if calling it a spiritual sequel is correct. It's just different in that you can't actually adjust your height in this game, but you can now drop bombs on grounded enemies. Zaxxon is obviously one of the most popular and important early Sega arcades, although it's also a game that I am honestly awful at, and that kind of extends to this game too. Still, it's perfectly fine. As we enter the top 40 titles from Sega's early years, we're starting to get into pretty okay shape, certainly far removed from some of the more cringeworthy titles we've seen so far. Top 40 time, and we begin with one of Sega's cooler maze games, Alibaba and 40 Thieves from 1982. This is definitely different from your regular Pac-Man type game, in that our Arabian hero isn't wholly defenceless. In fact, he can smash through everyone except the Red Captain Thief, and he doesn't even need a power pill for the job. He'll certainly have to work quickly to stop those thieves breaking into his vault and taking all his money to their side of the screen, mind you. There are some quite cool power-ups that do help, including a very cool one that turns Ali into a giant that can absolutely tear through everything. Although there is also one that does the same to the Captain Thief, so you've got to be careful. This one is quite fun indeed and certainly quite memorable. So here's Head On from 1979. Actually it's Head On 2, although both the original and sequel are pretty much identical to each other really, so I've combined them into one. This game's actually very important. Believe it or not, it's the first maze game where you have to eat all the on-screen dots. Yep, the release of Head On predated Namco's Pac-Man by a few months. It's not strictly a maze chase game in that the opposing cars you have to avoid are mainly very fast and out of control, although they will certainly crash into you if you're not careful. The gameplay is very simple indeed, with naught but controls for speeding up and changing lanes, but it's held up perfectly well despite its advanced age, and it certainly gets bonus points for importance. Here's 005. Perhaps you've played this if you've ever undertaken some ridiculous and no doubt unfinished project to play every game on MAME alphabetically, seeing as it's one of the first you'll come across. And it's an odd one too. It's a bunch of mini-games tied together by you playing as some sort of James Bond-esque spy. Some are fairly mundane, like the forklift game, but then you get the weird one where you've got to collect documents while also skating on an ice rink. And then the whole thing gets very strange with this part where you've got to try and reach the enemy helicopter while shooting down things that appear to be floating trees, and yeah, it's certainly one of the more out there games in Sega's arcade library. Is it good? It's okay, I guess. Long ago, we saw a rather crappy update to this game called Razzmatazz, and now here's the original. Carnival is a very simple arcade game, but quite the impulsive one. The aim of the game is utterly straightforward. It's a classic carnival shooting gallery. You've got ducks, pipes and other things to shoot with BB pellets from your gun at the bottom of the screen, and you simply have to get as high a score as possible with the limited amount of shots you have. It is possible to keep the game going by shooting magazines, but generally the whole thing is over in a couple of minutes. Very simple score attack stuff, the sort of thing I actually do get a little kick out of, to the point where I will happily play through it a couple of times in one sitting. Thoroughly good fun, and no one's fiddled about with the sights on the gun or anything. No carnies here. These early arcades are definitely starting to get enjoyable. Samurai is a single screen affair. You have a samurai, naturally, who can swing his sword about a fair bit, and he has to deal with a room of fairly dim-witted enemies before dealing with a somewhat smarter boss enemy. Generally the best way to take these guys out is to get the low ground on them using your speed to your advantage. You also have to be careful of bolts shot from the top of the screen, meaning you'll want to keep your sword high whenever possible, even if that does mean opening yourself up to a blade in the belly. Tricky little game, but one that I quite enjoy. It's the other arcade game called Commando. Obviously this isn't anything like Capcom's title. This instead is a little single screen game where you play as a tank and you have to master the rather odd hooking trajectory of its shells in order to take down planes. However, you're not quite done there. Once planes go down, their pilots will eject and start interfering with your innermost firmaments. Naughty, very naughty. You've got to carefully blast them before they can stick a grenade on you, and before they start taking over your fortifications. It's often regarded as kinda similar to Missile Command, although this isn't exactly as intense. Quite cool, mind you. Rafflesia is another one for the very generic space shooter pile, but it's quite good compared to most of what we've already seen. The main pull of this one is that the presentation's quite odd. The folks at Hardcore Gaming 101 credit it with a rather moody and oppressive vibe thanks to its droning sound effects and weird flying head bosses that, well, let's face it, you probably won't get to unless you save scum because the game is phenomenally difficult. A red-flagged experts-only old-school shooter. Even if by most measures the game is kind of ordinary, it certainly does stick out in some ways. Just because we're dealing with Sega's early arcade boards and not really touching any of the scaler machines, doesn't mean that they couldn't still pull folks in with a really cool cabinet. And the one for Space Tactics is certainly cooler than most, very large with a seat, proper steering, and chock full of flashing lights and buttons. Not too bad for 1980, huh? You may not get much of an arcade feel simply through playing the game in MAME, but Space Tactics itself is quite cool. It kinda plays like a pseudo 3D Space Invaders, with a little bit more strategy when it comes to timing your more limited missiles. In many ways this is a precursor to the scaler machines that would come later on, meaning that I did wonder if it should be included here or on a later list that specifically deals with the Vector and scaler games. It'll probably end up on both of them, as there is a bit more to say about it. Kind of obscure nowadays, but definitely important in the Sega canon. Hopper Robo from a few entries back had the look of a Donkey Kong type game about it, but was also different in a fair few ways. Congo Bongo here is a more straightforward take on Kong, aside from the big difference of it being isometric. The aim of each screen is still to reach the top and force Bongo the ape to move. Why? Well, he played a prank on you by screwing with your tent, so now you're going to set his foot on fire. You bastard. Anywho, it's quite cool actually. There's a bit more variation here than there is in plain old Donkey Kong, there's a fair few traps to watch out for, and the graphics are very nice. It did get a lot of ports in the day, although none of them were anyway close to the arcade. one of Sega's more popular early arcade titles, this one. Ah, look, we've got another game that's an awful lot like Xevious. But Starjacker is actually quite neat and addictive. In most cases it is still the same old dealio. You've got ships, you've got bullets, and you can bomb the ground too. Although the new gimmick here is that all your ships are on screen at once, forming a neat line behind you. When you've got 3 ships on the go, you're actually able to lay down quite a decent amount of fire, however you are also easier to hit. You may well prefer having just the one ship, but obviously that means you've only got 1 life left. Kinda cool, and certainly changes the gameplay a little bit. I suppose Moonquester did something similar to this as well, although the mechanic in Starjacker has a fair bit of an impact on how the game plays. A very cool game to find just outside the top 30. And that top 30 starts with the first of 2 appearances for one of Sega's early flagship titles. This is Super Zaxxon. As mentioned previously, I'm really bad at Zaxxon. I kinda struggle generally with isometric games like this, especially one where there's so much going on. You have to watch your altitude as well as the enemy ships coming at you, missiles coming from the ground, tunnels and barriers, and so many other things. It's sadistic. Still, there's no denying it. Zaxxon and Super Zaxxon are 2 of the most impressive arcades Sega released in their early years, and 2 of the most popular as well. They may not necessarily be my cup of tea, but these early arcade hits helped build Sega's reputation, and so they deserve an appropriate placing. We've had a couple of somewhat questionable titles so far from collabs between Sega and Vic Tokai, but here's one that's weird but also rather good. Calorie-kun vs Moguranian is a strange title where our hero must bump up his kcows by eating everything on screen before time runs out and he gets so thin that he disappears into nothingness. Naturally, evil dietitian monsters are going to try and stop him, although there are a few cheeky ways that you can deal with them, mainly traps that allow you to set off missiles and so on. This has got a few little elements from various games in it, perhaps Dig Dug most of all, but a hefty hunk of oddness makes it memorable and good. Our next game, in at number 29, is Yamato. This 1983 title puts you in control of the doomed Japanese World War II battleship, and your aim is simply to shoot down as many ships and planes as you can. You have 2 different types of shell and 2 different crosshairs. Just as in real life, you will eventually be overcome, and the Yamato will ultimately take its permanent residence at the bottom of the Pacific. But perhaps you'll be able to take down a fair few bogeys before that happens. Actually quite addictive and fun to play in its original arcade form. Bikini girls go up and down, don't follow fashion. Oh, whoops, got lost for a bit there. Anyway, this game is called Up and Down. It's quite a tricky little affair. You've got a somewhat oddly designed bit of urban planning, a strange hexadecimal road filled with hills and gaps that also loops around. Your job is to collect all the flags in each stage as quickly as possible, whilst avoiding all the cars. Usefully, your car can change speed and it can even jump. But you've got to be pretty damn slick at points if you don't want to crash. This is almost like an update to the age-old Head-On, the Pac-Mania to its Pac-Man. I like it. Not every game on here is by Sega. Nobuanka is actually by Data East. However, it does use Sega's System 1 board, meaning that it earns itself a space on here. This game is fairly influential as it's often thought of as one of the first real shoot-'em-ups. Our hero has to climb up a tree whilst shooting or avoiding various miscreants that are approaching you with larcenous intent. Shot enemies do mostly drop fruits that will bump up your score, but watch out, sometimes they drop skulls that will kill you outright if touched. It's a tough game that gets busy very quickly, but it is quite an impulsive one, not to mention very bright and pretty for its time, as you would expect from a shoot-'em-up really. Another very early but also quite popular machine in its day, Borderline came out in 1981 and, like a couple of other games we've seen, particularly 005, takes the form of a couple of different scenes. The aim of each scene is to reach the enemy's refineries with your jeep and take them out, but the way you get there and the obstacles you face changes each time around. The second scene is perhaps most famous, mainly because it is basically Dig Dug only a little while before it. People clearly like this title though, so much so that Sega even saw fit to release it again a few months later as Star Raker, with no changes aside from a mild reskin. That's obviously far too similar to the original game to earn its own spot on the list, but Borderline does well enough all on its own. The titles are most certainly getting stronger. Monster Bash is another multiple scene game, although now the aim is to light up some candles, find your way to a cross, and strike down various classic monsters, Dracula, Frankenstein and all that lot. The Boo Haunted House style aesthetics are somewhat similar to the later Master System game Ghost House. The game itself is a quite loud and boisterous coin-op, one that will certainly grab your attention, and is actually really quite enjoyable despite not being that well known at all. It is very damn sweet when you find a game like Pulsar that has still more than held up, even though it's really close to being 40 years old. This is a maze shooter title, sort of like Berserk only faster, where you need to grab the keys from the top of the screen and take them to the locks near the bottom. Simple enough, right? But there's enemies everywhere for a start. The main mechanic is that the layout of the level is constantly changing. You may think you've got a clear path through the level, but then all of a sudden a single door closing can utterly change everything, and you've got to think fast before the goons surround you. I get a big kick out of this one. It deserves a lot more recognition. But, speaking of recognition, here we've got Zaxxon in its original form. I did kind of say a lot about Zaxxon already when we did its super follow-up a few entries ago, obviously much the same applies here. A very popular game and one that was ripped off itself a fair few times. Kinda funny seeing as we've already seen a fair few of Sega's own rip-off titles in this list. Some of the games that Zaxxon influenced are famous in their own right, games like SNK's Viewpoint, although personally I always got the biggest kick out of Vortex's old game Hate on the Spectrum, which gave you control of both a plane and a tank. Now I may be useless at Zaxxon, but its influence can't be denied. Isometric games just would not be the same without it. Pitfall 2? What's the story behind this one then? Well, simple. This is one of the rare cases of a console game managing to find its way to the arcade instead of the other way around, with Sega themselves creating an arcade version of Activision's classic in 1985. The graphics are a bit more cartoony here than they are in the Atari 2600 game, and even if they're certainly more detailed, your mileage may vary as to whether that's an improvement over the original's more memorable aesthetic. Either way, Sega certainly did do David Crane's title justice. Even if it may be a bit of a throwback by the standards of 1985, Pitfall 2 is still as playable as you would expect such an important platform game to be, with the added bonus of heading into that cave system and trying to grab plenty of goodies. Righto, it's top 20 time, and we start the business end of the list with another quite odd title. There's not many arcade games out there where you control a train, and most of them are more staid affairs like Denture de Go, where you have to stop at platforms and do more traditional trainy things. Here in Super Locomotive, however, you're avoiding enemies, using shields to power your way through obstacles, picking up fuel and generally having an action-packed time of things. Avoiding projectiles and the like can be tricky when you're on rails, but there are ways and means. It's all very fast and accompanied by a chiptune version of Riding by the Yellow Magic Orchestra, which is kinda neat. You won't find too many games like this. However, you can find games like this one on the old microcomputers. Back in the early 80s, the Sheffield-based studio Alligator released Loco for the ZX Spectrum and Suicide Express for the C64, both of which are essentially unofficial ports of this game right here, created by the almighty Anthony Crowther. I actually didn't know this until I booted this game up and saw the similarity, which was kinda fun to see. Those two games are really good, and unsurprisingly this one is too. Okay, this is one of the stranger titles on the list, the sort that could merit a video of its own with a clickbaity title like The Unknown Story of the Obscure Game That Nintendo and Sega Worked On Together. For that is what Space Firebird is. Sort of. Space Firebird is a full-on Nintendo title from 1980 created by R&D1, co-designed by Genyo Takeda and Shigeru Miyamoto. It's not necessarily a totally original title, in many ways it's a lot like Namco's Galaxian, but as you might expect from such a phenomenal duo, the technical prowess and gameplay here is done to a turn. The Sega connection here is actually pretty straightforward. While Nintendo published the game in Japan, Sega Gremlin snapped up the license to publish it in North America. Although that seems to only have been the case for a short time, Western versions of the game do exist without Gremlin's name on it. It's certainly an odd quirk of history, considering what was to come between the two companies. Space Firebird is an obscure game. It came out mere months before Donkey Kong just about blew anything else Nintendo had done in the arcades up to that point away, but it is certainly a quality title that's worth looking at. Another game that was only published by Sega, Jump Bug, is quite a nice game where you play as a car that can magically jump about all over the place and collect points, which you must do whilst avoiding enemies. You can jump on anything, including multicoloured buildings and even little fluffy clouds. And as you might expect from the title, the car that you play as does look a little bit like an original Volkswagen Beetle, making this a curio for arcade aficionados and German car fans alike. Seriously though, it's a pretty neat game and cabinet that is worth playing if you happen to see it around. It's often at Play Expos, I've noticed. We're getting on to some of Sega's best early space shooters now. Astro Blaster here from 1981 is a fixed shooter game in a similar vein to Space Invaders or Galaxian, but it's actually a bit more original. You've really got to be quick in this one, not necessarily because the enemies are going to batter you, but because you've got a very limited amount of time in the shape of your fuel gauge to get through sectors. Once it's at 0, the game's done. You do have a little bit of help in the form of a warp that will slow enemies down momentarily and can be used once a sector, but you've got to use it wisely. It's very cool and has a lot of neat presentation, including plenty of speech synthesis. If you don't recognise the game, but it seems familiar, it did get an unofficial port of sorts to the Atari 2600, where it was called Mega Mania. Lovely little game. Here's another game that gets on the list purely due to Sega acquiring a licence. Super Cobra is Konami's successor to their early arcade classic, Scramble. The link here is pretty tenuous. It's actually not fully known just what countries Sega distributed the game in, although we do know they had a licence for it. Kind of odd. Anyway, Super Cobra is a brutally tricky side-scroller. Just like Scramble, you've got limited fuel, which oddly is regenerated through bombing drums of the stuff on the ground. You're constantly peppered by bullets and missiles and the like, and you have to fit yourself into some incredibly tight passages. It can be a bastard, really. Sometimes in this game you only really survive as long as the game just lets you, and it does feel like it can kill you at a moment's notice. But it is addictive and influential. Lord knows there's tons of games that ripped off Scramble and Super Cobra. It deserves a top 20 spot, certainly. Bank Panic is one of those pretty quirky arcade games that I'm not sure if too many people like all that much, but I do. It's a shooting game, although not a traditional one with a light gun. You play as a bank's guard in the Wild West, and you have to defend the bank from robbers. You cycle through all the bank's doors, monitoring 3 at any one time, and checking those who swing the gates. The 3 doors correspond to your 3 fire buttons. If a robber comes through, you've got to wait until they actually draw to get any kind of bonus for shooting them. Naturally, you lose a life if they shoot you, if you run out of time, and you also lose one if you accidentally gun down an innocent customer. And you go to the next level once you've collected money from each door. I can't help but feel a lot of this bank's issues would be solved if they only had one door, but clearly they need to get all this cash as quickly as possible. That's capitalism for you. Anywho, this game's really quite amusing and maniacal, especially as it kicks on and various different things happen. It's not always as simple as just shooting banditos as soon as they draw down, and you've constantly got to be on your toes. I like this a hell of a lot. Call it Wonder Boy, call it Adventure Island, you can even call it Revenge of Drancon. Either way, this is a very popular Sega arcade, and famous for more than just starting one of the most confusing franchises in gaming. Wonder Boy may not be as in-depth as the adventure-tinged games that would come later on, but it's a cool and fast-moving platformer complete with a super-duper attitudey caveman hero who can chuck hammers and even ride a skateboard, depending on the power-ups he gets. The speed of the game can often result in some irritating deaths that you might struggle to see coming, but it's still a really addictive game despite that, certainly the most gripping game we've seen so far. And of course it does come with one of the most irritatingly catchy earworm arcade tunes in the history of gaming that I'm reasonably sure you're humming to yourself right now. You're welcome, by the way. Unlucky for some, number 13 is home to another cool title that's not very well known, Spatter. This rather cutesy little game seems to be completely forgotten by Sega, which is a shame. You play as a kid on a tricycle who has to collect all the flowers in the maze while avoiding the enemies. This may not seem like much, basically a souped up version of Rally X, but there are other features. You can use the fences that make up the maze to dodge enemies, you can jump over them, and you can even push blocks into them. It's quite similar in many ways to Flicky, which we're going to be seeing later on, right down to getting a bigger bonus if you complete the stage quickly. This really deserves to be much better known, and it's sad that it's never appeared on any collections whatsoever. A very cool game. Our number 12 game is much better known, and it's another game that Sega got a license for. Nihon Busan's utterly classic Moon Quester was distributed by Sega under the Gremlin label in North America, with a few little tweaks. Moon Quester is good and influential enough to just about be considered the third point in a classic single-screen space shooter trifecta, Space Invaders at the front, this and Galaxian on the sides. It's more than held up nicely, being considerably quirkier than those two titles, what with the strange enemy behaviour, and your segmented ship that often has to be docked, and behaves differently depending on how much of it is left. Had some pretty awesome ports too, like the Spectrum one, which was kind of dismissed at the time due to the game's age, but is really quite faithful. It's a classic, and you don't really need me to tell you this. Choplifter was one of several Western computer games to really benefit from Japanese interest, along with the likes of Karateka and, in particular, Lode Runner. Dan Gorlin's classic was recreated magnificently by Sega for the arcades. It's a bit more simmy than a lot of arcade games when it comes to how the chopper controls, although still playable by basically anyone. It's full of personality when it comes to all those little people you have to rescue. And who boy is it punishing. There are few bigger you screwed up moments in gaming than when you've got a chopper filled with civvies and you manage to get yourself shot down. The game even laughs at you as it sends the dead counter skyrocketing. Choplifter is a cruel mistress and an awesome game, savage though it may be. We have had an awful lot of titles, but we're now finally in the top 10. You might be a bit surprised to see something like Regulus here. We talked a fair bit about Xevious rip-offs earlier on when we covered games like Guardio and Starjacker, and Regulus is undoubtedly the most blatant of all Sega's Xevious takes. I mean, even the frickin' name sounds familiar. And yet I do have a massive soft spot for the game. I think it looks awesome and super clean, plays smoothly and is surprisingly difficult to put down. That and it's also a meaty challenge, plenty of little nooks and crannies that you have to fit your tank through, usually while enemies are attempting to take you out by the score. So while it is basically Xevious with tanks, Regulus totally nails that concept, creating a game that's just as fun and playable as Namco's much better known title. They actually make quite a neat little couple in all honesty. It's funny. Early on in the list I happily took the piss out of games like Tranquilizer Gun for not exactly being in good taste nowadays, quite hilarious to look back on. But, here in the top 10, we have Bullfight. I mean, there's hardly much demand for matadors nowadays, is there? I can't even think of too many other games where you play as a matador besides this one. The aim is just as you would expect. You've got a sword and a red rag, you must goad the bull and get into a position where you can stab it right in that dot between the shoulders. Naturally you've got to get close to do that, and in doing so there's a good chance that you're going to get gored and flung out of the bull ring. You'll want to do it quickly too, otherwise you might end up having to deal with 2 bulls instead of 1. The game is certainly quite explicit if you do succeed. The bull falls down and dies when blood starts dripping out of its mouth as the crowd roars. Congratulations! You sure do seem happy for a murderer. But the game is so much fun and there's barely anything else like it. It's full of risks and dashing moves and it's certainly satisfying in a quite gory way. So yeah, you don't feel bad for too long. It would certainly have been Ernest Hemingway's favourite game, that's for sure, if he was alive. Another very famous game. Pengo is about as popular as the likes of Zaxxon and synonymous with their early days in the arcade before the likes of Space Harrier and Out-One hit the floor. With that in mind, it's surprising that the game received comparatively few ports compared to Zaxxon and others, although there were more than a few clones of the title back in the day. This is a really sweet game where the aim is to crush the absolute expletive out of those who dare chase you with ice blocks, something that's very satisfying indeed, especially because they can be devious, aggressive, and actually not that easy to hit. It's kind of easy to be all too predictable in Pengo, whereas you've got to be sneaky yourself and lure these snowbies into the dulcet sounds of the electronic classic Popcorn. If you're really good, you can even line up the diamond blocks and get a bonus. If you're bad like me, you'll probably end up just getting murdered. Either way, you'll most likely enjoy yourself tremendously. Here's a cool title that might be more familiar as a Master System game, Teddy Boy Blues. There doesn't ever seem to be too much to this one. All you've got to do is jump around a bit and shoot some enemies, but it does get panicky quite sharpish when there's a lot of enemies bouncing around and moving very quickly. Even the incredibly basic look of the game is somewhat endearing. It's all just done in a flash and tons of good fun. Amusingly, the whole thing is named after a popular single by a Japanese pop star Yoko Ishino. Naturally, you have to save her from these dicebox denizens, and a cool version of the song plays on the soundtrack. All of that provides the game a nice little touch of weirdness to boot. A really lovely game. It's been fun to have games that Sega simply licensed coming into this list, almost as if they're doing cameos, and Frogger, right here at number 6, is both the biggest and the best. Once again, it's a case of Sega and Gremlin publishing the game in North America, and I'm sure it was undoubtedly a bit of a boon for them to end up with such a hit. Konami's game, after all, hardly needs an introduction. This is one of the most iconic games of the arcade golden age. I have said in the past that I'm not exactly good at Frogger, but that hardly impacts my enjoyment. This is Frog vs Car in desperate battle. Constant frenzied moving around, trying to avoid seeing your hero getting turned into roadkill, timing things in the later levels so you've got enough time on those lilies before they sink, just trying desperately to fill that blasted well on the far left. One of the most iconic single screen games in arcade history, and once I knew that I was putting these games in, Frogger was obviously going to place high. The top 5 begins with Wonder Boy in Monsterland. West 1 gets involved and immediately our hero's quest takes on a different hue. The simple scrolling of the original has now been enhanced with RPG style elements like getting money, buying different equipment, increasing your life bar and so forth. This may well feel a lot more like a console game than an arcade game to some, although it makes more sense to a Japanese public previously weaned on highly successful games like Namco's Tower of Juaga. Indeed, the arcade version of this game actually never came out in the West officially. There was no Monsterland arcade version until it got a translation on Wii's Virtual Console many years later. And weirdly, I did actually play this back in the day. How come? Well, I have a strong memory of playing this in Spain, and what I played was undoubtedly an old bootleg that helpfully tried to translate the game somewhat. I believe that this old bootleg version is what I'm playing here. It's nice to recall such memories, and even if this game may better be suited to any of its very good home versions, it's still an excellent arcade. Awesomely, the flat-out weirdest title in the whole of this list is also one of the best. Presenting I'm Sorry, Sega's most entertaining old maze game. It looks simple enough, doesn't it? All you have to do is pick up the various gold bars dotted around the level and take them back to the bank. Ideally, you'll bring them all back at once for a big bonus. You can punch the enemies in a pinch, and there's a barrel that's constantly after you which you can jump over. All very good, and very, very playable. But the presentation sets it apart. This is that rare beast, a highly politicised arcade game. An example of Japanese satire through ludicrous caricature, legitimately one of the funniest games of its day. I'm Sorry is actually a send-up of a scandal-hit former Japanese Prime Minister named Kakue Tanaka, and the game takes aim at him being generally quite greedy, hence why he's grabbing all this gold. The game features several famous celebrities too, and they'll subject poor old Tanaka to some quite embarrassing punishments if they catch up. The Japanese comedian Tamori will even shove an apple in his mouth and whip him, S&M style. He'll catch a good old-fashioned chop-in from frickin' Giant Baba. Even Carl Lewis, Michael Jackson and Madonna are lining up to give him his just desserts. This is such an interesting and cool game. Perhaps the silliest thing is that despite being so utterly Japanese and steeped in Japanese politics and Japanese culture, I'm Sorry actually did receive a Western localisation. A lot of the context for the game may well be totally lost on Western folk, but it's still a great game to play regardless, as well as actually being hilarious too. Politics in old arcade games? Politics that are really funny? You betcha. I'm sorry's got it all. Another one that I kinda know and love already. This is Sega Ninja, also known as Ninja Princess, and it's the original arcade version of one of the best games on the Master System, that one that's simply known as the Ninja. The Master System version was cleaned up and expanded a little, making it a little better than the arcade original, but this one's still got most of the scenes from the regular top-down stages to the trickier blighters where you're dodging rocks or jumping on logs, and you've still got the controls. You can fire in 8 directions, you can strafe and fire straight upwards, and if you're in a very tight spot you can temporarily disappear. This is always very satisfying to pull off, especially when you actually avoid something with it. By and large, this game is much the same as the Master System title, although the hero's gender was changed along the way for whatever reason. Bluntly put, the game's bloody brilliant. It's no surprise that it would feature right at the very top of both this and the Master System list. In at number 2, we have an absolute shocker. A game that I'd never heard of at all before I started compiling this list. It's one that I've become quite addicted to because it's freaking awesome. A stone cold classic from Sega that shockingly never got ported anywhere and is quite the obscurity nowadays. Heavy Metal. I can see why this might be obscure. On the surface of things it looks like just another arcade tank shooter. I mean, it's Regulus, isn't it? It's just that the sprites are a little closer in. And yeah, I can see that. Most of Heavy Metal is simply a well-made tank shooter, just like Regulus, just like Jackal or various other games. But there's the addition of one simple game-changing mechanic. You'll notice that you have a radar of sorts on the side of the screen that blips with targets far in the distance. Well, Heavy Metal gives you a really frickin' big cannon and allows you to take shots all the way to the other end of the level at these targets. And when those shots hit, it's brilliant. This is an incredibly satisfying mechanic. Naturally, a lot of these blips on the radar are going to be firing big shells in your direction too, so you better watch out for that and get them as soon as you can. And while doing this, you've still got to deal with all the trappings of a more traditional shooter, with enemies that are fighting at much closer quarters. This cocktail of gameplay is utterly bloody great, to the point where I'm surprised I haven't seen it in so many other games. A shooter where you can blast certain enemies long before you actually reach them. It's so simple that it's brilliant. I adore Heavy Metal for this to the point where it was enough to get all the way to number 2, beating games that I know a hell of a lot better. It's wonderful to be surprised by an old title in such a way, one of the best things about doing this. In the end, however, there's good old familiarity at the top of the charts. I did mention Spatter's similarity to Flicky in that game's entry, and said that we would be seeing Flicky later on, and as it turns out we're seeing Flicky right here at the very top. This is after all a game that I will champion relentlessly. A favourite arcade of mine. It's also got an awesome and very faithful version on the Mega Drive that no one loved at the time because it was deemed old hat. It's simply one of the fastest platformers around with some of the smoothest, utterly natural jumping that you'll find. You can do so much with Flicky, and it's so satisfying when you pull off the cooler tricks like jumping directly up to another platform or taking a huge jump that appeared impossible. All this and, of course, maintaining a healthy line of little chicks behind you, keeping them away from cats and rats and other assorted baddies. Completing the level quickly and efficiently in Flicky is one of the most awesome things in the world, while completing the level sketchily and messily, usually as the result of being knocked down by a feline, is one of the most panicky things, desperately trying to pick up all those chicks, chasing after those bloody fast ones with the sunglasses, again avoiding the damned animals and ideally bonking them with various appliances that dot the stage. It's all quite simple really, and most stages should ideally be done in seconds, especially if you want those bonuses, but it's one of the most addictive games that I've ever come across. I'm happy that someone at Sega clearly thought a lot of it, enough for it to get that Mega Drive port, enough for it to have a little cameo in Sonic games later on. I love Flicky so much, one of my favourite old arcades. In the end, it got top spot pretty bloody easily, it has to be said. So that'll do us for this rather extensive list covering Sega's games from the early years, going through what most people would call the golden age of arcade gaming. A lot of these games are generally before my time, so I guess this list is a little bit light on arcade memories, but hopefully it's heavy on unearthing some interesting games from Sega's long arcade history, particularly ones that deserve a lot more recognition. We'll certainly be seeing a lot of that in the next video. We're going to be jumping to the late 80s and early mid 90s for systems 18, 24, 32 and C. If you think we've seen some odd games in this video, I'm telling you, you've seen nothing yet. That's coming soon, but in the meantime I'm just left to say, bye for now! Hello there again, are you ready for more Sega arcades? I know I am. This is going to be quite an interesting one. Today we've put together a video covering the games from 4 different arcade boards. There's the System 18, System 24, System 32 and System C. Put together, these 4 represent the last of the Sega system line. After this the model boards would come in and they'd be all nice and 3D and all that good stuff. After we're done with this video however, we're going to be taking on a video that's totally devoted to the superscalar, vector and discrete logic hardware. In other words, probably the most famous of all Sega's arcade games. For the most part, these boards don't represent Sega's most famous titles. In fact, these boards come together for a very curious selection. There's a lot of gems here that you may not have heard of at all, plenty of games that never left Japan, plenty of games that never left the arcade. So if you're looking for some unknown games to fire up in MAME or what have you, you may well want to tune in. But before we get into the big list of games from worst to best, let's actually look at the hardware itself, so we know what we're dealing with. There's not a massive amount to say about the System 18 board. As the name suggests, it's like a souped up version of the classic System 16 board. The main difference, and indeed reason for its existence, is that Sega rejigged the design of the board to make it more compatible with the Jammer standard, which was becoming ever more prevalent around the time of this board's introduction in 1989. You could in a way class these games then as the last System 16 titles, although there were other notable upgrades in the sound and graphics departments. There's not too many System 18 titles. It lasted from 1989 to 1992, and only 9 games were made on the board. The System 32 is the true successor to the System 16 board. In fact, it's also the successor to Sega's X and Y scaler boards, an attempt to finally merge everything together into one board that was capable of Sega's signature sprite scaling, as well as great 2D and all of that. You'll find that because of this, a lot of System 32 games end up being pseudo 3D. You'll have levels that will certainly look 3D, but it's all done using sprite work and lots of scaling. As the name suggests, this is Sega's first 32-bit arcade system, first appearing in 1990 and not retiring until 1995. It was still used often well after Sega released the Model 1. They kind of complement each other, seeing as the Model 1 could do proper 3D, but it couldn't handle any texture mapping. Also of note, we've got the System Multi-32 variation. This had a new processor and a dual monitor display, designed for twin cabinets. System 32 games are mostly arcade exclusive. They were far too overpowered for faithful Mega Drive ports, and by the time the Saturn came along, they were mostly too old-fashioned. In fact, of the 21 games released for the board, only 3 got any kind of home port whatsoever. The System 24 lands somewhat outside the regular system line, designed for a different sort of arcade game. This board was built specifically to handle high-resolution 2D arcade games, whereas what we've seen so far largely stuck to the more traditional 320x224 resolution. The System 24 has a 496x384 display and 98,304 colours, with a max of 16,384 on screen at any one time. The games that take advantage of that are certainly way more colourful and sharp than the norm as a result. Annoyingly, a good half of the 14 System 24 games are Japanese-only quiz and mahjong games that are barely worth listing here, but most of the arcade games that use System 24 are absolute belters. And finally, we have the System C board. This is, well, it's primarily a Mega Drive. The System C uses the exact same CPU, sound and graphics processor as the Mega Drive, meaning that a lot of the games you'll find here that were ported to the MD are just about identical to their home versions. There are a couple of differences. The 68000 is clocked faster in the System C, working at 9 MHz and handling the sound directly with no Z80. The faster speed allows sound to be handled without any slowdown in the game. System C games aren't necessarily lookers, as you might expect, but you'll find them mostly used for some pretty cracking puzzle games and the like. The board also had a fairly long life, extended further by Atlas, who used it, with Sega, for the very popular Print Club series of arcade cabinets. These little blighters allowed you to take a pic of your face and have it printed complete with a load of stickers, and they were a big hit indeed. Now obviously these aren't listed here because for some utterly inexplicable reason, MAME doesn't have such printing and camera features integrated into its program. Lazy buggers. While we're here and talking about Mega Drive adjacent hardware, we may as well have a little word on Megatech and Mega Play. These arcade systems were, again, primarily Mega Drives. The Megatech allowed the user to stick 8 cartridges into it, which can then be selected from a menu and played with time restrictions, much like Nintendo's Play Choice 10. Megatech and Megaplay cartridges were built specifically for the board. You can't simply shove a retail Mega Drive game into the board, and a Megatech specific cartridge isn't compatible with most Mega Drives. However, a cheeky little adapter was made for the Megatech that would allow you to use retail games. This was done by, of all people, Teartex. The main difference between Megatech and Megaplay is that only 4 cartridges were allowed with the latter, but rather than using time restrictions, Megaplay games used regular old life systems instead. However, the versions of the games were rejigged somewhat so that play would be shorter. Naturally, we're not including any of these games in the list because, well, they're Mega Drive games. Righto, that's a bunch of good old-fashioned technical info for ya. As we count down the list, I'll be sure to inform you of the board that each game's using too, so that you can recognise the differences further. And with that, well, we have a list to get on with. We are counting down 52 games from the very worst to the very best, so there's no more time to waste. Let's get moving, man! Our bottom game is this really bloody awful golf title right here. This is a pseudo 3D affair that tries to play like the popular games made by T&D Soft like Pebble Beach Golf Links and what have you, but gets it completely and utterly wrong. It also does a pseudo 3D type thing where the background has to constantly redraw itself just about every time you move the shot. It's completely awful and borderline unplayable. Golf isn't necessarily a no-go in the arcades, but this is a miserable experience. I can't help but think that if this was made for the System 32 board, it would be a lot more playable. However, this is a System 24 game, I don't think that's suited for this board in the slightest, and the result is a hideously botched way to spoil a good walk. Sega and beat-em-ups usually are a no-brainer, most of the time. However, we have seen the odd stinker kicking around their more obscure cabinets in the past, and DD Crew right here? This is undoubtedly the worst. A truly hideous effort. The only thing that really makes the game stand out at all is that the graphics and characters aim for a touch more in the way of realism compared to most other fighters. But other than that, well, the player characters have almost no moves, there's about 5 different enemies in the entire game, the music is an absolutely catastrophic attempt at aping 90s hip-hop, and it eats up coins like a hoover. I think it's safe to say that this is the worst beat-em-up ever produced by a frontline Sega team, a complete loser in every way. This game is famous mainly for being the answer to a couple of trivia questions. Not only is Radmobile Sega's first 32-bit game, it's also the first appearance of a certain spiky blue hedgehog. Sonic swings about from the rearview mirror 5 months before the release of the original Mega Drive game. Aside from these facts, there's barely anything to the actual racing game. The graphics aren't impressive anymore, the controls are really sensitive, and the gameplay is non-existent. Time has most certainly not been kind to Radmobile, I'm afraid to say. Even back in the day, most people felt that this game didn't have much going for it aside from graphics, and nowadays, well, it doesn't have that. Not good. And while we would never see a port of Revenge of Death Adder, we would inexplicably see this get a home port in 1994, when it was released for the Saturn under the name Gale Racer in Japan only. It's kind of tricky to give Colosseum a placing on the list. This is a very simple fighting game by 1992 standards, but it relied on its unique cabinet. As the name suggests, this game was played in a special holographic cabinet that gives the look of the game a very unique appearance. It's kind of cool to see. But of course, when you're just playing it in MAME, all you're actually going to get is some basic sprites on a black screen. The illusion is broken. The fighting itself is very old school, karate champ-esque even, and there's not much to say. Obviously not fun, but a game that's very much tied up with its cabinet, so don't really take number 49 as gospel, I guess. Our next 3 games all go into one entry because they're all quite similar. They aren't so much games as they are wides for little kids, similar to the Ultraman game from the System 16 video. They only came out in Japan, they're very short, they provide a little bit of rudimentary gameplay, a bit of top-down shooting or racing in most cases, it's impossible to die or even to lose the game, and it all ends with a little bit of a rating and a thank you or bye bye. Cute. Of obvious interest here at least are 2 obscure Sonic appearances, Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car and Sega Sonic Cosmo Fighter Galaxy Patrol. 2 little vignettes where the Blue Bullet deals with Dr. Eggman in the usual manner. Rad Rally is the sequel to Radmobile, and it doesn't change an awful lot. Obviously this time you've got the more traditional trappings of a rally game as opposed to the racing against cops dealio in Radmobile, but this is still very much something that relies entirely on graphics. It's a bit more controllable in Radmobile, but the racing is very awkward and feels so digital, which doesn't exactly work out well when you're inside the cockpit. And again, the technical side of the game has hardly held up to time. This wasn't any match for most of Sega's other racing titles at the time, let alone now. Okay, so this is generally a high quality list. We're only at number 44, but a lot of the titles we're going to see from now on are almost certainly interesting and games that you might want to check out. And we are also going to be seeing a lot of competitive puzzle type games. That's a definite theme, and you'll find most of them on the souped up Mega Drive System C board. Twin Squash here is basically a competitive form of Arkanoid. Quite a neat concept, although one that's really bloody hard. It's rather unique, but it does feel a bit more like you're desperately trying to survive the constantly descending blocks, as opposed to actually having a competitive match with the other player. Your mileage may vary on this one, particularly if you really do enjoy Arkanoid and other breakout derivatives. One of 2 fairly ordinary but not all that bad top-down racers we're going to be seeing in the lower reaches of the list. Hot Rod is a perfectly typical example of such a game. You've got a bunch of cars, you can upgrade between races as long as you don't come last, there's a few different terrains to play with. It is what it is, basically. Good, but not as good as Supercars 2 on the Amiga. Here's something a bit different, a Dragon Ball Z game. Now, as is often the case with these, it's a one-on-one fighter, although quite a different one. Here you're playing from a first-person perspective, jumping about and charging up various wild attacks. There's not an awful lot to the game, you can't exactly move around too much, and it's mainly just holding down buttons, getting those big charge-ups and wars in and trying to hit the opponent. You can dodge and block and you can go close in for some rapid combos, but it is more spectacle than game in many ways. However, that is not necessarily a negative in an arcade setting, of course. This would fit right into any game centre you can think of, so it's not bad. And here's the other fairly ordinary but not all that bad top-down racer. Rough Racer has a single screen layout, a fair bit like the Atari Super Sprint games. I like this sort of presentation a lot more, which is why this got the nod over Hot Rod, even if it's not exactly original and, indeed, perhaps a bit more derivative. As in most games like this, you're racing and pacing and hogging the turns, you're looking for someone whose fire still burns, and you've got some nitrous oxide to play with too. It's all good so long as you don't crash and end up last. Perfectly acceptable. Well, this one to start the top 40 is a weird one. Wally no Sagase is a Where's Wally based game, or Where's Waldo if you're American. Most attempts to turn the elusive man of the bestriped jumper into a video game have been complete disasters, of course. This is somewhat better by virtue of adding a strict time limit, a whole lot of bells and whistles, and some completely strange sections like this one where you have to tickle a bearded man's foot. It's all in Japanese, so I'm not sure what exactly is going on here, but I doubt it's any less strange when placed in context. However, all of these things means that I can absolutely say that this is by far the best Where's Wally based game in the entire history of video games. And with that, I do believe I found a new top example of damning something with faint praise. Here's Air Rescue, streaking in at number 39 and looking quite fancy, for 1992 anyways. This isn't bad. It's basically a first-person choplifter where, once again, you have to go behind enemy lines, rescue hostages, and bring them back to base. This is a bit more forgiving, mind you, in that your ship can take a little bit of a beating. It is tricky to get used to and it's not exactly a technical showcase anymore, but it's not bad. This is the first twin cabinet system multi-32 game on the list, by the way. 2 players can play simultaneously, but they've both got their own cab to play with. Annoyingly, this means that when you play it in MAME, by default the game looks like this. Not a big deal, and I presume there's some setting or other that could be changed, but yeah, we've got a few of these games here. Also of note is that Air Rescue was one of the few System 32 games to get a home port. Sort of. Of all things, it was for the Master System, and obviously it wasn't too faithful. True to the game's origins, it's a perfectly okay side-scrolling game that plays much like a follow-up to Choplifter. And in fact, here's another multi-system game right away. F1 Exhaust Note is one of 3 Formula 1 racing games we're going to be seeing here. 2 of them, the ones by Sega, are pretty average. Better than Radmobile at least, but still not brilliant racers. Most of Sega's races in this time are in a bit of an awkward spot, just after most of the legendary Scalar games, just before hitting the front again with Virtua Racing. Not exactly bad games, they've just been almost completely forgotten. Okie dokie, we have a weird and very interesting one. This is Ribbit. If I was to clickbait this one, I would call it the completely unknown Frogger sequel that you never knew existed. This game is a lot like Frogger, as you can surely see. You control your frogs in a very much Frogger grid style, usually jumping on logs and animals and other things, only now the goal is to eat flies dotted around the level. It is perfectly okay, not exactly as charming as the original. And in the end, it was perhaps too close to Frogger. Konami threatened Sega with legal action over the game, meaning its arcade life was incredibly short and the game is ultra rare. Unless you have access to the huge galloping Ghost arcade in Illinois, you'll be very lucky to find this anywhere outside of MAME. It's been far too long since we've seen a classically mediocre top-down shooter, and Scramble Spirits happily fits the bill. This is the sort of arcade game that fits into a weird category of, really? That was originally an arcade? I noticed when I did the original System 16 video that a lot of people said that about Action Fighter. Much like that game, I certainly identify Scramble Spirits as a Master System game and not an arcade. Indeed, it's much better on the Master System too. It's not necessarily a brilliant shooter there, but the arcade version, aside from the nice high-resolution graphics, is not exactly a massive upgrade. Here's the second Sega F1 game. F1 Superlap is the sequel to Exhaust Note, and it makes a few minor improvements. Having an FIA license is obviously quite nice, even if it doesn't do all that much to affect gameplay. The biggest tweak is an overtake button, which acts as a little turbo boost, sort of like DRS, I guess. All of this makes for a marginally better game than Exhaust Note, so it's a couple of places further up. I think it's clear that I'm struggling for much to say with this one, innit? Licensed game time, and it's Alien free. Rather well treated for a not particularly great film, isn't it? Of course, we have the all-time classic Mega Drive game, and we also have the not quite as good but still really cool SNES game, and then there's this arcade, which is a little bit more mediocre. Alien 3 The Gun isn't bad or anything as far as shoot everything that moves type games go, it's just that it's hard for games to stand out here, in all honesty. The Gun does end up feeling a bit like Line of Fire, only with an alien skin. Also, there is a much more memorable rail shooter based on the licensed property to come, so this one's kinda getting a bad beat. Wireframe boxing arcade games had a fairly long shelf life as it happens. Years after Punch-Out, and also years after Sega's own Punch-Out rip-off, Heavyweight Champ, we have a better sequel, Title Fight. Now, as you can clearly see, this game sadly isn't emulated all that brilliantly in MAME. Obviously, it doesn't look like this at all in original form. There's supposed to be an audience, an arena, a Madison Square Garden type thing and all that, not this gradient. But the gameplay itself is as you would expect. It's a happy little button basher. Not exactly filled with deep boxing strategy or anything like that, but then this is an arcade game, not a simulation, so it's fine. Here's another one for the "wait, this was an arcade game" category. Super Masters is the arcade version of a game that eventually saw release on the Mega Drive as either Jumbo Ozaki no Super Masters or Arnold Palmer Tournament Golf, depending on where you are. It's even got by far the best thing about that game, which is the really bouncy and cheerful background music that accompanies the play. No Fantasy Zone Easter eggs, sadly. Anywho, it's a golf game. It's certainly better than that awful first one we saw, but it's not exactly Neo Turf Masters quality. People were very amused during the last list all about Sega's early years to see just how many complete rip-off titles Sega authored back then, and even if they were firmly amongst the top arcade studios by now, in the late 80s, early 90s, you still get the odd bout of blatant unoriginality. I can sum Desert Breaker up in literally one word. It's Mercs. Desert Breaker is so close to Capcom's original top-down game that it really surprises me to find no details on Capcom threatening Sega with legal action. I mean, Capcom tried to sue Data East over Fighter's history, and this is an even bigger rip-off. All that said, Mercs is a pretty good game, and Desert Breaker is a pretty good game too. It obviously loses points for unoriginality, but it's still quite a fun and exciting one and gunner. It does feel appropriate to put Burning Rival next to Desert Breaker, although this game is more important historically. How so? It's the first fighting game by the Sega AM2 division, although it's minus Yu Suzuki. Their next one after Burning Rival would be a rather obscure title by the name of Virtua Fighter. Burning Rival is the toe dipped into the water, I guess. This is a competent game indeed, but as with many fighters of the time, it is trying to ride on Street Fighter 2's coattails. The best thing about it though is Zero One's really smooth animation. Even though the characters are kind of generic in the game, the animation is damn good. It's just a shame that's the only really notable thing about it. Okay, here's something controversial. I do like quite a lot of competitive puzzle games. A lot of the ones I like are quite similar to Puyo Puyo. There's even other games that are pretty much in the Puyo Puyo universe that I really do enjoy, but I'm not massively big on the original Puyo Puyo, and never have been. Whether it's here in the arcade or on the Mega Drive, or even if it's got a Sonic related reskin. I just get annoyed by this one, and I'm not overly sure why. I always find it difficult to actually match the blocks because they're not differentiated enough for a start. I mean, to be fair, that doesn't help that I'm a little colourblind when it comes to blue and purple. I'm just no good at it at all, as you can plainly see. Still, this doesn't extend to a dislike of the whole franchise. Compile's game is hugely influential, worthy of all the praise it gets. I just don't enjoy it. One of those, know what I mean, eh, Faulty?
You got me! Oh no! Oh no!
Sega and sports don't always go hand in hand, aside from obvious things like their racing games and a whole load of baseball titles back in the System 16 days. This is the third arcade board countdown we've done for Sega, and shockingly, Super Visual Football is the first footy game that we've seen. Just wasn't their thing, I guess. Mind you, they would get pretty good at it. Super Visual Football is, like a lot of System 32 titles, a sort of mix between 2D and 3D. Different and cool perspective, flat sprites. Surprisingly easy for an arcade game too. Either that or I'm just too strong when it comes to arcade football games. It's fun, but eclipsed in Sega's library as soon as Virtua Striker came out. This really is the list of puzzle games, and Blockseed finally gives us a Tetris variation, Sega's second big one after Flashpoint. Blockseed's take on the classic is based around different power blocks that will either help or hinder you in your quest to form tetrominos into lines, depending on what you're doing. You can clear a whole bunch of blocks at once, you can add blocks in one at a time with the help of Flicky, chuck a 16-ton weight in there, amongst other things. You need to do it fast, as incomplete lines will start appearing in the well if you dawdle. I prefer Flashpoint to this one, I have to say, but it is quite a neat variation, coming out a while before the main Tetris franchise itself really started dipping into power-ups. Stack Columns is the first of a couple of Columns games. You didn't think that wasn't going to make an appearance here, did you? These boards are the home of Sega's Columns titles, and Stack Columns here can simply be summed up as competitive columns. In the main it just plays like regular columns, only with the addition of the stack which first appeared in Columns 3. You build that up and then you unleash the wall from below onto your opponent. Also of note is a weird plot where you avenge your father's death, and Sega's quite amusing commentary on gaming history. I found myself facing up against a genius Russian monkey by the name of Pajitnov, trained by the science department to do their bidding for presumably little more except bananas. Kinda like the man himself and his lack of compensation for making Tetris, isn't it? Number 25, right about the halfway point of the list, is a fitting spot for a game that many find to be a very curious one. Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. This was the Blue Bullet's first major arcade outing, after all, and yet it's quite an obscure game that was never released outside of Japan. A big part of this was because Sega's main aim for this game was purely to have a really successful Sonic title in their home country, where they were still primarily seen as an arcade studio. It wasn't even their first attempt. There was a competitive puzzle game called Sonic Brothers, created by no less a figure than the creator of Bubble Bobble, Fukio Mitsuji. This game, however, didn't pass Sega's location testing, and thus it ended up unreleased, hence why it's not ranked here. Sega Sonic the Hedgehog would be the one that finally gave the spiky blue hedgehog a proper presence in their game centres. The weirdness doesn't really stop there. This and other games are called Sega Sonic because, for a very short time, Sega actually lost their trademark rights to Sonic, apparently because Sega of America didn't file paperwork in time. The handful of Sega Sonic titles that came out in 1993 are the result of that. And then the game itself is also weird. An isometric game that's controlled with a trackball, it plays a lot like an obstacle course with jumps to make and traps to dodge, and not an awful lot in the way of enemies. It's quite short, pretty slight as a game, and very hard to play in MAME due to the very twitchy controls. The story of the game is a hell of a lot more interesting than playing it, that's for sure. But it's a very curious part of the history of Sega's main mascot. Here's a beat 'em up by Sega that never left the arcades. And no, it's not the one everyone thinks of as soon as that's mentioned. This is Arabian Fight, a jolly snazzy game for 1991 that puts you in the shoes of four warriors who must rescue a princess that's fallen in the hands of a corrupt sheik in very generic fashion. The game comes with quite a lot of bells and whistles. It's a System 32 game and the visual effects are quite something, with enemies jumping into the action from the foreground, or indeed being thrown out of it Turtles in Time style, and some really awesome magic effects. It is not all the way impressive. The animation is pretty damn lousy, almost to the level of a digitised game like Pit Fighter. But on the gameplay front, the game ain't half bad. It's certainly a hell of a lot better than DD Crew. You may well still Google your eyes a bit at some of this game's ultra cool tricks. I said at the start that this list would be quite weird. We've got strange puzzle games, strange licensed titles, strange games involving Sega's main mascot, all sorts. A lot of this is because many of the games in this list never left Japan, so a lot of them are obscure as a result. But a lot of them are certainly worth plucking out of that obscurity. And games rarely get more Japanese than Zunzunkyu no Yabu, an arena shooter of sorts where you play as a statue and take on various different enemies, all incredibly steeped in Japanese culture. Hints of Buddhism, tons of salarymen, strange game shows, it's all here. I suppose it's not surprising that this game never got localised, I mean, just look at it. But that didn't stop I'm Sorry from getting a Western release, so hey, you never know. It's almost a shame that this game didn't, as it's actually a lot of fun as well as being totally strange. A very playable arcade game indeed that I would definitely recommend to people. Now, just because a game's based on a major licence, hell, one of the biggest you could get in this time period, doesn't mean that the end result isn't going to be quite odd. Case in point, Sega's Jurassic Park arcade game. This is quite different from the game we'd see on the Mega Drive. Much like Alien 3, we've got a rail shooter. And Jurassic Park is one of the most ridiculous examples of the genre. A frenzied ride where you're stuck on the back of a jeep, literally millions of dinosaurs are thrown at you, you even somehow end up in the middle of the dinosaurs' extinction at one point, there's thousands of smiling raptors, and the whole thing is accompanied by perhaps the weirdest soundtrack in the history of arcade games. It sounds like every instrument being thrown down a spiral staircase at once. Seriously, it's more out there than Streets of Rage 3. Is it a good game? That's debatable, but it's certainly quite the memorable one. If you know your Mega Drive games well, you may be aware of a quite cool early puzzle game on the system called Junction. You get a grid, you've got a marble, and you need to construct its path. A neat take on Pipe Dream, basically. Borench here is quite similar to that, only this time you've got far bigger levels. You get plenty of bonus points for constructing loops and touching bonus stars and so on, but you don't necessarily get masses of time to do such things, as the ball starts moving fast pretty sharpish. It kinda has Junction's odd little vibe too, which is nice to see. I always like it when a puzzle game doesn't have a generic or cutesy appearance. Another one that I would recommend to puzzle boards, and unlike a lot of the puzzlers here, it's not even competitive. The top 20 begins with Spider-Man. I seem to play this game quite a lot for whatever reason, even if it's not especially brilliant. It is a Spider-Man game, mind you. You can play as Spider-Man, obviously, as well as other characters who aren't Spider-Man. Okay, let's give them a fair shout. There's Hawkeye, Black Cat, and Namor, and they're all fine. They get to fight the typical Spider-Man rogues gallery in what's a mixture of beat-em-up action and platforming. You get different sections of the stage where the level will zoom out, and you'll get to do some more traditional single-plane shenanigans. Is it a jack-of-all-trades and a master of none? Kind of. Spider-Man's a pretty high-quality IP as far as licensed games go, with some exceptions. And this is about in the middle of Spider-Man games. It's perfectly fine. As mentioned previously, I am not big on the original Puyo Puyo. However, there's plenty of other games in the series and loads of variations, most of which I prefer. Puyo Puyo 2 is a thoroughly nice sequel, mainly because, well, it's just easier to bloody play in all honesty. It's a lot easier to differentiate colours this time around, hey! Slight blue and purple colour blindness issues aside, this doesn't change too much compared to the original. It's a perfectly good competitive puzzle game that would inspire an awful amount of really creative variations that would often better Compile's first efforts. It's another multi-system 32 game. Annoying to play in MAME? Perhaps, but Hard Dunk is actually a lot of fun. We've got more pseudo 3D action, just like the football game we saw a few entries ago, but instead we've got street basketball played with just the one hoop. Doing such a thing is quite smart actually. This would probably be far more bloody annoying if there was all sorts of revolving crap like some rubbish SNES Mode 7 sports game, but instead it's a nice basketball game that plays very quickly. Of course, for most people there is no point to playing any arcade basketball game that isn't NBA Jam, and I can certainly respect that as it is one of the greatest arcades ever, but Hard Dunk definitely has its own merits. Sticking with pseudo 3D, here's Stadium Cross. We're going back to racing games. This is a bit different actually, as it's motocross. Not something I'd have necessarily expected to see, but here we go. Actually, there is another Sega motocross game that we'll see in the next video. You've got your typical motocross stadium course with lots of jumps that you should try and take properly, but amusingly in a touch no doubt inspired by Road Rash, you can also punch your fellow riders in the face. I'm sure that doing this would be completely illegal in an actual motocross race, and it doesn't actually seem to affect the action all that much, but you can still do it as much as you want, which is cool. I quite like this as a racer, as it goes. It's a lot better than the others we've already seen, even if Sega was still hardly operating at final form when it comes to racing games.
Number 1 takes off. Number 5 is in the lead. 1 to go. Who's going to win the championship this season? Number 5 is in the lead. 1 to go.
We are once again sending our love down the well, and this time we're sending it along with a bunch of hexagons. This is one of those really cool Puyo Puyo variations. You build from the top and you've got hexagons that interlock in various ways. 4 or more hexagons of the same colour will disappear, and obviously the idea is to get as big a line of the same coloured hexagons as possible. As with a lot of the games, the tricky part is that you're going to have multiple big colour blocks going at the same time, and you're trying very hard not to ruin them. It's very risk-rewarding. How big do you want to go, and just when do you make the move? Hopefully you make it before the opponent does. It's such a cool little balancing act, and this game is also appropriately head-spinny. I really enjoy it, and definitely recommend it. We're into the top 15 now, and we've got another case of a poor game that got eclipsed rather by a different home version with the same name. In the System 16 video we had poor old Cyber Police eSWAT, and now we have Shadow Dancer. This one's almost a double dipper in fact, in that either people greatly prefer the Mega Drive Shadow Dancer, or they consider Revenge of Shinobi to be the proper sequel to Shinobi and not, you know, this. Shadow Dancer is closer to the arcade original in that you die in one hit, and you've got a number of bombs to defuse in each level, functioning the same as the Little Ninja Kids. The big and very cool change is that you also have a doggo. He's named Shadow, and he's great at bothering enemies who are that little bit trickier to reach, allowing you to then get in there with the old shuriken. A lot of people don't seem to care too much for the original Shadow Dancer either here in the arcade or on its various ports, but I have really strong memories of this game and will happily stick up to it, even if it did get superseded pretty frickin' sharpish. Once again we are in weird territory. Dark Edge isn't a game too many people know, but it certainly sticks out. During a time when most people were perfectly content to rip off Street Fighter 2 and be done with it, and as we've seen Sega were not wholly without sin there, Dark Edge goes in a new direction and presents a 3D fighter, or pseudo 3D, where you can go everywhere. You're in profile, you're third person, you're facing the screen, all sorts. I mean, it is very pseudo 3D, seeing as it's only early 1993 still, but it's a great example of just how far Sega had come with sprite scaling. Seeing just how dynamic it all is and how smooth everything moves is still quite impressive. And as good as the game is technically, it's also quite fun to play and filled with both close in action and lots of projectile fun. I guess you could call this a precursor to the later and very awesome indeed Virtua Long games. We won't be talking about those for a couple of videos yet, but this game's a right good laugh. Of all the weird games in this video, we're now coming to the first of Sega's signature titles in this regard. And my word, it is a crying shame that we never got to see the puzzle and action games in the West. This one here, Tantar, is awesome. These games were sort of originally birthed by Bonanza Brothers, which we're going to see in a few entries' time. While the puzzle and action games are very different, they have much the same art style. These are, as the title might suggest, action-packed and quick-fire puzzles. You've got a puzzle that appears very simple, but you only have a short time to do them in, and you have to complete a handful of these to complete a stage. It's very similar to games like Point Blank or WarioWare, and well, look at how successful those were. I think that Tantar or Ichidantar or all the others not getting a Western release was a bit of a missed opportunity, to be honest. They could have been big hits. As it is, they did pretty fine in Japan, and it's easy to see why. They're highly addictive, and the sort of fun that can be enjoyed by absolutely anybody. Great game. Columns is back again, and here's Columns 2. This is kind of the odd one in a lot of people's eyes, seeing as we had ports of Columns just about everywhere, we had Columns 3 on the Mega Drive, but Columns 2 is arcade only. Odd, sort of. It's easy to see why, seeing as Columns 2 is basically just flash columns. You've got to take out the flashing blocks, much like Flashpoint. Indeed, most of the Columns home versions have flash columns in them, meaning that they could be classed as ports of Columns 1 and 2. I enjoy the flash variation of Columns. It's not all that much different from the original, and not exactly as wild as the worlds you get in Flashpoint, but it's still a cool take on a classic puzzle game. Just outside the top 10 we have another obscurity. You may well have never heard of Slipstream. This is a game from 1995 using the System 32 hardware, but for whatever reason this was made and published entirely by Capcom. Beyond the board that was used, Sega weren't involved in this one at all. Also, it appears that Slipstream only ever came out in Latin American countries, and it was also the last game released for the System 32 board. Now I can't think why this didn't get a fuller release, because this is a really bloody good F1 style racing game. I mean, it absolutely craps all over those utterly average Sega efforts at F1 racing we saw ages ago. It's got a nice camera angle, a really good feeling of speed, it's got a cool balance between arcade and simulation. It's awesome. Now, I have no idea why this never ended up getting any kind of full release, in all honesty, but if I had to guess, I would say that racing games using 2D sprites like this one in 1995 would have been seen by most as very, very old hat. Now, I can certainly see why people wouldn't bother with this when you've got the likes of Sega Rally Championship and Daytona USA kicking about, not to mention Ridge Racer and so many others. But now, with all of that not exactly part of the equation anymore, it's easier to see Slipstream as the really good racer that it is. Perhaps the last great classic 2D racing game, in fact. Highly recommended. At last, we're in the top 10. And here's another game that doesn't necessarily spring to mind as being an arcade original. Crackdown is bloody great, but what with the tiny sprites and the small display, this feels way more like a console game. Obviously it doesn't help that I've never played the arcade until now, and I've played the Mega Drive game for years, and it helps even less that the game isn't emulated perfectly in MAME. You see that there's a lot of trouble with the top-down map. Still, it's a cool game in general. Very different indeed for a top-down shooter with a lot more strategy involved, the ability to take rudimentary cover, and a very wide range of enemies. It's certainly a standout title, and I'll happily play the game in just about any form. I mean, perhaps not early 90s weird Spectrum port, but yeah, any other will do. The Cosmic Ballet continues with the arcade Thunder Force game. Thunder Force AC isn't hugely different from its more famous console counterparts, seeing as it was made for the Mega Drive-alike System C board. Indeed, the sprites and stages are basically identical to Thunder Force 3 for the most part. You'll get clearer voice samples this time, mind. And you'll also get the addition of some stages and enemies from Thunder Force 2, which is cool because you don't have to play through the crappy top-down stages in order to experience them. Yay! It all makes for a bit of perfectly familiar and jolly good Thunder Force action, certainly one for fans of the series. It should be noted that this game specifically was the basis for the red-headed stepchild of the series, Thunder Spirits on the SNES. And it should also be noted that if you've got a Switch, you'll be able to play a Sega Ages version of this in, well, as of a couple of days ago I believe. Cooler? Doing a Switch announcement like that makes me feel just like Wood Hawker. In at number 8, we've got the third instalment in the Outrun series. This game was kind of crap in its ports on the Mega Drive, but Outrunners is an awesome arcade. To me it feels like the proper sequel to the original Outrun. I've never been a huge fan of Turbo Outrun. To me it didn't feel like much of an Outrun game, especially as it got rid of the alternate routes, which to me is pretty bloody essential to the game. The multiple routes are back with a vengeance here, with loads of different stages to go through, along with some cool little extras like a radio that you can flick through during play. It's nice to have silly things like that. Much like Slipstream, Outrunners is one of the last hurrahs for the old school 2D racer. Not long after this, most everything you would see in the arcades would be 3D. Outrun would soon become 3D too, and it would be even better than this as a result. But Outrunners was a nice little last instalment of driving fun, at least for a while.
Come on, car number 1.
This is kind of a surprise actually. I've always been a bit when it comes to Bonanza Brothers, so I wasn't expecting to give it a particularly good ranking. And yet, here it is at number 7. Like a fair amount of these top titles, I'd never played the arcade version before. I'm totally used to its acceptably average Mega Drive conversion. But, damn, I didn't realise just how pretty this game is, and how bloody smooth and clean it moves as an arcade. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about the System 24's high resolution. It's gorgeous. What a cool little art style it's got. And it is a good laugh. You play as a pair of sublime master thieves, making your way through locations and robbing everything you can, evading or shooting guards along the way. It always amused me that Western localizations were keen to say that actually these guys are former thieves who are just testing out these security systems. They're not actually robbing these buildings blind or anything. You know, even though they escaped from the roof via helicopter, it's all totally kosher. Yeah, needless to say, these guys are not ex-thieves in the original Japanese version. They're working thieves. Sorry to burst your childhood bubble there. After playing the arcade version for this list, I have a brand new appreciation for Bonanza Brothers. It's a lot better than I'd previously given it credit for. Also, as mentioned previously, Bonanza Brothers would eventually beget the Puzzle and Action series. Here's the second of those that we're seeing here, Ichidanta. And it's more of the same. Excellent quickfire puzzling that we saw in Tantar. Even though this game never left Japan, it's perfectly simple to play and the language barrier never comes into play. So, you know, you should absolutely play these, whether you do so on MAME or on the Mega Drive ports or on a compilation or wherever. Again, these games were just such a missed opportunity. I do reckon they'd have made some waves over here. You really ought to have a good stab at them.
Get him! You are under arrest.
Much like the origins of Tetris, Columns was the result of Sega plucking a little-known computer game out of general obscurity. The 1989 original by Jay Gertzen could be found on various platforms, primarily on the Atari ST, and in fact there are even clones of the game that just predate the release of Sega's arcade columns, such as Colorless on the Amiga from early 1990. And again, most people would think of this as a Mega Drive game, and not really an arcade game. That's hardly inaccurate, seeing as this is a System C game, and it's just about identical to the Mega Drive release that came a couple of months later. Whichever way you play it though, Columns is outstanding. To me it's pretty much as good as Tetris, and I've spent an incalculable amount of time playing both of them. There's a lot of satisfaction to be found in building up big wells and trying to get huge combinations, even if it has to be said that a lot of the time you might not actually know too much about it. It's a game made for Bob Ross, one where you have these happy little accidents that clear an entire world just when you think you're about to fill it. It's highly addictive, and the ancient Greek-style presentation, complete with relentlessly catchy music, is iconic. There are many cool variations on Columns, and we've even seen a whole bunch of them in this list, but as good as those may be, they still can't quite top the original recipe. Leaving aside the bloody awful computer game, Michael Jackson's utterly batshit Moonwalker ended up getting a pretty damn fine treatment by Sega. We do of course have the thoroughly good side-scroller for the Mega Drive, a game that you might expect would have had an arcade version. It's got all the hallmarks of good arcade play after all. However, the Moonwalker arcade game is totally different, and in fact it's even better. Here we've got an isometric viewpoint, plenty more stages, and various things that the games share. You've still got to rescue the kidnapped kiddies, you still attack with a magic touch, and you can make every enemy on screen dance, dance, dance to their death. And of course, you have one of the coolest power-ups in game history, the ability to grab a shooting star and turn into Super Mecha Jackson, straight from the movie, firing frickin' lasers and missiles and all sorts, turning enemies into liquid effluent. I mean, what can you say other than, ha ha, I like it? You just can't. This plainly rules, and it happens a lot more frequently in this arcade game than it does in the Mega Drive game, where Mecha Jackson is actually kind of rare. Moonwalker is generally a pretty great artifact from Jackomania, and while DJ Sloop or indeed Smooth MJ is probably disappointed that it isn't number 1, it still more than earns a place in the top 5. Into the top 3, and we've got another sweet beat 'em up. One that didn't seem to be massively appreciated at the time, but I've always dug it and it seems more and more people are feeling it. Alien Storm rocks. It's quite similar to Golden Axe, of course. It uses the same engine and the sprites are even kinda similar in parts, but there's a few upgrades here and there. One of the cool things about Alien Storm is just how much the gameplay switches up. There's the regular brawling sections, the running sections, and the brilliant little rail shooter sections where you trash just about everything in sight while laying these alien busters down. It's hard to be bored by the game at any point. And it's just got such a fun aesthetic. Very 1940s B-movie, very tongue-in-cheek, filled with poor civilians that suddenly get eaten or crushed and turn into monsters, aliens spewing out from every conceivable item on the streets, a frickin' Commando Cody-esque robot, and even the ability to pulverise all the enemies on screen with a nuclear missile. Totally not overkill at all, that. And whether you choose to set the world afire for the sake of killing a few tricky aliens or not, you'll have a tremendous amount of fun with this one. An excellent arcade game indeed, and happily people are coming around to its brilliance. Now, picking the number one game for this list was very tricky. By far the toughest decision I've had to make in one of these lists to date. We have two absolute gems facing off, and they're kinda completely different from each other as well. It was hard. But in the end, Gain Ground is number two. That might be a surprise. I have long been a champion of Gain Ground after all. Bluntly put, I think it's a stunning and totally unique take on the top-down genre, filled with strategy and puzzling, an awesome concept of taking war through the ages, the most varied set of characters that you can play with. It's one of my favourite games of all time. The brilliance of Gain Ground comes with working out how to beat stages in the proper way, killing all of the enemies. You'll need to know the details of your characters right down to the hands they use for their two attacks. How do they curl? How good are they with dealing with quick mobs? Who can strafe? Who can attack enemies on raised platforms? There's so much to consider, and when you're riding high, it's amazing. When it all goes wrong, it's a desperate struggle, suddenly thinking on your feet, trying to salvage a situation that can become hopeless very quickly. It's amazing just how quick this game can turn on you. There is so much to say. And while this is all definitely true of the arcade game, complete with aesthetic, music, System 24 high resolution and all of that, it's even more true of the Mega Drive game. That's where Gain Ground truly shines. It's not much different from the arcade, and it even has an entire extra stage. And that's pretty much why Gain Ground ends up with the runner-up spot. It's one of the best games, but much more so in the home. And with that, there's only one choice for the top spot. One of the games that most people will agree is one of the greatest arcade games to never get a home port anywhere. Public feeling for this game is still so strong to the point that despite never having that home port, a company like Arcade 1UP can confidently give it a re-release on one of their mini arcades. Golden Axe Revenge of Death Adder is an all-time classic beat-em-up, one of the greatest ever, one of the textbook examples of how to do a beat-em-up sequel. Revenge of Death Adder is special. It's certainly a big step up graphically from the System 16 original, but it's also pretty different. There's a wider range of characters to pick from. Certainly there's no equivalent in the original game to a character like Little Trix who's super fast and has the power to spawn health power-ups, or of a big giant like Goa. The original Golden Axe trio did cover the fast, strong, all-rounder bases, but it's way more pronounced in Revenge. It certainly makes multiplayer way more interesting. And you'll want as many people as possible playing this. Revenge of Death Adder is so much harder, packed chock full of enemies who ain't exactly going to mess about when it comes to surrounding you. You've got plenty of tools of your own now, of course. There's a wide range of Bizarrians, all the usual attacks, and some absolutely spectacular face-melting magic. It's still an awesome looking game. It uses a lot of the System 32 tricks that we saw in Arabian Fighter a long while ago, but Revenge of Death Adder is definitely the better all-around package. Everything's just so strong here, nothing's sacrificed, great animation, great sprites, the lot. On the whole, what a game. Revenge of Death Adder did for the Golden Axe series pretty much what Streets of Rage 2 did for that series. an absolute blast of a sequel, and as an arcade experience, I think it's the right choice for number 1. And that brings an end to this particular arcade board list. When I look at Sega's Arcade's returns, we're going to go a little different. Not so much a countdown, but a chronological look at the development of Sega's best known arcades. It's time to look at the scalers. We'll also have the vector games too. In other words, it's the big one. Hopefully you're looking forward to that. But until then, bye for now. So far in our look at Sega's arcades, we've mainly kept our feet on the ground. We've looked at their system board games, which for the most part are standard games, complete with standard cabinets. But as fantastic and as classic as the best games from those selections are, they may not be the best representation of just what Sega arcades are all about. Sega arcades are about being eye-catching as all hell, right from the off. The centrepiece of an arcade, the one that's always got a line. Hell, there's a few games that have featured in the list so far that I've had a little bit of a blind spot on, purely because I'm not aware of the cabinet that they come in. Take Hot Rod for example. On the surface it's a pretty generic top-down racer, innit? But as people pointed out, it supports 4 players and it came in a big cocktail cab where everyone has a steering wheel and there's a giant bar with Hot Rod plastered and lit up all over it. That sort of thing makes a difference. You see that, you're going to want to play it. And so, in this video, we're looking at the games that came in the big cabinets, the ones that are perhaps the most impactful in Sega's whole arcade history. Finally, we're looking at the super scalers, we're looking at the vectors. We'll even have a little look at some of the most eye-catching games from the very early days. While we may not be able to play virtually any of the electromechanical and discrete logic titles, at least not in the original form, we can still coo the wonderful machines. And this list isn't going to be a regular countdown because, well, it's kind of hard to do that with these games. The spectacle is often as important, if not more important, than the game. Let's take G-Lock as an example. Not a bad game, but when you just play it on main, you may just think that it's a graphically nice arcade flight game that's a little slow paced and not a lot more. And yet, well, that's kind of missing the point. G-Lock becomes a wholly different matter when you play it in its Afterburner on steroids deluxe cabinet, or even better than that, on the R360 cab that the game was designed for that will literally turn the player upside down. You can't replicate that in MAME. So instead we're going to go chronologically through these games, just because it'll be a bit fairer that way. And it goes without saying that in this video, you're going to see a big chunk of Sega's most famous arcade machines. These represent the cream of the crop, they are justifiably famous, and you'll know them off by heart. And yet there's still a couple of gems you may not know quite so well. Let's start by going way back then, all the way to the 1960s. Where exactly do we start then? That's a tough one. Sega did a fair few electromechanical games and it's no small feat to pick out the ones that particularly stand out. Especially when, you know, it's very hard to experience these games nowadays. They're not emulatable in MAME, of course, seeing as they were made using electronic circuits and dealt primarily with the movement of physical objects. Hell, most of them didn't even have a screen or any kind of projection until the late 60s, when the projection of animated images started to become more common in these games. And in fact, Sega were trendsetters in this regard. But perhaps Sega's biggest innovation in this era, if not the biggest innovation in their entire history, came in 1969 when they released a game called Missile. Not only is this game a pretty awesome looking cabinet chock full of cool dials, a radar and a display where the enemy planes and tank that you control are projected onto, it is also the earliest known arcade game to feature a joystick and fire button. So in short, it's the arcade equivalent of the invention of the wheel. Who do we have to thank for innovations like these then? Well, that would be Sega's first arcade master. Before Makoto Uchida, before Yu Suzuki, before everyone else, there was Hisashi Suzuki. When Suzuki joined Sega in 1962, the company wasn't even Sega. It was officially Nihon Kikai Seizu, previously the manufacturing arm of Service Games Japan. In 1964, this company merged back with Nihon Goraku Busan, previously the distribution arm, to create Sega Enterprises Limited, and that's where things would stay for the next 30 odd years. Hisashi Suzuki would be there for this whole period, primarily as the head of the production and engineering department. As such, most of Sega's famous electromechanical machines are his. This one, Periscope from 1966, is his first. In fact, it's Sega's first big arcade hit. While not exactly original and pretty much adopted from a Namco arcade of the same name, this was a huge hit all over the arcade world. As old as it is, it's got all manner of blinking lights and even sound, both mechanically created and from a soundboard, and as simple as it is, it stands out as a beautiful machine, apparently the first machine that charged $0.25 per play. Periscope is an important part of the company's history for sure, and it can at the very least be sort of enjoyed in a later game. There's a simulation of the game in the PS2 Sega Ages port of Dynamite Deka. The formula for Periscope would be adapted into other games, such as the aforementioned Missile, as well as the likes of 1969's Duck Hunt, another influential title which made use of video projection to produce animations of moving ducks on a screen that could then be shot down. This right here is thought to be the first game that offered a first-person perspective. It's not all shooting either. Here you've got Grand Prix, also from 1969. This is a racing game of sorts where you have to avoid other cars, although unlike earlier examples of this sort of game, it again uses video projection. This is another example of a clone becoming more famous than an original. The game Indy 500 by a company called Casco came first, but Grand Prix by Sega is more famous. More ambitious still is Jet Rocket from 1970. Once again we have targets to shoot, but this game actually gives you a 3D landscape that you can move around in freely in order to locate the targets. Not bad for the time, and Jet Rocket can actually be considered the first flight simulation game. Some would even call it the first sandbox title, or even the first action-adventure game. In any case, Hisashi Suzuki's influence on the world of arcades is basically incalculable. All of the games just mentioned were either his directly, or they were produced under his watch, along with many other electromagnetic games by the company. The ones I've mentioned are the most influential, although there are others that are also known through things like little cameos in media, such as 1972's Killer Shark, famed mainly for its brief appearance in Jaws. This is just a little surface scratch. It's hard to go too much further, especially without experiencing these machines. Alas, that's difficult. These machines are pretty rare in general, and it's even rarer to find one that's actually in good working order because, I mean, they're so old. Still, they're quite something. Even if they're not strictly video games, they sure look a hell of a lot like them. And the next step on the ladder would basically be the link between this sort of title and the conventional video game. The Discrete Logic arcade game. So, what is Discrete Logic? If you look under the hood of a traditional electromechanic game, you'll find a lot of wires. There'll be one or more circuits working together, and it will certainly look very intimidating. The discrete logic approach shrinks the process. Now you've got one board filled with chips containing one or more logic gates, and the end result is displayed via a CRT. Shrinking the process shrinks the machine. Most electromagnetic games are big for obvious reasons, but discrete logic arcades are mostly regular arcade sized, and also cheaper to make. The discrete logic machine was much more suited for larger distribution, what was really needed to bring arcades to the level of popularity and indeed omnipresence they would reach in the mid-1970s. Of course, no machine sums that up better than the granddaddy of them all, Pong from 1972. So what of Sega's discrete logic efforts? Like just about everyone else, they started with a Pong clone, Pontron from 1973, which helped to bring the game to Japanese audiences. After that, 1974's Balloon Gun takes the first-person shooting we've already seen in the electromechanical games to discrete logic for the first time. But it's 1976 where we see Sega really embrace the concept. Quite a few of their more famous discrete logic arcades came out in this year. For example, remember Heavyweight Champ? You may know it as an arcade from the 80s, one that's pretty much a clone of Nintendo's Punch-Out! But it's not the original. The original heavyweight champ from 1976 is quite a different matter, a game where you pull this big old boxing glove out and then release it as you would a spring launcher on a pinball table, while also moving it up and down to adjust the glove's position on the screen. Quite a bit more nifty, that. And of course there's one of the first licensed games ever, Fonz. You get to play as Fonz from Happy Days, riding a motorbike using the handlebars and avoiding other bikes on the road. An evolution from Grand Prix, and actually already released under the names of Man TT and Motocross, although obviously the Fonz branding makes this one stand out a fair bit more. What's notable about these games is that they actually feature Sega's first attempts at sprite scaling, meaning that they are the forefathers to the classic racing games that would come out a decade down the road. 1977's Heli Shooter is another one worthy of mention, mainly because, well, it's such a freaking cool cabinet. In many ways it's the successor to the old Electro-Magnetic game Rocket Shot, but the cabinet here is much more in line with what you're going to see later. You can make a line from this game to the likes of Afterburner. 1978's Amazonian also belongs here thanks to its awesome big cabinet. Even if discrete logic did help reduce the size of arcades considerably, Sega was still more than happy to produce big arcades that, in the case of this one, still contained physical elements. You do fire an actual bullet at the screen in this game, as opposed to it purely being a light gun affair. 1978, mind you, is the time when things shrink even further. Arcade games are going digital, and the microprocessors are taking over. Now you can take everything that a discrete logic board does and then some, and shove it into one single integrated circuit. Taito's Space Invaders can probably take the most credit for that. Funnily enough, Sega did make a clone of Space Invaders using discrete logic, 1978's Space Fighter, but more and more they'd phase out these titles in favour of the new approach. But not before making Monaco GP in 1979, which is by far and away their most famous discrete logic game. A classic and very speedy top-down racer that would influence a whole lot of other games. You go from here to Spy Hunter and all sorts. Much like the electro-mechanical games, a lot of these discrete logic games are of course not available in MAME due to the way that they're made, although in several cases it's easier to find a dedicated emulation of certain titles. If nothing else, there's also ports of a couple of them. Monaco GP can certainly be enjoyed several different ways, from a more contemporary SG-1000 version to a souped-up Sega Ages PS2 remake. Certainly without this long history, we miss out on a lot of the context for the titles we're about to see. Sega's tendency to make games that may be a bit light on gameplay, but certainly spectacular in appearance, goes way back, all the way to the company's first arcades. This is only a brief summary, and is not meant to be exhaustive, but it's important to note it all as we head into the 1980s, starting with the company's few Vector titles. I suppose the Vectors here are in an odd place. A lot of them could simply have been included elsewhere, perhaps in the early years video, seeing as they're more in line with conventional machines. But then the Vector is, in and of itself, a presentation largely unique to the arcades, with only one home system, the Vectrex, that was ever dedicated to bringing the Vector experience home properly. I think they fit in more here as a result. There were 6 Sega Vector games, all of which were made using the G80 board, hardware that was designed to be quite versatile and allowed the operators to swap out G80 games very quickly. G80 is kind of a precursor to the JAMA industry standard, although it was only ever used by Sega. Of the 6 Vector games, one of them, Battlestar, is very obscure and has never been dumped, meaning that we're going to cover 5 games released between 1980 and 1982. Space Fury from 1981 is the first of the Vector games. On the surface it's not wholly original. You have a ship, you have enemies, and you have thrust controls, so it's a fair bit like Asteroids. In fact, almost all of Sega's Vector games owe a fair bit of depth to Asteroids. They play like variations on the theme. However, Space Fury stands out because the graphics are highly improved. There's a good bit of colour there. And there's also a very cool intro. Check this fellow out.
So, a feature for my amusement. Prepare for battle.
It's not a bad take on a familiar game. It certainly helps if you really like Asteroids, of course. And I do. Eliminator, also from 1981, is another asteroids variation. The focus isn't so much on dealing with enemy ships, it's on taking out the big old asteroid that's moving around, that asteroid being the Eliminator of the title. Your shots actually push opponents rather than blowing them up, and you deal with these guys by pushing them into the Eliminator. In fact, the only ways to die are by hitting the Eliminator, or hitting ships that spawn from the Eliminator. Not bad, eh? But single player doesn't do this justice. This is actually a 4-player game. Yep, much like Hot Rod, 4 people can gather around a cocktail cab to play this game at once, duking it out with each other for supremacy and power. In fact, Eliminator is totally unique because it's the only 4-player vector arcade game ever made. So, congratulations to it for having a spot in arcade history where it stands alone. And now, from 1982, we have by far the most famous of Sega's vector games, Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator. Naturally, the license has a lot to do with that. While this is far from the first Star Trek game, it's certainly one of the first that wasn't just a load of text on a mainframe computer. It's both fancy and simple in equal measure. You've got a cracking display, speech samples courtesy of Leonard Nimoy, and all these very cool ships flying about in vector mode. There's lovely little effects all over the game. Mind you, the main play window on the top right is where you'll be focusing a lot of attention, as that's how you track and shoot most enemies. And in this regard, Strategic Operations is actually pretty close to being another variation on asteroids. More thrust controls and a zone of ships to destroy. Obviously that's not a bad thing, especially when it's all wrapped up in such a great pile. Honestly, this is one of my favourite early Sega arcades. I think if I had included this game in the early years Sega list, Star Trek would have most certainly been in the top 3. It's bloody great, and one of the best Star Trek games ever. Here's another very cool vector game indeed, TACScan. This is the one that's actually not like Asteroids at all. It's a more traditional scrolling shooter, only in vector form. It comes with a cool idea though, in that you control an entire fleet of ships at once, as many as 7 of them. Controlling 7 ships makes for a pretty big target, and you can obviously expect to lose plenty of them, but rather than just having lives, you have a quantity of ships, and you can regenerate them as you see fit with the click of a button. TACScan also has several perspectives and modes of play. There's top-down and third-person, as well as a flying-through-hoops section. You got a lot of change-ups to keep things fresh. There's not too many shooters like it. We saw Starjacker in another vid, but compared to TACScan that feels like a simplification of the concept. Definitely interesting, and worth checking out. And lastly, we have Zektor from 1982. Zektor is once again a bit of an asteroids variation. I think it's basically a follow-up to Space Fury, what with the similar gameplay and another very cool intro that makes use of speech synth and has a rather intimidating looking fellow asking if you're up to the fight.
So you come to take a cell back. You'll have to fight for it.
The game? Well, it's like Asteroids only with a wall surrounding the play area. The wall doesn't kill you, but you bounce back off of it instead of warping to the other side. It looks freaking awesome, of course. There's something that truly sparkles about vector titles, and the gameplay adds a little touch of the arena shooters to it all, making it feel like a cross between Asteroids and Robotron. Probably the least of the 5 games here, but this and indeed every other Sega Vector title are still recommended. There's certainly no stinkers to be found amongst them. Oh, here's something else that we should quickly look at. Sega did have a little part to play in the glory days of the LaserDisc arcade. They had their own special hardware for it and everything, and a few games were released using it. Not many of them are particularly famous, it has to be said. Cobra Command, a game by Data East that uses the hardware, is probably the one that most people would recognise, mainly thanks to it getting a Mega CD port. However, while these games still have the general limitations you often find in LaserDisc titles, they do try, Astron Belt, for example, isn't wholly linear and generates scenes at random depending on how the game is played. Still, there's only so much you can do. In many ways though, the games are still quite nice to look at. However, while the original LaserDisc games may not necessarily be standouts compared to the more famous titles in the field, it's worth jumping all the way forward to 1991 and spending a little bit of time talking about Time Traveller. In the last video, we covered a little game called Holosseum. It was a pretty bare-bones fighting game, but it was notable because of its holographic cabinet. If you played it on the original hardware, it'd look as though the sprites were actually standing and not just being moved about on a screen, which is all very nice. However, the holographic cabinet was not originally designed for Holosseum, it was made for Time Traveller. This game's pretty ambitious. No less a figure than Rick Dyer, Mr. Dragon's Lair himself, was involved in its production, casting actors, filming them on a big old green screen, and getting them in his little virtual play. The game was marketed as if it were a controllable theatre piece, taking place on this little stage where you have these real people moving around, only they've been shrunk to about 5 inches tall. It's very nice indeed. Now, of course, as with most LaserDisc games, in the end the gameplay comes down to quick-time events, and ultimately the concept of holographic arcades didn't really catch on. Still, it's quite a cool thing to see, even now. Okay, at last, here's what we've been waiting for. The scaling games. The big ones. Sega's signature arcade titles. For all of the great non-scaler games that the company released, it's almost impossible to imagine a Sega that never made any of the Super Scaler games. Just, where would they be as a company without them? Would they even still be around? Who knows? Particularly in the mid-80s, the Super Scaler games would help Sega dominate in arcades and game centres around the world, although the process actually started before that. We've already talked about Sega's first attempts at sprite scaling in the discrete logic days, but their second piece of hardware that was designed for sprite scaling came in 1981 with the VCO Object Board. The VCO Object Board only saw the release of 4 games between 81 and 83, 2 of which are identical to each other, but they all have a part to play. Previously we had Grand Prix, we had Fonz, we had Monaco GP, and we had Night Driver by Atari. But Turbo, from 1981, is considered by a lot of people as the place where racing in the arcades really kicks off. Even if there were games that came before, Turbo was the first third-person racing game that was played in colour. This is the best known arcade title from the legendary Sega programmer named Steve Hanawa, who also wrote the likes of Sinbad Mystery, Monster Bash and Tranquilizer Gun. It also took the most out of him. Hanawa crunched so hard on Turbo that he ended up in the hospital. Still, he delivered the bomb. It's rather similar in gameplay to Monaco GP in that the main aim is to avoid other cars, but then, well, avoiding obstacles and other cars is primarily what arcade racing is all about, innit? It's perhaps a little galling that Pole Position by Namco, released not too long after, became a much bigger arcade hit than Turbo, to the point where it's often the game credited with popularising racing games. Turbo was a big inspiration to Pole Position, but the switching of scenery in Turbo arguably makes it more advanced. As it is, Turbo still remains a highly influential arcade classic. You can't do too much better than kickstarting an entire genre, after all. Sub-Rock 3D is not quite so influential or well known, but has cool touches of its own. I suppose you could call this a digital update of the ancient Periscope. Once again you play as a sub, and you fire at enemies for points. It all seems quite generic, but this is another game that's very much married to its cabinet. You play it through a 3D viewfinder that's shaped much like a periscope, meaning that the game itself displays a 3D image, and once again this was another arcade innovation from Sega. Naturally you can't get this experience in MAME, but even so it's not bad to play, just quite simple. Not the same without a periscope to control perhaps, but it's all good. The last 2 VCO Object games are the same, although they're pretty well known. Sega released Zoom 909 in Japan in 1982, and this game perhaps represents something a bit new. A very speedy third-person flying game largely based in tunnels, with a set of targets to shoot and lots of different scenes that change very quickly, a la Turbo. While you can think of Turbo and Sub-Rock as evolutions of much earlier concepts, Zoom 909 is more like the start of something. This is the beginning of the path towards games like Space Harrier and Afterburner. The building blocks of the gameplay are most certainly there, even if the graphical quality isn't quite there yet. And like those games, Zoom 909 is pretty fun to play even now. Mind you, some of you may think that this game is familiar, but you don't know it as Zoom 909. This game is better known worldwide as Buck Rogers' Planet of Zoom. The games are virtually identical, just with a couple of little graphical changes. Sega got the Buck Rogers license shortly after releasing Zoom 909 and decided to rebrand the game. This is definitely one of Sega's best known arcades pre-1985. A big hit, and it was also ported basically everywhere at the time, from ColecoVision to Atari 2600 and of course the ZX Spectrum, thus beginning a long tradition of home ports of sprite scaling games trying their best even if they hardly did the original title justice. Right, now we get to 1985 and the glory days of the Superscaler. This was the year where Sega would introduce a brand new 16-bit board for their scaler games, and while most of the previous scalers were hits, this would be the game changer. The 16-bit sprite scaler games were monoliths. There was nothing else in the arcade that could come close to them. Obviously they'd drive a high price too, but pretty much any arcade operator would lap these machines up, looking for a premier attraction that, naturally, you could charge a bit more per play for than you could for any regular arcade game. There would be 4 boards specially designed for Superscaler games. The first 2 were specifically designed for 1 or 2 games, while the last 2 tried to fit everything in. The first is either known as the Sega Hanon or Space Harrier board, depending on what game it's running. If you use that logic, I guess you could call it Sega Enduro Racer too, although no one does that. The board itself was designed by the legendary Yu Suzuki and comes with a whopping 2 68000 processors running at 6.2937 MHz, as well as the 8345608 Superscaler video board itself, with 16 processors running at 18.811 MHz and the ability to scale 7680 sprites and textures every second. All this was, of course, enough to make it by far the most advanced arcade hardware available at the time. A great deal of the Hanon hardware's design would also inform the System 16 board, although that dropped one of the 68000s in favour of just having one that was clocked faster. The Space Harrier variation, naturally used for Space Harrier, is a little bit different, mostly a load of upgrades, such as 2 68000s now running at 10 MHz, 2.6 megabytes of memory, a maximum of 2456 kilobytes of EEPROM, amongst other things. Unlike the Hanon board, the Sega Outrun board was only ever used for Outrun games, although there is a version of Super Hanon for the hardware, it doesn't make any special use of it. Once again, it's a largely upgraded version of the previous board. The dual 68000s have been clocked higher again, hitting 12.5 MHz. The biggest additions were to the video board, which now uses a much nicer frame buffer system to render sprites out. Lovely. Why go to all this length, mind you? What's the point of all these upgrades? Well, in the main, it was used so that 2 different roads could be drawn in-game, thus making the ability to choose where you're going in Outrun so fluid and, well, possible. The effect in Outrun where the road splits into 2, that would not have been possible on the regular old Hanon board. So now you know. Next up, we have the X board from 1987. Finally, Sega decided to make a board that's going to be suited for more than just one game, which is naturally what you would have expected them to do eventually. That is after all what they did with the system boards. There's not too much specifically different about this board compared to what we've already seen aside from pure power. The X board was built as an upgrade to the Outrun board, and quite a big one to the point where it can actually handle twice the amount of sprites and textures at any one time, jumping up to a maximum of 256 in any given frame. The upgrades on the X board also allowed for a lot more in the ways of sprite manipulation, making for a great deal more variation in games and effects. The most iconic example of this would probably be the super fast sprite rotation in Afterburner. That's the sort of thing the X board could do that the previous boards couldn't. The X board is the most prolific of Sega's scaler boards, responsible for 9 full-blooded arcade video games. And eventually we get to the Y board. The Y board is actually a little bit different in how it's designed compared to the X board. It's a little bit more than just adding beef. Although of course the end result is a total monster. 3 68,000s. That's all you really need to say. And a massively upgraded GPU indeed. How so? Well, I previously cooed about how the X can display a maximum of 256 sprites at any one time. Pretty nice, sir. Well, the Y board can display 2,176. It's kind of a different ballgame. It can do just about everything that you want from a scalar game, all the manipulation and everything in real time. No mean feat. There's a certain smoothness about the Y games that makes them stand out. There's only 6 of them, but all of them are just about the beastliest arcades available at the time. You couldn't hope to get anywhere even remotely close to arcade accuracy for any of these games in the home until the PS2 generation. And there, that sums up the boards. Of course it would be rude not to mention the System 32 board as well. While we have already covered the games from that board, the System 32 was designed to finally bring everything all together, both big sprite scaling games and more regular but very nice looking arcade games in one big old 32-bit package. It did a fine job, of course. Still, I kept it in another video because I wanted this to be purely dedicated to the scalar games only. So, let's look at the lot of them. As a collection, they could just about fill an arcade hall of fame entirely on their lonesome. Yu Suzuki's Hanon. This is still really something. It may be the first of the super scalars, and it may well have been superseded by many others after, but as soon as that music kicks in, you're just so freaking ready for how brilliant this game's gonna be. Yu Suzuki just got it. He has this innate sense of what appeals to people on a gut level that made his games so good. He wanted to give people that experience of hanning off a bike, as it were, even if he got the translation a little wrong. And the beautiful thing about Hanon is that really it works no matter what. Obviously the actual bike cabinet is iconic and the most perfect way to play this game, but Hanon's still awesome when you're playing it on MAME with a controller. It's an arcade classic, of that there is no doubt. Also worthy of a little note is Hanon Jr., the non-superscalar version of the game that was more than a little bit pared down. This actually runs on a board we've not mentioned, the System E board, which is kind of like the System C board in that its insides are basically that of a Master System's. So this game isn't exactly a looker or anything, but hey, it's still bloody Hanon and therefore good. And the icons do not stop there. Here it is, one of my all-time favourite arcades. The third-person rail shooter, as introduced in Zoom 909 a couple of years back, goes a whole level beyond in 1986 with Space Harrier, another Yu Suzuki game. This is a concept that had stuck with Suzuki for quite a long time, right from the beginning of his career, but it took until now, a few years down the road, for it to become reality. This beautiful little fantasy zone filled with endlessly memorable creatures, the constant intense gameplay of trying to dodge every freaking obstacle and bullet while taking down as much as you can, an absolute beaut of a soundtrack. It's all just so quintessentially arcade, isn't it? As excellent and as popular as many of the superscalar arcade games to come were, there's a strong case to be made for Space Harrier being the definitive one. If I were to do this video as I'd done the previous ones, as a countdown from the worst to the best, Space Harrier would unquestionably be my number one. It wouldn't even be close. Every little bit of this game triggers another beautiful memory, right down to all the individual sound effects possessed by each of the monsters and that startup. Obviously it's got the all-time cabinet to match, a glorious sit-down affair that rolls along with your movements. but it goes without saying that Space Harrier just plays beautifully. This isn't just my favourite Sega cabinet, it's one of my favourite ever arcades, like top 3 for absolute certain. Remarkable. Enduro Racer, as awesome as it may be, sure does have a tough act to follow after we've just looked at Space Harrier. But still, this is another fine game built by Yu Suzuki's love of motorbiking. This time we're going off-road, and there's lots of jumps that provide the main satisfaction here, pulling back on the dirt bike's handlebars so that you get all the distance and sticker landing. Enduro Racer is a rock-solid game that helps to perfect the scalar formula, immediately appealing gameplay, excellent graphics for the time, and, of course, an absolutely built-in soundtrack. As with a lot of Sega sound team work, this doesn't feel like just a regular theme, and instead, it feels like an actual song. And of course, many more great examples of that will soon be available. And lastly, for the Hanon board, naturally we have Hanon's big follow-up, Super Hanon. It's much the same gameplay for the most part, but everything's bigger and better. There's way more stages, and indeed multiple courses to choose from, as opposed to the rather small number in the original. There's the turbo feature, allowing you to go even faster. And there's the selection of 4 utterly iconic video game songs. Naturally, it's an even better experience as a result, both here and on the Mega Drive, where the port of Super Hanon is quite possibly the best port for any of the Superscalar games, at least when it comes to contemporary systems. And of course, we should mention Limited Edition Hanon from 1991, a small variation of the game that changes the courses up a little bit to make them a little bit more easygoing. This was the final appearance for the Hanon board, a system that is, well, absolutely perfect. There are no bad games here, they're all gold. So, with that done, it's on to the Out1 board. And obviously, you know what that means. The Yu Suzuki classics just aren't stopping anytime soon. This is, of course, Out1 from 1986. The ultimate driving game, the one where you reach the goal with your girlfriend. You've got a time war, of course, but you don't have to get a position in a race or anything. You just take your Ferrari Testarossa alike and you drive. Lovely jubbly. It feels so relaxed and natural because, well, this is kind of what Yu Suzuki did to help make the game. He went out to Europe, rented a car, and just drove for a fortnight through Germany, Italy, Switzerland, various other places, recording everything. And when he came back to Japan, the end result of the efforts was Out1. Words barely do it justice. It's magic when you get to pick your route and fly along all these different, so iconic areas. It's got the best sound we've heard so far too. The first of these games that allowed us to choose the music we wanted to listen to from 3 classic gaming tracks. And there's the cabinet, complete with, for the first time in an arcade, force feedback on the steering wheel. There's really not much to say that's bad. I mean, unless you go into the home computer ports of the game, that is, then there's an entire book of bad things. But this is just dreamy. I think that's the best word for it. Turbo Out1 is more of the same in many ways, although it's not quite the big jump from Hanon to Super Hanon. It adds a turbo function, of course, and the ability to upgrade your car between stages, but the almighty graphics were mostly there to begin with. Turbo Out 1 leans a lot more into the Cannonball 1 Gumball Rally concept that was actually the original inspiration for the first title, meaning that it feels a bit more like a racing game, kind of somewhere in the middle, between racing and driving. Unfortunately, one result of this is that you no longer choose your route in Turbo Out 1. To me that's kind of a big deal, as choosing your route is one of the things that makes Out 1 what it is, and so I wouldn't say this is in any way an improvement over the original. Still, Turbo Out 1 is a perfectly good driving game. It's right in line with the quality that we've come to expect. It's just not quite as special. Okay, now we move on to the system export. And it couldn't have a much better debut. It's time for some Afterburner. This is another Sega classic that had a bit of an intriguing journey. Originally it was going to be more of a fantasy effort, primarily taking inspiration from Castle in the Sky. However, things changed, primarily thanks to Top Gun, as you might expect, and also Yu Suzuki's experiences of being taken up into the air in a fighter jet with an instructor. With this in mind, Suzuki set out to create a perfect and simple arcade flight sim. You've got your F-14 Tomcat-alike, and your missiles, and an analog joystick. No fancy complicated controls or anything like that. You're straight into absolutely hair-raising action. So really, Afterburner does follow a similar formula to the other Superscalar games, only in the air. The beauty of these titles is how they take something that can potentially be quite complicated and they strip it down to a core. All it takes is one quick jerk of the controls in Afterburner and you're barrel rolling all over the shop, dodging bullets while satisfyingly wrecking any enemy planes with missiles every time you get the FIRE command. It's a whopping load of spectacle, more so than any other Scalar game so far, and to the point where a lot of people think that Afterburner is more about that than it is gameplay. And yet it's still got plenty to offer in a much more simple setting, as iconic as the presentation and in particular that rolling cabinet is. I almost feel like a broken record, as a lot of it comes down to similar strengths that the other games have, like immediate gameplay and glorious music, but then this is the winning formula that Sega constructed, and Afterburner sums it up as good as any other game, really. And of course we do have the second version of the game, Afterburner 2. Despite the name, Afterburner 2 is not so much a sequel as an update on the original, largely consisting of the same stages. However, there are some pretty important quality of life additions. The lock-on system has been fine-tuned, the HUD's been rearranged, and you can now control the speed of your jet, which is actually pretty damn useful. All this and the addition of a couple of new stages make Afterburner 2 generally the best way to experience the game, and almost every port of the game is based on Afterburner 2, with the exception of the first port on the Master System. Either way, it's another arcade legend. And here's another one of my favourites. Thunderblade keeps us in the sky, and we're now in a chopper. This one's a bit different to what we've seen already. Thunderblade is a little bit slower paced and switches around a fair bit with both top-down sections and third person behind the chopper dealios. The big scalar gimmick here, of course, is that your chopper can change altitude in the top-down sections and sink right down into the heat of the action. It has a certain odd vibe, actually, especially with the quite fusion-y music and everything playing as you're blowing everything up with cannons and flying through frickin' caves. Even the Japanese flyer for the game is certainly quite interesting. I guess there's no better way to sum up the game's altitude gimmick than having the chopper fly through a lady's long pins, is there? All that aside, Thunderblade is bloody brilliant. Perhaps less so in the home where it never got a port that was even remotely close, but it's champion in the arcades. Right, after a long one of total classics that you no doubt know very well already, here's something different and obscure. The Superscalar game that you may well not know at all. Which is a shame because it's quite good and very different from basically any other Scalar game. This is Last Survivor. It only came out in Japan, and even then it didn't have a wide release. Le One for this game wasn't even dumped until 2012, although weirdly it did get an FM Towns port. Last Survivor is a very early third-person shooter where you pick a character, gun down various enemies in order to obtain keys, and then make your way to the exit. Sorta like a 3D Gauntlet, complete with enemy generators, treasure and the like. It's a bit slower paced than most third-person games, and the rotary controls take a little bit of getting used to, but surprisingly I quite enjoyed playing this game. I found it to be an addictive little title once I got my head around playing it. All the controls you would expect in a third-person game, just in slightly different forms. I certainly recommend having a look at this, even if it's just out of sheer curiosity. A very cool experiment, and it looks lovely to boot. Next on the menu, we have Line of Fire. Now, okay, to me this is probably the least of all the Superscalar games, but it's not bad. It's just a bit less original, really. Line of Fire is pretty much little but Sega's answer to Taito's Operation Wolf, and while it certainly looks a bit flashier with all its ray casting and whatnot, there's no real denying that Operation Wolf is a far better game to actually play than this. Sega would also make better rail shooters than this one. We've got one coming up later, as well as games like Jurassic Park, which are just a lot more memorable. So, yeah, Line of Fire just doesn't really stand out from the crowd. They can't all be super duper hits, I guess. It was utterly inevitable, with all the awesome driving games we've seen already, that we'd get something based around F1. And of course that ended up being 1989's Super Monaco GP. Obviously this is a name that already carried a lot of weight for Sega. After nearly a decade, this game was marketed as the official sequel to Monaco GP, even though a hell of a lot had happened since then and this game is far, far more advanced. Super Monaco GP is in a little bit of an awkward spot. This is perhaps the only Superscalar game that, despite being very fancy and indeed very good, is very much outstripped by its home versions. The Mega Drive game may not have the graphics, but it's a much more complete game with way more than one track. And that's before we get to the even better Ayrton Senna licensed sequel. The original is still cool as a pure arcade experience, mind you. It pretty much does exactly what it says on the tin. Like many other scalers, this would get a big second revision, although the main reason for this was because Sega finally got sued by Philip Morris for their repeated unauthorised inclusion of cigarette advertising thanks to this game, after a company executive just so happened to stumble across it in an arcade. Whoops! GP Rider from 1990 is our next title, and it kind of feels like the game that brings a whole thread together, the link between Super Monaco GP and Super Hanon, mainly because it's a MotoGP game with courses and laps and everything. In the main it does feel like the next step in the Hanon saga, even if it isn't officially part of that series. It's certainly taken another big leap forward in graphics, similar to the gap between the original Hanon and Super Hanon. That aside, it doesn't necessarily do anything new compared to the racing games we've already seen, but it is pleasantly enjoyable. Here's another very cool game indeed that you might not be aware of, and it's certainly a breath of fresh air after so many racing games. AB Cop brings some good old-fashioned action to the road. It's the future, you've got an air bike, and you've got to bash the absolute crap out of enemies in a Chase HQ style. Usefully, your bike is invincible and can stand up even to the harshest of enemy hits, but there is a time limit to watch out for. You've got to either destroy the quota of enemies or the level's end boss in the allotted time, or it's game over. AB Cop has some very satisfying features indeed. You get some limited jumps to play with that are handy when it comes to avoiding big enemy attacks and getting close in for some bashing, but the most satisfying is triggering the boost, slowing down just a little bit and then hammering the accelerator for a very welcome burst of speed is generally how you want to deal with these enemies, and you're going to need to master this in order to get enough hits on a boss to beat them within the time limit. Overall, this game is freaking awesome. It's not quite so well known, perhaps because it never got ported anywhere, but if you haven't played it, you really ought to. Seriously, it is one of the best Superscalar games. Racing Hero, on the other hand, perhaps isn't one of the best Superscalar games, although it's also quite an obscure one. It's not too bad, it's just that it's another motorbike racing game, only this time it's taken from a first-person perspective. It feels a bit more forgiving than the other racing games actually. The time limits here are a bit more generous than they are in something like GP Rider, where you really need to be good to do so much as finish the first level. You may well find this to be a good thing, and really there's nothing bad about the game at all. A very competently made racer that only suffers because Sega already have a fair amount of these games on the go. And lastly, we've got the beastly games from the System Y board. And the first one is undoubtedly the best of them, Galaxy Force. Sega AM2's 1988 title was another big step forward. I can't imagine just how advanced this looked back when it was released. All these huge frickin' sprites, all this action and moving so smoothly, it must have really been something. And it's certainly a meaty game too. It feels like a big upgrade on the Afterburner formula, with lots of targeting and moving and all of that, but also with the tunnel sections that really flex the System Y board's muscles. There's a lot of very cool game to go along with the presentation and the really big cabinet, that's for sure. It has one of my all-time favourite Sega soundtracks as well, another awesome jazz fusion type affair, much like Thunderblade. As with Afterburner, when we talk about Galaxy Force, we generally talk about Galaxy Force 2. The game's upgrade came out only 2 months after the original, and almost every arcade operator made the switch to the new version, making the original Galaxy Force actually quite obscure. Galaxy Force 2 is much the same game in any case, just with the addition of a couple more stages and the fixing of several bugs. This game was so ambitious at the time that no home version was ever going to hope to come close to it, with the Mega Drive version in particular being an utterly miserable experience. However, some platforms do actually punch above their weight with Galaxy Force. Of all platforms, the Amstrad CPC has a really good and playable version of the game. Obviously nowhere close to the arcade graphically, but great for an 8-bit microcomputer. Power Drift, also from 1988, is another great showcase for the System Y board, mainly just to see how quickly and effortlessly it can manipulate sprites and textures in order to create the game's madcap undulating karting courses. And refreshingly, it's a bit different to the other racing games we've seen thanks to the short courses and not having to deal with a time limit. Instead, this is much more about racing and having to finish third or better on each of the tracks. It's quite a crazy experience, and it's very easy to send your kart careering all over the place, especially when you're playing in MAME and the controls aren't exactly easy to emulate, but it's a nice bit of very casual fun wrapped up in a behemoth of a cabinet. They're certainly getting bigger and bigger, aren't they? But now, we reach the lair of the ultimate Sega Superscalar cabinet. As mentioned previously, all the way back at the start of the video, G-Lock Air Battle from 1990 marks the debut of the R360. After all this time rolling around with your movement, this cabinet can turn you fully upside down, making for quite an experience, the sort that could easily make people lose their lunch. Naturally, a machine like this came with a very hefty price tag. On worldwide release, an R360 cabinet would set an arcade operator back $150,000 in 1991 money. Adjusted for inflation, that's around 280 grand. So yeah, big bucks indeed, especially for a machine that you're probably going to have to clean quite a lot of vomit off of. It's hard to really say that G-Lock as a game justifies such a monstrous price tag, even if the cabinet is certainly something else. It is a pretty good flight sim. Much like GP Rider, G-Lock is thought of as an unofficial game in the Afterburner franchise. The main difference is that it's got a slower pace. You have to shoot down a set amount of targets in the allotted time. It doesn't necessarily need the high-priced cabinet to be fun. I do actually find this game to be enjoyable to play with a bog-standard controller in MAME, so it's certainly not a bad game at all. Playing it in the R360 must have been an experience. $150,000 experience? Maybe not, but still bloody cool. And then there's Strike Fighter, G-Lock's sequel. As with many sequels, there's not a whole lot of difference here. It's much the same aim as G-Lock, although the stages are certainly different and there's definitely a bit of a graphical upgrade. Oddly, despite being the sequel to G-Lock, Strike Fighter was not compatible with the R360 machine. In fact, there was only one other game that was, that being Win War, which we won't see until we cover the Sega Model 3D games. Strike Fighter is more of the same. If you like G-Lock, you will like this too, and it's considerably more obscure. However, it did get a port of sorts to the Mega CD, where it was renamed Afterburner 3. That's kind of bringing them together. And lastly, we have Rail Chase from 1991. This is a rail shooter, much like Line of Fire, only a lot better. Part of that has to do with the game's cool Indiana Jones-esque style, but it's just got so much more in the way of neat features. It doesn't feel like it's ripping off anything. Even if it's just little things like shooting a sign in order to change where your minecart goes, it's one of the more satisfying entries in the rail shooter genre. In fact, I'd go as far to say that it's the best of Sega's scalar rail shooters, just getting the edge over Jurassic Park. It's another pretty obscure title that never made it out of the arcades, but worth looking at if you want a cool little light gun game. And with that, we are finished with the Superscalers. It's certainly been quite a trip. A lot of these games are very well known already, but hopefully we've covered a few interesting facts about them. And, well, it feels like we've managed to cover most everything major from Sega's 2D arcade days. This video links up nicely with the System 32 games we covered in the last one, which represent the final step in Sega's Superscaler games. Next up, we're going to be going 3D. We're going back to a simple countdown, and we're covering one single board, the ST-V, which was an awful lot like the Sega Saturn and had a lot of games made for it. Hopefully you'll join me again for that, but for now it's time to leave you alone for a wee bit and just come down for a space. Bye for now. Right, obviously the last video was a little major. We covered the biggest arcade games that Sega had to offer, the Superscaler titles. This video here, meanwhile, is nowhere near as significant. We're covering one solitary board that's largely based off a home console, and most of this board's games only ever came out in Japan. Still, it's a chance to have a look at some pretty obscure titles, a lot of which are actually quite cool. Sega have made a hell of a lot of arcade games over the years, and there's plenty of good ones out there aside from those that everybody knows. And so here we are, the Sega Titan video, otherwise known as the ST-V. What exactly is the ST-V then? In very simple terms, it's basically an arcade Saturn. The board's hardware is virtually identical with the same processors, special chips and all of that. The major difference is in physical media. All ST-V games bar one use ROM cartridges instead of compact discs. Needless to say, they're not exactly the prettiest of games to look at, but what exactly would you expect? So the games by and large take advantage of the Saturn's best features, particularly the 2D ones, which are absolutely fantastic. The Saturn is the undisputed champion of 2D in the 32-bit era, and the ST-V is no different. The 3D meanwhile is a little different when compared to what you see on the PlayStation, and still totally okay for the era. Although most of the games you will see here are two-dimensional. I mean, obviously in most cases Sega would use a model board for a major 3D game rather than something based on the Saturn. The lifespan of the ST-V was a little bit longer than the console itself. The last game on the hardware came out in 2000. Before we get into the usual list, it's probably a good idea to examine the best ways to actually play ST-V games. Naturally, some folks may go for the real hardware approach. An ST-V motherboard corresponds nicely to the Jammer standard, so it'll play nicely with your Supergun. It seems like you can expect to pay about £100 to £150 for the board, a little bit more than the regular Saturn. You can probably expect to pay between 15 and 30 quid for most of the common ST-V carts, and you may well end up paying a fair bit less for certain games on ST-V than you would on Saturn. Expensive shooter poster child Radiant Silvergun, for example, is still rather pricey on ST-V, but not the upwards of £500 you can expect to pay for a Saturn copy. Multi-cart options exist for the ST-V board as well, if you don't fancy collecting loads of generic grey cartridges. As for emulation, well, it's variable. Most ST-V games are easily playable through emulation, although not all. There are a couple of games that simply aren't available at all yet, which is unfortunate. Pretty much all of the 2D ST-V games work totally fine in MAME, while the 3D games can be inconsistent. 3D just isn't something that MAME does very well a lot of the time, meaning that games like Die Hard Arcade can be a little slow. This isn't often a major issue, of course. In most cases you can just play the Saturn version of the game either through emulation or on the real thing, seeing as it's literally the exact same. Saturn emulation is kind of iffy generally, of course, although it is slowly getting better. However, sadly most of the big emulators are yet to include ST-V emulation in their package. There is a new one out there, Kronos, that does include ST-V games, however it's still very much a work in progress. But with a combination of both arcade and Saturn emulation, you can play just about everything the ST-V has to offer. And with that, well, let's go to the games themselves. First off, there's a lot of unranked games to look at. Quite a lot of them aren't necessarily games. The very popular Print Club series by Atlas, for example, got its sequel on the ST-V hardware, and there's an absolute ton of those available along with some spin-offs like Aroma Club, Movie Club, Name Club, and even something very weird called Pokemon Photo. Having something Pokemon related appear on Sega hardware seems quite intriguing, although I imagine the machine itself isn't actually interesting at all. There is of course various games that you'll have difficulty playing at all unless you know your Japanese, such as quiz games as well as the usual range of Mahjong tiles. There's even a Hanafuda game out there. You'll also find a bunch of toddlers machines and medal games, including one that's based on Fantasy Zone. A few of these are playable in MAME and consist of one very simple thing that you have to do, followed by a roulette for a ticket. Very simple indeed, not exactly worth listing individually. So with those accounted for, there are the few proper titles that sadly could not be listed. Let's quickly go through them. We've got Kuro Q Hyper Racing 5, a kart racing game based on a line of car toys produced by Takara. There's lots of video games based on these toys, and a few have been localised in the West, with Penny Racers and Road Trip Adventure for the PS1 and PS2 respectively probably being the best known of them. The machine for this is 4 players and looks quite cool, but there's no way to play it on MAME because it doesn't run well enough. We've got 2 sports fishing games. These machines are very nice looking indeed. The aim of the game is simply to catch as many fishes as possible, and the second of these games is the only ST-V title to actually not come out on a ROM cartridge. Sadly, not playable yet. The other 2 notable ones are Super Major League and Tecmo World Cup 98, a baseball and football game respectively, and yeah, they just don't run well enough in MAME to be playable right now. It's perhaps surprising that neither of these got ported to the Saturn themselves, but it never happened for whatever reason. And with that, we're able to get on with counting down the rest of the games from best to worst. We've got a bit less than most other board lists, only 35 this time out, ranging from excellent shoot-em-ups and big names to some quite strange titles indeed. Let's go. The first games on this list really aren't going to be too much to speak of, but we must look at them for completion's sake. Here's Zenkoku Saifuku Bishoujo Grand Prix Find Love. Why is it bottom? Well, a couple of reasons. The first is that the gameplay here is pretty minimal, a collection of simple things like jigsaws and sliding puzzles that do not exactly tax the mind in any way. Secondly, well, it's all wrapped up in some impossibly cringy anime dating sim gubbins that goes far beyond acceptable levels of total daftness. Like, just why would you play this? Ever? I mean, life's far too short. So yeah, not recommended. Sega would make a little name for themselves in the quite niche world of fishing games around the turn of the millennium. I mean, we all love a bit of Sega bass fishing, don't we? I mean, how the bloody hell can you not? But a lot of times when you're fishing you end up catching naffle and musing on the amount of time you've clearly just bloody wasted. And that's what sea bass fishing here is all about. This is beyond dull, you never seem to get a sodding bite, and the graphics are ugly as sin. It's certainly not going to lure you in, is it? I wouldn't tackle this. It doesn't deserve your attention. It's quickly going to cast itself out of your memory. Okay, I'll stop now. Let's Play Othello is more than just the title of a YouTube video that's probably been sitting on the platform since 2007 with about 4 views. It's also an arcade game. One of a couple here that's most likely going to be played by an adult, while the kids play other more exciting titles. This is Othello, and not a whole lot more. If you enjoy Othello, and particularly if you're the late, great Michael Handel, champion player and star of BBC reality TV show The Armstrongs, you may well put this game considerably higher. If you're at best ambivalent towards Othello like me, then, well, here we are. There are certain games that you really wonder about after discovering them, especially when they're so clearly rubbish at a base level that makes you think, how did this concept even get approved? Such is the case with Funky Head Boxers. I mean, just look at this bloody thing. Now, I recognise that the actual arcade version of this probably isn't quite as glitchy as what you see here, that's a main thing, but I'd kinda hoped that Funky Heads would be more than digitised people's faces done in a way that makes me pine for the ultra-realism of WWF Warzone on PS1. And of course the boxing itself is just very typical arcade boxing. You do little but bash buttons and hope for the best. Definitely not one for the history books. Okay, this next one is a tricky one, but we are going with it. Pebble Beach Golf Links is just about playable. The gameplay is pretty much there, but the graphics are pretty darn glitchy with disappearing sprites and so forth. Perhaps this isn't the fairest of rankings as a whole. This is an arcade golf game by T&D Soft, a studio that was quite prolific indeed when it came to matters of golf, and it's perfectly fine. But alas, like every other golf game, it's just not Neo Turf Masters, is it? Just can't match up to that. And unfortunately, unlike the Saturn game with the same name, there's no come hither silky-voiced Craig Stadler to be found in this arcade title. With that in mind, I just can't put it in the top 30. And here we have, for the new 32-bit generation, a brand new version of Columns. Big whoop. The original Columns is certainly brilliant, of course, even if it's not necessarily a game you'd gravitate to in the arcades. But this here is just your basic Columns with a fancier skin. The fancier skin actually doesn't do the game an awful lot of favours in my opinion. I find like the graphics are a bit too busy and it's trickier to just, you know, see the shapes and recognise where they need to go. It doesn't flow as well. Columns as a game benefits in no way from this update at all. Absolutely no one was asking for a totally unchanged version of the game with such graphics. Stick with the original. And now we have a kooky little bit of advertising. An arcade game based around the joys of Mao-chan brand instant ramen. This title is a collection of minigames based around cooking up your sumptuous cup noodles, firing up the pot and all that other good stuff. It's a lot of joystick waggling and button bashing, really. So much so that I kinda hit a brick wall with getting the pot appropriately fired up. It's more demanding than Daley Thompson's decathlon and I can never get the pot hot enough in time. Ugh, these noodles will just have to remain uncooked. It's certainly slight as a game, but amusing as a concept. Columns is back almost immediately. Here we have Hanagumi Taisen Columns Sakura Wars, a competitive Columns title that comes complete with a license. And we have a similar story to Columns 97. It doesn't look quite as bad, but it's still a bit too busy. Just what was wrong with the original shapes? Nothing. So I bloody changed them. This isn't too much cop either. Stack Columns, released earlier for the old System C board, is a much better attempt at a competitive Columns game, whereas this one can be passed over very easily. The Puzzle and Action series is back again. This is unfortunately by far the least of these games that I've played, although there is a much better one coming later. The concept is still here, of course. Kooky little games played very quickly, this time with a more competitive aspect. But, I don't know, I don't think that these games translate particularly well to 3D. It feels a bit more restrictive, and the games don't feel quite as imaginative as they were previously. The original 16-bit games are far better, as indeed is the other 2D one that we're going to be looking at much further down the road. Steep Slope Sliders. Not a terrible game, just one that's probably only going to hold up for people who have been very intimate with it for years. This is a snowboarding game that was developed by, of all people, Cave. Yes, the same folks who are much more famous for their world-class shoot-em-ups. It's a 3D game that's naturally quite a bit similar to the much more famous Cool Borders games on the PlayStation, although there are a fair few differences in how this game actually controls. Time has perhaps made both of these games a bit more equal, in all honesty. I never had much nostalgia for those PlayStation games either. It's okay. Next, we have the first of several fighting games on the list, some of which are quite amusingly strange. Ilan Dori, Legend of Dragoon by the rather obscure developer Sai Mate fits into this category, although it's not necessarily that fun. The gimmick here is that everyone rides around on a dragon and the moves correspond to that. While you've got your physical attacks and so on, a lot of the focus is on big projectile moves that are pretty easy to pull off. It actually reminds me quite a bit of the old PS1 game Evil Zone, in that just a couple of button presses are all it takes to do big old particle effecty spectacular moves. Both that game and this are amusing to look at, but in the end you wish the play wasn't so shallow. Another entry, and another competitive puzzle game. Mosaki no Ojama the world isn't too bad, although it can be tricky to get your head around. Diagonal patterns with your blocks are the order of the day here, especially if you can get interlocking diagonal patterns. That's tough, but certainly satisfying. You can at least just put the same colour blocks together in a pinch if needs be. It's not bad, but this is one of those competitive games where getting the big patterns always just ends up feeling like they happened at random, more than actually working towards it. We do have better ones coming. Here at number 23 we have a game that generally comes in for a right kicking, and even if a lot of that isn't its own fault, it's not totally blameless. Golden Axe, The Duel. It gets a kick in just because it exists. It didn't seem like anyone wanted Golden Axe to become a one-on-one fighting game like everything else, but here we are. It also gets a kick in because it got a home port to the Sega Saturn, while all-time legendary beat-em-up Revenge of Death Adder did not. And to many this is quite clearly a grave miscarriage of justice. The game was doomed to be scorned as a result, no matter how good it was. Mind you, it's not like it's an amazing game. The Duel isn't horrible, it's a perfectly okay weapons-based fighting game with some very nice 2D sprite work, and at least the addition of some little gimmicks like collecting potions and what have you that tie the game into Golden Axe style mechanics. It's just fine. The problem is not only that there were many other fighting games around, but there were plenty other weapons-based games too, and in order for the Duel not to be spat at in the streets, it had to reach the gold standard SNK set with games like Samurai Showdown and Last Blade. And it doesn't quite make it. While it doesn't deserve all the hate it gets, I couldn't say that the Duel is anything particularly special.
Wins. Kind. Duel 2. Fight.
The next adults play this while kids play something more fun game in the list is Shanghai the Great Wall. And it's Shanghai with a timer. You just plunk some coins in so that you can spend more intimate time with the tile matching puzzle. Really, there's no way this game should be up as high as number 22. It scarcely deserves it, but what can I say? I have a soft spot for Shanghai, and I get a kick out of playing Shanghai type games even when they're as generic as this one. It still didn't stop me clicking the insert coin button a few times more than usual just to see if I could match up any more titles. Bloody Finn. So, do you like yourself a bit of Konami's Suikoden? Do you kinda wish that all those characters had found themselves a fighting game at some point? What do you mean, no? Well, in any case, while there was never officially a Suikoden fighting game, Data East's Outlaws of the Lost Dynasty comes close. It's loosely based on the same Chinese water margin stories with some added mythos, after all. This game is basically in the same boat as Golden Axe The Duel in that it's a weapons-based fighting game that does unfortunately fall short of the mark compared to the best in the field, although Outlaws of the Lost Dynasty comes with far less baggage and as such is probably a bit easier for people to enjoy. And it is indeed a perfectly okay 2D fighting game. Nothing special, and we certainly have better 2D fighters to come, but likeable enough. You couldn't have 3D arcades becoming commonplace without having a game where you just bash buttons relentlessly to oblivion, could ya? And while International Track and Field on the PlayStation is probably the best known game of this type from the generation, Sega's Decathlete came out sometime before and, if I'm honest, it actually looks a fair bit better. It certainly has a nice line when it comes to funny comedy athletes such as everyone's favourite, the almighty Rick Blade, or the plucky Brit Robin Banks. As far as the game goes, it's the very typical play you're used to, bashing buttons on the track, getting the angles right in the field, and trying to qualify or, if you're really good, set a world record. Simple, but certainly fun. Some folks, knowing my tastes, might have expected All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua to come higher. I mean, it's a 3D wrestling game from an utterly almighty promotion that gives you the opportunity to play as Misawa, Kawada, Kobashi, Hansen. A good chunk of Kingsroad's favourites are here. Not only that, but you can even play as Wolf from Virtua Fighter, a cross-promotion that actually resulted in an American wrestler, Jim Steele, cosplaying as Wolf Hawkfield in the actual All Japan promotion for several years. Still, this was the first game in a series, and while this first attempt by Sega is good and actually does a neat job of condensing a wrestling match into a couple of minutes of arcade fun, things would only get bigger and better once this became Giant Gram in the Dreamcast Naomi generation. Still, it's always nice to see a decent spot of wrestling in the list. I guess this is a similar story while also being kind of a weird entry to see here. The original Virtua Fighter, Arcade Monolith, is obviously more famous as a Model 1 game. Virtua Fighter Remix here is the second Saturn version of said game with improved textures, and it got an ST-V version too. I should note that emulators really don't seem to like this game too much, hence why it looks a bit glitchy. Virtua Fighter is, of course, an arcade classic, but again, later installments would better it. Virtua Fighter 2 is so much more playable, and in fact, we've got a version of that coming up a little later in the list too, so VF Remix only comes in at number 18. I think we'll obviously have a fair bit more to say about Virtua Fighter and its impact when we do the big Sega model video. It stands to reason that if you've got an athletics game based around the Summer Olympics, you should have one based on Winter Olympics too. Unfortunately, in most cases, the Winter Olympics game is far worse than the summer one. Developers seem to struggle to really emulate the winter events a lot of the time. However, Sega's Winter Heat is a very welcome exception. It keeps things pretty simple, and it manages to nail it. I'm taking this one over Decathlete because it's still got the typical events with button bashing and angles and the like, but the addition of things like skiing or the luge and all of that does make for a lot more variation in the gameplay, which is welcome indeed. And the standard of presentation is just as neat here as it was in the first game. Very nice. Here's an odd one. You don't see too many isometric games like this in the arcade, but here we are. Princess Kurara Daisakusen is a game by Atlus that spins off from the Power Instinct series of fighting games where the princess is a fighter. You can play as her, or her sister, or a big frickin' half-human, half-bear creature. Not much choice really, is there? The game itself is cool. You get a ranged attack, but I find it a bit easier to get in close if I'm honest. Naturally you've got special attacks too if you're really in the doo-doo. The look of the game with the tiles in the sky and what have you almost makes me think of this as a distant relative of Bastions, but then there's lots of strategy RPGs and the like which look like this game too. It is quite cool and not exactly well known, so you might want to give this a bit of a stab. Right, here's a name you might not have expected to see. Batman Forever. Seriously? Leaving aside the film, game-wise, naturally you're going to think of the abysmal console game with dreadful Mortal Kombat-esque controls. However, the arcade and Saturn game, despite also being by Acclaim, is totally different. Instead, it's a fast-moving, proper brawler where the simplest click of a button can make Batman beat the piss out of goons in 1,000 different ways. You know, kind of like what Batman does. This game's kind of all about the flashy effects. It just chucks power-ups at you relentlessly, and they usually result in some bout of screen-filling unpleasantness for every enemy in sight. It's actually kind of cool. While it has to be said that the gameplay in this game is shallow, even for a beat-em-up, it's not terrible at all. Certainly a far cry from that bloody home game. Having previously said in a video that I struggle a lot with Puyo Puyo, I find myself warming more and more to the series as we go along and check out more sequels and variations. Puyo Puyo Sun right here is the best one yet. The general gameplay is still very much in the Puyo Puyo vein, but the Sun Jewel is the biggest addition here. Get that into your line and you'll take out every jewel of the same colour, making for some very nice combos indeed. Puyo Puyo and its many variations do just work so nicely when it comes to the competitive puzzler, usually because there's quite a cool progression from building up at the start, going through the middle, and then having an utterly frantic endgame where usually both players are right near the top. I have to say that I guess I get it now. Okay, this one here might surprise folks. Final Fight Revenge? Really? Usually this game tends to come in for a right kicking. As far as a brawler being turned into a fighting game goes, this tends to get it in the neck even more than Golden Axe the Duel does. And yet, despite some quite glaring flaws, I actually do like Final Fight Revenge a lot, and I have a lot of fun playing it. I suppose the most obvious flaw, and one that people can't usually get past, is the sheer ugliness. It's a 3D game and the models are... they're not pretty. Not only that, this game came out as late as 1999. It's one of the last ST-V games, and it is in fact pretty much the last non-compilation title to be released at all on the Sega Saturn. It especially doesn't look good if you compare it to contemporaries, seeing as that would include frickin' Tekken 3, Soul Calibur, and Capcom's own rival Schools. But although the models are a bit revolting, there is at least a certain cartooniness and charisma about them. Final Fight Revenge doesn't exactly take itself seriously, and I think they were going for a bit of a weird 3D caricature dealio. The actual gameplay itself is also just very entertaining. It's a nice and speedy 3D fighter, mixing your typical solid Capcom play with grabbing weapons and power-ups, and some really fun super moves such as dragging people along the ground or running them down with a cop car that you actually control. Gotta be honest, I have a really soft spot for this one. It's easy to dismiss it, and I certainly have done in the past, but I don't think it deserves nearly as much hate as it always gets. Maybe this is equally surprising. This here's Radiant Silvergun, a highly acclaimed darling of a shoot-'em-up by no less a studio than Treasure. But it's only number 12. Well, I suppose I ought to confess, as much as I like most Treasure games, I don't necessarily enjoy all of them, and I've never managed to get with their shoot-'em-ups. They're almost too hardcore. You've got a lot of nice features, of course. There's tons of weapons to choose from here, it's particularly fun to use the sword, and the package is certainly flashy. But, my god, this game will break you. The biggest challenge is not just having to deal with loads of bullets, but the endless, very narrow passages. It's almost like R-Type, only vertical, and taking on those while dealing with bullets? Yeah, not easy. I do get why people really love this and Ikaruga and all of that. They're just not for me. And here, just outside the top 10, we've got another competitive puzzle game. I wonder if constantly seeing such things might irritate those who don't care much for these games, but hey ho, there always seems to be a lot of them. This is the best ST-V one though. I really like Baku Baku Animal. The gimmick here that makes it a bit different is you've got animals and food, and you have to match the two of them. Pandas eat bamboo, monkeys eat bananas, rabbits eat carrots, and so on. You gotta think pretty fast and be aware of what's going on at all times, but the game does allow for big combos, and again, like all good puzzle games, it does get really frantic at the end. As such, even if this game is not a looker, it does make for a very fun arcade experience, much like Puyo Puyo Sun does. Quite frankly, I thought this was bloody excellent, and it's the sort of game I love finding out about through doing lists like this one. It's another gem to add to the set on MAME. Okay, top 10 time. And we start with another cool gem that I didn't know about at all. Astra Superstars, a 2D fighting game and a jolly good one. This game by Sunsoft is a bit different to a lot of other fighters in that it takes place entirely in the air. There's only a few other fighting games I can think of that do the same thing. Actually, Elanduri earlier on in this list was one of them. This game is actually kinda similar to that in play, but it's a lot more involved and a lot better executed. It has a nice flow to it that helps you to build some very nice combos. It all looks very anime and all that of course, which you would probably expect, and you get some odd little sprite manipulation and what have you, but yeah, this is a very nice fighter. Definitely worth playing. It's funny, I did mention that the ST-V was home to excellent shoot-em-ups at the start of the video, but we've barely seen any of them so far. Why? Well, because half of this top 10 is packed with the cream of the crop top-level shoot-em-ups, some of the best you'll ever find in fact. First up is a game all Western YouTubers are guaranteed to screw up the pronunciation of. It's Soku Guentai. This is a fearsome bout of bullet hell courtesy of the folks at Rising. It'll test you pretty much right from the off. Naturally you've got plenty of weapons to take on the baddies with, including one of the cooler ones out there, the laser web. You hold the button down and gradually fill the space with your web, and when you release it, you call a rocket strike taking down any enemy that's inside your web. It takes a few seconds to fully charge, but it's great to time a web so that you start every new little wave of enemies with a really big attack. Fantastic little game, much loved by shooter fanatics, and for very good reason indeed. Just as Virtua Fighter Remix ended up on the ST-V board, it also got the rather kooky and super deformed spin-off of Virtua Fighter 2, Virtua Fighter Kids. It's still the same Virtua Fighter 2 action that everybody knows, but now everyone is, well, smaller and stranger looking. Once again, it's obviously going to be more appropriate to talk about the general brilliance of Virtua Fighter 2 when we get to the Sega model list, for that is truly the game's home. But even if the look of this game may not perhaps be to everybody's taste, it pretty much keeps the exceptional fighting play intact. Guess who's back? Yep, it's Cotton. We haven't seen successors somewhat kooky, somewhat anime and witchily excellent shooter series since the first System 16 video. The odd thing about Cotton, mind, is that you think there's more games in the series than there actually was. There is surprisingly only 2 proper horizontal shoot-em-ups in the series that got a couple of spin-offs, one of which will even be appearing shortly. Cotton 2 then is the sequel to Fantastic Night Dreams, and now the game's got something of a 2D, 3D look about it, which does work pretty well. There's some very nice creations indeed here. As per usual with Cotton, you get some fairly strong RPG elements such as levelling up and the like, you get a whole load of weirdness, and the ability to grab and chuck enemies all over the place, sort of like an even better Zero-In. And of course, there will be tea. Lots and lots of tea, thus making this nostalgia nerd's favourite game, I'm sure. I really love the music in this too. It's kind of understated and has a little bit of an Amiga mod vibe about it, which is very nice. This is absolutely awesome, although again, there's an even better spin-off on the way. And here's my pick for ST-V's top fighter. It's another one that's perhaps not too well known. Groove on Fight by Atlas is the third entry in their Power Instinct series of fighting games. Honestly, the only thing I really knew about this series beforehand was the awful Mega Drive fighting game, the one that's sometimes known as Deadly Moves. Thankfully things have moved on just a little bit since then. Groove on Fight is an excellent 2D fighting game. The big gimmick here is one that's more famously used in Capcom's Marvel games. You've got a team of 2 fighters that can be tagged in and out, and both have to be beaten down. There's plenty of fancy special moves in the familiar combinations you'd expect, and some really lovely sprite work indeed. It's a gorgeous game, one of the best looking 2D fighters I've seen. It may not necessarily be the most original package, Power Instinct's roots as a pretty shameless Street Fighter ripoff are still certainly visible, but it had definitely come a long way. Kind of a shame then that this would be the last game in the series for a good few years. Top 5 time, and after Cotton 2, we've now got Cotton Boomerang. Seeing as this game does use almost the same levels and enemies and all that as Cotton 2, I did wonder if they should be combined into one entry. However, Cotton Boomerang makes enough changes to the play that it can be treated as its own entity. The biggest change is that in Boomerang you don't just have one witch to play as, you pick a team of 3. These 3 act as your lives, of course, but they all have wildly different shots and powers, they can be levelled up as normal, and you can switch between them. You can only do this a limited amount of times in a level, but doing it also acts as a screen clearing bomb. The game has also been rearranged a fair bit to make it even harder, and there's more cool music. There's some neat experimentation like using the fairy characters. They pack a massive punch, more so than our regular witches, but they're so small that you may lose track of them on a busy playing field. And of course, plenty more tea. Overall, this is probably my pick for the best Cotton game, a very different and wonderful shooter indeed. We had a not all that good puzzle and action earlier on in the list, but here's Sando R to wipe all of that away and then some. I've talked plenty already about these games, the spawn of Bonanza Brothers, how they make generally easy tasks quite tricky just by giving you very little time to do them in, all of that. It's a simple formula that works, and Sando R doesn't change things up too much. Instead it simply produces the most fun and kooky set of action puzzles we've seen so far, making for an excellent sequel. Discovering these games and actually playing them properly has definitely been one of the major highlights of making these Sega arcade vids, it has to be said. Absolutely brilliant stuff. The top 3's here, and the shoot 'em ups continue to come. This one here is Shenryu, a game by Warashi. These guys aren't particularly well known, although Trigger Heart Exelica is probably their most famous title. This one here is your classic 2D vertical shooter, and I really do mean classic. Shenryu has kind of an old school vibe about it, singling it out from the bullet hell games that were very popular around this time. In fact, I'd consider this game to basically be a love letter to classic Tower Plan vertical shoot 'em ups, your Truxtons and Fire Sharks. The weapons are kind of a dead giveaway, really. The classic spray, the awesome homing laser of death. There's a lot of homage to the old masters, and it's very welcome. In fact, I'd go as far to say that Tower Plan would have definitely made this game, had they lasted into the 32-bit generation. This may be a more obscure entry in the arcade shooter line on the Saturn, but it's an absolute belter, and highly recommended indeed. If there's one little subgenre that's really come good through making this list, it's the vertical tank shooter. We've already had one game that I didn't know too well, Heavy Metal, come out of nowhere to be the runner-up in an earlier list. And now we've got another. In fact, Guardian Force may just be the best vertical tank shooter that I've ever played. It's not necessarily a game you'd perhaps expect to see as late as 1998. You might think that this sort of shooter run-and-gun hybrid might have been done by now, but clearly Success didn't think so. This is the absolute best of the genre, just quality all the way through, and I found it so hard to put down. Even if this wasn't fashionable at the time, it clearly deserved so much more. I mean, it's even higher here than successor's signature Cotton titles, and it shows that there was plenty more to them than rather cutesy and tea-obsessed witchers. This was so good that it actually did get quite close to the #1 spot. However, in the end, the title goes to the game you would have probably expected it to go to. While most of these games are pretty obscure, Dynamite Deca, or Die Hard Arcade if you're in the West, most certainly is not, being that it's an arcade hit which Sega have seen fit to port a good couple of times over the years. It's the signature ST-V title for a lot of people, a game that I played far more than any other game on this list back in the day, and eventually it gets the top slot. Dynamite Deca is a really nice mix of old and new. Even if everything's all polygons and glorious 3D now, it's still a very traditionally satisfying brawler. You've got a whole range of enemies to punch and kick square in the face, or indeed in the balls. There's also weapons, lots and lots of them, ranging from big bazookas and pistols to ballistic, brooms. They all do damage and they're all really fun to use. There's the quick time events, which are a good little addition, all the nice slow motion replays and that when you get one of them spot on. The Western license is also fun, even if the game doesn't actually bear an awful amount of resemblance to Die Hard beyond a hero that does look a little bit like Brucey and a big office building where all the action takes place in. It's not long before the license goes off the rails, but this is a whomp of a game that doesn't necessarily take itself seriously. Hell, it even allows you to play the ancient arcade game Deep Scan. Just because. Not only do I have fond memories of this game, it's more than held up well, and I'll always fire it up every now and again. It was a pretty clear choice for the top spot. And that's another Sega arcade board list done. The ST-V is quite an interesting subject. Perhaps the general quality of the games here has not been quite as high as it has in other lists, but there's still a fair few excellent titles here that you absolutely should play. The top 10 here is just as good as most any other, that's for sure. Up next then, in our final Sega arcade video, we're looking at the big 3D stuff, the late 90s and early 2000s games that would make up Sega's 3 model boards. The stage is set for another round of serious arcade classics. That's to come. For now, it's time to go and broom the hell out of more baddies. Bye for now! We started this whole shebang merely with the intention of looking at Sega's System 16 arcades, but we've come on leaps and bounds since then. We've done so much, looked at the early system stuff, the more obscure Japan-heavy boards based on consoles, the legendary Scalar titles, even some of the really early electromechanical and discrete logic games. Over the course of 6 videos, we've covered a pretty huge chunk of Sega's arcade history. And we're still far from done. They are one of the biggest arcade companies around, after all. Still, it's about time I headed back to my usual world of UK computer game companies. There's a particular bunch of absolutely brilliant folks I'm itching to cover. We're going out with a bang though. Our last Sega arcade video covers models 1, 2 and 3, the first really big 3D arcade boards. Doing this takes us almost to the end of the 1990s, where the Sega Naomi lies in wait, to be covered at a later date. But before we get into the games, and needless to say this list features a lot of classics, let's have a quick look at the model boards themselves. The original Sega Model 1 took a whole 3 years for Sega AM2 to develop and was Sega's first board designed purely for 3D. Model 1 wasn't its original name, that was the CG board, but it got retroactively named Model 1 following the development of Model 2. It wasn't the first dedicated 3D arcade board. At the time of this board's release, Namco were leading the industry with their System 21 board, responsible for the likes of Starblade. However, Model 1 was a fair deal stronger. It's one of the definitive testaments to the talent of AM2's head honcho, Yu Suzuki. In a world where dedicated 3D processors didn't exist yet, the Model 1's 3D graphics engine was written entirely in assembly language. Thanks to his work, the board was capable of 180,000 polygons every second. Despite being first, however, it wasn't necessarily the most popular. This hardware was very expensive in 1992, and only a handful of games were ever made for the Model 1. The next step would be the one that truly gave Sega a leading edge in the 3D arcade market. The Model 2 is by some distance the most successful arcade board in Sega's entire history. On its own, through sales of cabinets and adjusting for inflation, it is responsible for $3 billion of revenue. As a trio, the Sega model boards actually reached number 5 in the list of most successful arcade franchises, behind only Pac-Man, Pac-Man clone hardware, Space Invaders and Street Fighter. How much of that was down to Model 2? Well, if you were to just rank Model 2 on its own, it'd still be in the top 10. The most obvious difference between this and the Model 1 board is of course the Model 2's ability to do texture mapping, something the Model 1 wasn't capable of. But there's a whole lot more to the package, enough to make it the most powerful board of its day. PC graphics card hardware wouldn't reach the Model 2's power until 1998. And obviously the games have a whole lot to do with it. There's massive hits basically everywhere you look on this arcade board. With just over 40 games, this is, as a single board, it's Sega's arcade peak, and that'll be more than clear when we get into the Model 2 games. Lastly, the Model 3 came out in 1996 after a few delays, and even though the Model 2 was so popular that games were released for it almost throughout this board's lifespan, the Model 3 most certainly had its place, that being once again at the front. With a big shift in design based on pushing as many polygons in real time as possible, it was on its own, capable of millions of tiny little triangles every second. In a time when consumer hardware and arcade hardware were getting closer and closer, largely by design and the desire of companies like Namco and Sony to really bring those arcade experiences home, the Model 3 was the one that stood out as being something that you couldn't do at all in the home. Not just due to the extravagance of the machines, but due to the sheer power that was years ahead of all consumer options. It raged against the popular trends until 1999, when the Naomi took the Model 3's place and brought Sega's arcades a great deal closer to the then popular Dreamcast. With the Model 3 being Sega's last major piece of arcade hardware that really sought to create a big gap between what you could get in the arcades and what you could get in the home, is perhaps a good place to stop. So, how do you play these games? Leaving aside the real hardware options, which probably aren't realistic for most people in this case, emulating the Sega model board largely takes us away from MAME and towards dedicated programs. MAME will be sufficient for almost every Model 1 game. While both Win War and Star Wars Arcade are currently marked as not available in MAME, I actually didn't have much trouble playing both when I tried. So what about the Model 2? This one's not too bad. I used an emulator called, quite simply, Sega Model 2 to play just about every Model 2 game, and it ran all of them just fine. Is it a perfect experience? Perhaps not, certainly not yet, but this is a great way to go for the regular player. Simply point the Model 2 emulator towards your folder of MAME ROMs or stick them in the program's ROM folder, and they'll all come up in a neat list. It's all good. What about Model 3? Yeah, that's doable too, although as you might expect, nowhere near as good as Model 2. There's one game in town here, and that's Supermodel, by far the most featured Model 3 emulator. Annoyingly, the version available on the program's website is very, very out of date. However, it's an open source program, and updates have continued on forums. You can find the most recent version of Supermodel on emuline.org, but you will have to register. Also, you may want to find a GUI. Supermodel by itself is operated entirely using command line, but a couple of GUI options are out there if you search. They may play bloody murder with your antivirus, mind you. Supermodel isn't exactly one for beginners, and even with a GUI, the interface can be quite irritating. However, it's programmed so that most games, once you've pointed to their folder, can be played immediately without too much need to configure controls. The quality of Model 3 emulation is a bit mixed, of course. While most games are more than playable, you can expect a good few graphical glitches and slowdown, which isn't too surprising. Also, there is the matter of trying to emulate the controls of some pretty extravagant arcades. Sega didn't use their fancy Model 3 board for simple platformers after all. Racing games can be more than a little bit sensitive, especially if you've got, say, regular 360 controller. And some other games, yeah, good luck trying to get anything out of them. Supermodel is certainly fun to mess around with, and it's a cool way to play some great games, but it's not exactly comparable to the arcade experience in a way that something more simple would be. With this being a factor not just for Model 3 but a lot of Model 2 games as well, I've decided not to do the usual countdown. I think it's much fairer to do as we did in the Scalar video and look at the franchises and series of games that made the system in a regular manner. We'll go through the big ones first, the Virtua Fighters, Daytonas and so on, through to the smaller series, and eventually to games that simply existed on their own. While most of the games are famous, we don't have any quiz or mahjong titles here, we do still have a few cool ones you may not know. There are a few games that I wasn't able to really get anything out of, usually due to control reasons or the emulation just not working out. Behind Enemy Lines, Boat Race GP, Dirt Devils, Emergency Call Ambulance, Magical Truck Adventure and Power Sled had to be left out, unfortunately. There's also the small manual of Denu Senki Netmerk, which is totally unemulatable, but that's a very unique and interesting cabinet, so that will be covered later in the video. With all that said, let's go back to 1992 and the Sega Model 1 game that started it all. Here we are then, Virtua Racing. Basically a decade of arcade-leading racing games had been leading up to this one, Sega's first foray into the world of 3D graphics, and it was certainly worth waiting for. In fact, the thing that's perhaps most shocking and surprising, considering that this game is so early and not too much more than a load of untextured polygons, is just how well Virtua Racing holds up. You need no qualifiers whatsoever to enjoy it now. Crucially, it's still got the arcade speed both in how quickly it runs and in the gameplay. Much like Power Drift, it's totally impossible to actually destroy your car, and instead you just send it spinning theatrically, meaning that there's never all that much of a pause in the action. There's also the smooth transitions when you change views, going anywhere from far above the track to right inside the cockpit. Sega incorporated these transitions and then immediately patented them, ensuring that no bugger else could stick them in their games. Virtua Racing's formula is one that we will be seeing endlessly as we go through these model games. You get in the machine and you can choose between one of 3 courses designated as beginner, middle and expert. While the game itself never had a full-on sequel as such, these building blocks constitute so many other Sega racing games. And of course you've got the dead good cabinet. A Virtua Racing cabinet was a monster and a half. There's one specific feature you may have noticed. Yeah, the game runs in widescreen. Amusingly, it's pretty much the only game in this list to actually run in 16:9, almost everything else is in 4:3. But, damn, yeah, it's quite fine to see. And that's hardly all. There's twin cabinets too, and they can be linked. It's possible to link 4 twin cabinets together, creating an 8-player Virtua Racing experience. However, the true champion's path could be found with Virtua Formula, an utterly monstrous 4-player version of the game, complete with massive screens and hydraulic F1 cars for players to sit in. That's something you often could only find in Sega worlds or theme parks and the like, simply due to the sheer size of the thing. Oh, and it costing roughly 250 grand at the time. Whichever way you slice it, Virtua Racing is an arcade monolith. As Sega's first 3D game, it set the ball rolling for a whole new era. It's a testament to the game's quality that even as a lot of other 3D arcade games of the time have become a bit more obscure, this one's still out there, receiving lovingly crafted Sega Ages homages on the Switch. They'd even bring it to the Mega Drive with the help of that big old SVP chip and a whopping large cartridge. And it's still good. My only wish is that it did have some sort of extended music tracking instead of all those little cues. Other than that, it's bloody tremendous. And next we have the series that straddled the entire model line. Of all the games here, there's only one series that received a game on models 1, 2 and 3. It was the flag bearer in Sega's arcades for many years, and widely so. Because hey, as much as the lavish and expensive cabinets for big old racing games are so very pretty, you can't beat a regular old cabinet that so happens to contain a kick-ass and very popular fighting game when it comes to arcade dominance. And such was the case with Virtua Fighter. We've seen a few of Sega's attempts at fighting games over the course of this video, Burning Rival in particular was actually the first fighting game made by Yu Suzuki's AM2 team, although he himself was not involved. That one was good in parts, particularly in animation, but was flawed. Virtua Fighter was the one that would nail it. It's not always the case that the first game to really do something new, like this one did, is the one that actually then pushes things forward and makes everyone else switch. Virtua Fighter managed it. It was the first 3D fighting game, and by virtue of being a massive success, especially in Japan, it set the ball rolling. Tekken may well have ended up being more popular in most people's eyes, but it's not like anyone actually forgets Virtua Fighter. It was a monolith. Even the first game without any of the textures is still excellent now. You've got the wide range of fighters, the moves and the combos, you've got all you really need. Even the weird moon physics in the jumps do sort of end up becoming second nature. It's quite wonderful to play. I recall that the first time I played this may actually have been early in the morning at Gatwick Airport. The machine randomly placed somewhere in the departure lounge, and it most certainly hooked me then and there. Finding the game in such a place also speaks to its ubiquity. Alas, it didn't make it to the regular Mega Drive, but it did make it to the 32X. It was actually set to be the launch title for the Sega Neptune, by the way, but it just ended up being the launcher for the Saturn instead. And even that 32-bit machine did struggle a little bit. Another thing that you don't always come across is a sequel that's damn near as innovative, if not more so. Street Fighter 2 is kind of obvious, of course, but Virtua Fighter 2? Seriously up there. First off, well, this was always my favourite in the series. Continuing with a theme of finding the machine in unexpected places, I first played VF2 on a quick ferry trip across the English Channel to France, and it was awesome again. It's still got the immediately legendary list of fighters from the original, of course, our beloved generic karate man Akira, the wrestler Wolf Hawkfield, Kage the Ninja and so on, but even though only 2 more were added, one of them does happen to be Shun, the old bastard drunken master who is my undoubted favourite. And being that this is on the Model 2 board, indeed a game that was basically developed alongside it, it now looks even better, running at a smooth 60 frames and featuring lots of nice textures. Lovely. But that's not really the big innovation. Virtua Fighter 2's big innovation, one which wasn't possible without the Model 2 chip, was that it was the first ever game to use motion capture technology. Mocap was already around, but it was primarily used in the medical industry only. Before VF2, games hadn't touched it, but Yu Suzuki and AM2 had the idea of using mocap to try and get movements for the characters that were as realistic as possible. The plan worked, and motion capture very much became a thing. Suddenly everyone's getting those little balls attached to them. Nowadays mocap is everywhere in the industry, and has been for years. But Virtua Fighter 2 was the first. And that's pretty bloody special when you think about it. And then there's Virtua Fighter 3, once again the standard bearer, only this time for the Model 3 chip. And... okay, I'll be the first to say that Virtua Fighter 3 isn't quite as special and clearly not as innovative as the 2 titles that came before that. It did try to do new things, but it just kind of missed the mark. VF3 tried to abandon the square arena, instead creating more natural feeling arenas with multiple layers, lots of undulating terrain, steps, all sorts, caged stuff, you know. It certainly looks great and is an utterly fantastic idea in theory. In practice it's actually kind of awkward and often makes the fighters look like they're floating. No one really seemed to follow VF3's example here, and Sega themselves kind of binned the concept with the next instalment that we're not going to be seeing. It's a fine fighting game, of course, not terrible, but nowhere near 1 or 2. It's certainly better enjoyed if you play the 3TB variation, mind you. In this mode you can select a team of 3 fighters and pit them against another trio, which at least can take you out of your comfort zone and get you familiar with the new folk, like Taka Awashi, a sumo, who are sadly rarely seen in the series again. You know, kinda like Ganryu from Tekken. Aside from good old E Honda, sumos in fighting games just can't catch a break. There's a lot more that could be expanded upon here, of course. So many games and series in this video more than merit a vid entirely by themselves. Hopefully this is a neat overview at least of Virtua Fighter's key innovations and the reasons why it is such a legendary series, one of the most important ones of the 1990s. And leaving aside all that pomp, it's still bloody good to play, even in its earliest versions. And guess what? The classics aren't letting up anytime soon. This video is more than a bit front-loaded, but you would expect no less. Virtua Racing is the one that undoubtedly laid the groundwork, the one that set the pace. Daytona USA is the one that floored it all the way to the finish line. The original Daytona USA was actually the first Model 2 game, coming out a few months before Virtua Fighter 2 in 1994. In fact, the initial location testing in Japan happened in August of 1993, if you want to get technical. One hell of a title, this one. Even if the difficulty that is sometimes found in playing these Model 2 games with just a controller might make it look a little twitchy, make no mistake, this was godly in the arcades. It's also awesome in various home versions that punched above their weight, not to mention the heftily enhanced and beautiful HD version on Xbox 360 and PS3. So it's not like Model 2 emulation's the only way to play this game. At the mention of Daytona USA, two Sega legends spring to mind immediately. And while we've already talked a lot about Yu Suzuki, this time we've got two others. You can't talk about Daytona and not mention Toshihiro Nagoshi, a Sega lifer who initially came up under Suzuki in AM2 and would go on to be the engine behind Virtua Racing and Daytona USA. And that's far from everything. He was one of the driving forces behind Shenmue, the head man on Super Monkey Ball, and in recent times, well, he's Mr. Yakuza. But we can talk about that more a bit later. Nagoshi is one of the company's all-time greats, and Daytona is one of his signature titles. The other legend is, of course, Takenobu Mitsuyoshi. Why? Well, because he composed the music, and also sang it. Mitsuyoshi is credited on tons of Sega titles, of course. He and Hiroshi Kawaguchi are the core of Sega's arcade sound team, but for most, Daytona USA is his most famous contribution. Daytona USA is just... it's kind of like the difference between Virtua Fighter 1 and 2, in a way. This is the one that smooths everything up, of course. We've got textures and we've got frame rate. But we've also got a much less crude experience with computer riders that are a fair bit smarter than the ones you get in Virtua Racing. And so much love in detail too. It's iconic. To the point where all these years later you may still see the odd Daytona cabinet kicking about in places. And then the sequel, Daytona USA 2 Battle on the Edge, comes out 4 years later for the Model 3 board and does it all again. Nagoshi's team took the bold move of basically rebuilding the engine from scratch and even neglecting to include the famous Hornet stock car from the original. But it's a pretty great racer regardless. Certainly one of the prettiest Model 3 games, retaining the same amount of detail in the tracks as was in the original and still being fun to play. Alas, Daytona USA 2 never had a home version, which is a bit of a shame and hopefully something that can eventually be rectified. It can be played on Supermodel quite comfortably, at the very least, and that's most certainly recommended. Next up, how about Virtua Cop 1 and 2, the first 3D light gun game? No more need for those weird American laser games, your Mad Dog McCree's and Crime Patrols and all of that weirdness. There's a new sheriff in town. While Virtua Cop did kinda go down in the pecking order on the arrival of games like Time Crisis and indeed Sega's own House of the Dead, I absolutely love both of these games, and even if I can't really play them with a light gun, it's still quite fun to play them with a mouse on PC. Not much of a surprise, seeing as both games had quite warmly received PC conversions back in the day to go along with the Saturn version and, of course, the all-conquering Tiger Electronics handheld version of the game. Okay, maybe not that last one. Anyway, Virtua Cop kinda takes a bit of a cue from the laser games like Mad Dog McCree, in that it's a bit more slower paced than the likes of, say, Operation Wolf or even Lethal Enforcers. You prowl around, you wait, enemy comes out, bang! Shoot them before that reticle turns red and they blast you. And of course, do try not to shoot any civilians even though they're really stupid. Seriously, what kind of idiot sticks their head up to say, "Don't shoot," while the shootout's going on? You're already in cover, just stay there. Bloody hell. Alas, we've probably all ended a civ's life at one point. Most famously of all on the classic UK TV show Games Master, where ex-Games World videator Martin Maver's 2-cabinet challenge on Virtua Cop 2 came to an end when he shot a civvy. He took it badly, immediately launching into a round of expletives that fortunately weren't picked up by the mics, and then claiming he'd actually shot the poor bastard on purpose because he looked like 90s UK pop singer Peter Andre. So it goes. But whether you're playing 2 cabinets at the same time or not, this is fantastic. I think I had to play this literally every time I saw it in the arcade. I was that hooked on it. Speaking of games that it's easy to get hooked on, Sega's racing dominance continues, now with Sega Rally. Forget about regular old tracks and laps, we're now on all different kinds of terrain going from point A to point B, paying attention to the easy rights and caution hairpin lefts, sliding over water, going over jump, watching out for photographers and spectators who clearly have a frickin' death wish, and ending it all with the most iconic game over sound in video game history, once again courtesy of Takanobu Mitsuyoshi. It's Sega Rally Championship. What else? Originally released in 1995 and selling somewhere in the region of 12,000 utterly plush units, Sega Rally is another great little iteration on the tried and true Sega 3D racing formula, with the main addition being that, seeing as this is a rally game, the car now responds differently depending on what surface you're driving on. There's a notable difference when you're on tarmac compared to being on the dirt, something you totally feel when you're actually playing it in the cabinet. Neither Sega Rally 1 or 2 are necessarily designed to be accurate emulations of rallying, of course. There's plenty of arcade sensibility at work here, designed to make the games immediately fun. And this heady mix of arcade brilliance and slight simulation inspired many others, particularly the folks behind Codemasters' Colin McRae Rally.
Caution, hairpin right. Whoa. Long medium left, checkpoint.
People don't necessarily talk about Sega Rally 2 as much as the original, which is kind of a shame. Despite the old Supermodel emulator producing some quite glitchy graphics for this one, it's still playable and the racing itself is a lot of fun, with plenty of tweaks on the original game. It also finally allows people to use the godly Lancia Stratos from the beginning without having to unlock it, which is a definite bonus. The Model 3 hardware also allowed the team to include things that they'd previously wanted to in the first title, but couldn't due to technical limitations, such as a snow stage. Both of the games are utterly excellent, and if you're going to play one, well, you might as well play the other. Up next we have Fighting Vipers. These two games take an interesting little spot. While Fighting Vipers isn't anywhere near as big as Virtua Fighter, it's not exactly unfairly dismissed like Last Bronx. It has a pretty firm group of fans who may well appreciate its kookier ways, the much bigger attacks, the strange costumes, the armour that breaks off, the caged settings. Funny thing is, a lot of the design decisions made for Fighting Vipers were actually done so the game would appeal more to younger folk. This definitely tries to go for the kids more than Virtua Fighter does. A bit later on we'll see a very similar game which tries to do the same thing, but gets it totally wrong. Fighting Vipers is an example of one that gets it right. Of course, these design decisions by Sega may never become apparent to people who play it. Really, the look of Fighting Vipers is cool enough, vibrant enough and weird enough that it pretty much appeals to everybody anyway. The buttons are much the same as they are in Virtua Fighter, but the arenas are now enclosed. However, you've now got big old power attacks that will smash opponents right into, or indeed right through, those walls. These attacks also tend to break off people's armour. The characters all look wonderful and the stages are filled with lots of detail, particularly things that you can send opponents crashing right into if you finish them with a power attack, a massive T-Rex and all of that. Also, if you play the Japanese version, there's lots of Pepsi advertising. In fact, you can even play as Pepsi Man in the Japanese Saturn version of the game. Sadly, none of this was in the Western arcade or Saturn versions. Fighting Vipers 2, a Model 3 game from 1998, is more of the same pretty much. It carries on with much the same theme and much the same gameplay, only now we've got a couple more characters. So if you like the original, you'll probably like this too. Naturally, it looks beautiful. If you're playing it on Supermodel, however, you may well encounter a fair bit of slowdown in some stages. There is an alternative. A virtually perfect port of the game was released for the Sega Dreamcast. However, it only ever came out in Japan for whatever reason. There were plans to release it in the West, but it never came to pass. Definitely worth seeking out if you're hungry for more Viper action. And yes, don't worry, we will be looking at Sonic the Fighters a bit later. I bloody wish we weren't, but there you go. On to something altogether more simple. Football. Sports wasn't necessarily something Sega specialised in. I do believe that in the whole time we were looking at Sega's other arcade boards, we only actually saw one footy game. That's kind of unheard of. But finally, here we are. Sega do have Virtua Striker, released in 1995 and arguably the first fully 3D football game to ever be released. It's a simple enough little game where you've got a bunch of national teams and you take them through a knockout tournament. A game only lasts 2 minutes, you get a goal rush at the end, and all is pretty much well. It's a fine enough football game, and a popular one too. Virtua Striker just seemed to be everywhere back in the day. Weirdly, despite being successful though, it never actually got a port anywhere at the time. It feels like it really should have, but it never came out on the Saturn. An enhanced port of Virtua Striker 1 did come out 20 years later, but only on the Japanese PSN and XBLA platforms. Odd. Still, this is just fine for such an early 3D football game. It feels like Virtua Striker 2 should be a big improvement. We've got the improved textures, we've got smooth 60 frames and all sorts. And yet, quite honestly, this game drives me bloody crazy. Like, it's barely playable. Some big faults just seem to become very apparent when you play this. How bloody long it takes for your player to actually control a friggin' ball, for example, or how balked the passing system is. It's really not fun. I seem to remember enjoying it more in the arcade back in the day, but either it's just not held up at all, or there's some sort of emulation issue. Much like the original, this never received a home port despite being popular and receiving lots of updated versions as a result. Supermodel's kind of the only way to play it, but no, I couldn't recommend it at all. There are games released at the same time in the home, like ISS Pro, that may not be quite as strong graphically, but they do a similar style of arcade football and do it way, way better. The original Virtua Striker is the one to go for here, I'm afraid. Okay, this section of the video is mostly reserved for the series, where we have more than one game to cover. But it would be kind of silly to not include House of the Dead here, wouldn't it? Even if only one of the HOTD games came out on the model boards, this is the first game in Sega's signature light gun series, a whopping arcade behemoth and one of the absolute champions of the field. If you love light gun games, you love House of the Dead. I suppose what you get here at its core is an evolution on Virtua Cop. You get a similar sort of pace, and once again you have a brief little amount of time to lay these busters down before they get at you and start flaying off bits of your skin. Things get a trifle more frantic here though, with these zombies and other assorted monsters taking a bit more than just the one shot to take out. You're going to be hammering that trigger, you're going to be trying to save other poor souls from being eaten up in the hopes that they may just give you some health. And you'll be dealing with a wonderfully cheesy B-movie plot, complete with signature, dreadful voice acting. Amazingly enough, the US state of Indianapolis tried to ban House of the Dead in 1998, along with several other violent video games, but the judge in charge of the case, Richard Posner, took one look at the game and dismissed the charges of obscenity as patently ridiculous. Good man. It's perhaps a shame that the original House of the Dead is the only one we get to cover here. The sequel, House of the Dead 2, is, after all, one of Sega's greatest ever games. However, that was on the Naomi board. But the original will do nicely. It is also a shame that, unlike House of the Dead 2, it's never had a nigh-on flawless conversion on home consoles. There's a perfectly okay Saturn version, but it's obviously not arcade accurate. As the first game in one of Sega's signature series, I think it's safe to say that House of the Dead deserves a lovingly made perfect port from the folks at M2 or whoever. Really, it really does. Next up, one of my absolute favourites. We've had fun with the basic fighting games, the light gunners, the racing titles and all that, but here we have something that's kind of on its own. We've got the two Virtualon games, Cyber Troopers Virtualon and Virtualon Oratorio Tangram. Both would happily place amongst my all-time favourite fighting games. There's nothing like them. It's hard to really simplify these games in a sentence, but I guess I'd say that they're basically an arcadey take on the rather niche mech genre of game. You know, Armoured Core and all of that. You pick a Virtuaroid from a selection that's packed with the fast and smalls, the powerful and slows, the specialists, the all-rounders, the usual bunch. It's all in the movement, really. The dual stick play, timing the dashes and unleashing your weapons at the right moment. The controls for Virtualon seem like they're going to be really intimidating at first, but honestly, once you start playing, they feel so utterly natural. At its core, this is a game that anyone can enjoy. It takes a lot to master the many nuances here, how to achieve the most optimal lateral dashes on your opponent that not only evade shots, but allow you to get hits in or even get right up close. But you don't need to know everything to have so much fun. You just need to play. And it is so satisfying. I mean, just the silly little things like having the hit display come up when you successfully get a shot in are great, let alone when you manage to get right up in the opposing Virtuaroid's face and utterly slay them with hand-to-hand attacks. Oh, my lord, that is good. That's really something. The look of both games is also just intoxicating. So bright, so colourful, such great and personable characters. Everyone from your Dordres, my favourite, especially with his little dance, to your Feiyens, Angelans and Temjins, all with a lovely little console on their back too. The first game's got a Saturn, the second has a Dreamcast. Just a fabulous little touch, that. I have had many a great time playing this game, not just with the computer but also with online friends, spending many a good time years back playing the XBLA version of Tangram with the good people of the Rotten Tomatoes video game forum years back. Good times. Shout out to you guys if you're still watching. And so with all that in mind, and despite the utterly high quality of a lot of the games here, I have to say that if this video was a countdown, this game here, Virtualon Oratorio Tangram, would be my number one. It's right up there with Street Fighter 2, with Tekken 3, with Bushido Blade. A fighting game that is quite simply faultless. Our final series takes us back to rail shooter goodness. Not quite as famous as House of the Dead, but certainly up there. These are two games that are very much linked, Gunblade NY and LA Machine Guns. The first game from 1995 is very memorable for me, just because of the utterly massive screen it used to be played on. A couple of the arcades around my area did used to have Gunblade and God, it was glorious. It's more of a classic light gun game where you've got a lot more enemies to shoot and a big old auto-firing machine gun to do the shooting with. It's all quite relentless and it's certainly an experience. Hell, it's still one now. This game moves so smoothly and looks so detailed that honestly at times it's really hard to believe that it is 25 years old. Another smash in the genre for Sega, that's for damn sure. Sequel, LA Machine Guns? Oh my word. This did kind of take me a little while to get working in Supermodel, it has to be said. But once I did, it was so freaking worth it. This is everything you loved about Gunblade NY and more, taking total advantage of that yummy Model 3. Bloody hell. This is one of those games where you almost don't want to say anything. It speaks for itself. I do kind of think back to Sega's earlier light gun efforts, the rather middling Line of Fire and Alien 3, the more successful and also kind of stranger Jurassic Park and Rail Chase. They got better over time, but in 3D they blossomed. They only really had Namco for competition. LA Machine Guns is right up there as one of their best ever shooters, and if you love the genre then playing it is absolutely essential. Right, with that we have basically covered all of the series. We've seen most of the names that utterly define the Sega model boards, the first names that you were all thinking of when you clicked on this video right here. But we still have plenty of games to go, and they're not all obscurities. There's some very important titles still to come. But these ones are all single games. Some of them can be generic, some are a fair bit more interesting, others are most certainly of the good old MJR approved hidden gem standard. So let's take a quick smash through the lot of them. Let's go all the way back then to the Model 1. Here's Star Wars Arcade from 1993. I feel that most people only really know this one from the rather substandard port it got on the old 32X. The arcade isn't necessarily a great one, but it's certainly a different matter. A massive screen, a lot of incredibly loud effects, plenty of ships to kill, and the cool feature of allowing two players to take different roles. One can be the pilot, the other can be the gunner. It does have all your usual Star Wars fixings, of course, and generally it plays a lot like the classic old Atari game. For all the flashiness though, it's not necessarily better than that one. Not a bad flying shooter, but Sega do have a fair few better original games in the genre. I do give this one a bit of credit for not doing a bad job at the whole Star Wars thing despite not having any textured polygons, mind you. Nice touch. Wind War is quite an interesting little one. Unlike the other Model 1 games, this one never actually received a home port, at least the ones where a home port was feasible anyhow. It's another flying game, only this time it generally takes the form of a dogfight. You and your opponent pick a plane and then duke it out in the skies. Live to fly to live, do or die and so forth. Awesomely, you can pick a whole load of aircraft past and present. If you ever wanted to pit a World War I era biplane against a Harrier jump jet, you can do that. The gameplay consists of timed attack and defense phases, with planes taking their turns to get on each other's tails and come hard. It's kinda cool. This was also the second and final game to be compatible with Sega's legendary R360 cabinet, the first being G-Log. That must have been quite an experience. Not something you'd want to do after a full-on meal at a Wimpy, complete with a bender and a knickerbocker glory, that's for sure. Still quite cool though. There is one other interesting Model 1 title to look at, even though it can't be emulated at all. Denousenki Netmerk. Why so interesting? Well, this was the culmination of several years that Sega spent trying to get some sort of virtual reality deal going somewhere. Did you know that there were plans for something called Sega VR, which would have been a VR add-on for the Mega Drive? There were a couple of games announced for it, rumours of a proper VR version of Virtua Racing, and it can even be seen in a couple of commercials and, oddly enough, the Spike Lee movie Clockers. But it never actually happened and was very quietly cancelled around 1994, apparently because the VR was so real that it caused players to actually move around and injure themselves. Yeah, I think I'm going to call bullshit on that one. Ultimately, Sega did get VR going in the arcades. There is the big dedicated VR1 machine that was around in your Sega worlds and all that. And then there's this scaled down title here. Denousenki Netmerk is an on-rails shooter made in partnership with the UK company Virtuality, and it uses a unique version of the Model 1 board that was adapted for VR. I suppose there was the hope that this pared down VR experience would get more arcade operators to bite on the technology, but by all accounts Netmerk wasn't particularly impressive. By the time it arrived in 1994, the faith in VR was kinda starting to wane, and the Model 1 graphics just weren't impressive. So yeah, this is quite obscure indeed. Some footage of it exists at least, thanks to the BBC. An intriguing little footnote. Okay, let's move to Model 2. As you can imagine, there are a lot of games here. This first one is a really cool one that I hadn't heard of before. Desert Tank. This early Model 2 Yu Suzuki title quite simply sticks you in control of a tank. You can move around and try to blast everything in sight while trying to keep to a strict time limit and eventually getting a percentage score based on how much destruction you've caused. Lovely. There's nice arcade sensibilities at work. Controlling a tank can be complicated, but this is pretty easy to get to grips with and actually a lot of fun. It is a bit primitive perhaps compared to some other Model 2 games. I wonder if it might have been originally a Model 1, but I definitely recommend it.
Stage is complete. Congratulations.
There are of course plenty of racing games here. The first we're looking at is Manx TT, a pretty popular arcade that can be best summed up as Daytona USA, only with bikes. Interestingly, and sorta like Super Monaco GP, is considered a follow-up to a game that came out all the way back in the discrete logic era, Man TT from 1976. Much like that game, you've got the world-famous Isle of Man TT circuit, and you've got a ride. Alas, playing this with a controller does make for a very twitchy experience. Don't take this for what the game was like in the arcades, because much like Hanon and what have you, leaning to the sides and hogging those turns on an arcade bike was very cool indeed. There is an old PC version from the 90s available that will get you right in line with the arcades, mind you. That might be your best bet if you can get it working. But this is for sure a good one. Sky Target from 1995 takes us back to the familiar feeling of flying around in a modern jet and taking down enemy planes. Indeed, this game is considered to be part of the Afterburner family, but I don't know. Said family had kind of produced diminishing returns since the classic original titles, and this is definitely no exception. It's just a bit too slow and boring, even more so than the likes of G-Lock and Strike Fighter. Not quite the eyeball-popping experience the original was, you know? Meh. I don't really blame anyone who skips over everything after the first two Afterburner games and just goes straight to Climax, to be honest, because Climax is awesome and all these other games aren't. Dead or Alive, as in Lee Dead or Alive, the one with the big combos, fancy reversals and bouncing floors? Yeah, the very same. The Model 2 did have a couple of third-party titles, and List Fighter by Tecmo was most certainly one of them. Weird thing is though, I never think too much about the original arcade version of this game. It's not bad or anything, but this has always been very much a home game for me. I played it to absolute bloody death on the PlayStation, and that's kinda where it belongs. Now obviously I can't look over it appearing on the Saturn as well, and as you might expect the Saturn was the lead home platform for the game. But yeah, it does kind of feel a bit odd to see here still. Anywho, it's an excellent fighter indeed, with a brilliant set of characters, including no less a figure than Ryu Hayabusa himself. Duh. The first game in a classic series, obviously play it if you haven't, and yeah, you know, it's got those bouncy floors and all that. Yeah, you know, boobs. It's the return of baseball games! Yay! There are a couple of these Dynamite baseball games that I suppose can be considered the successors to the old Major League franchise, and there's not a whole lot to say about them. These games really do depend on their cabinet, complete with an actual bat that you can swing. It is pretty hard to emulate these at all, basically. I wish I'd played at least one of them in an arcade so that I could have some sort of idea as to what playing them is actually like. But as you can imagine, baseball arcade games weren't too much of a thing here in Blighty. Hey ho. Still, they were a thing and are assuredly cool for fans of America, and Japan's, and South Korea's favourite pastime. And Cuba's.
4番ライトローズ
Oh my word, yes, here we go. The ST-V video gave us Dynamite Deca, which was bloody awesome, and easily the top game there. This video gives us Dynamite Cop, the game's sequel, and it's even better. It takes itself even less seriously. This is a completely surreal beat-em-up experience set on a big old boat with a president's daughter that's got herself in trouble again and is now hiding in a suitcase, the ability to actually freaking nuke your opponents, some of the most brilliant weapons and ridiculous enemies you'll ever find in a beat-em-up. Playing it isn't just entertaining, it's hilarious. An actual really funny comedy video game that doesn't skimp on gameplay. Such things are very rare indeed. Look, for God's sake, whether you do it using a Model 2 emulator or a Sega Dreamcast or anything at all, play this if you haven't. Legitimately one of the best games in the entire video. Ah, Last Bronx. A somewhat unloved entry into Sega's 3D fighting game canon, this one. I did a whole video about it, so I'll keep this brief, but this is a weapons-based fighter that's a bit more grounded in reality than others in the genre. Contemporary Tokyo settings, the feeling and generally kinda depressing tone of a deep 90s action, or I don't know, some kind of one-car Y thing, plucked right out of the lost decade. It got almost no love back when it came out, unfortunately, but it's actually very good indeed, fast-paced and violent with a system that definitely rewards continued play to eke out its little complexities. Again, I did a whole video, so do go and watch it. After you finish this one, obviously. We've got another third-party game, and this one comes courtesy of Shoot 'em Up Bod's Psycho. Pilot Kids comes from 1999 and is in fact the very last Model 2 game. It's a good 2.5D shmup though. It's got the cutesy mood you might find in the likes of Twinbee or Cotton. The aesthetic and the difficulty do make this feel like a shmup aimed at a younger audience. This is definitely a lot more forgiving than a lot of other entries in the genre from this time, but it's a fine game regardless of that. Not a top level shooter, but certainly not one that you'd regret playing. This, on the other hand, you may well regret this. Sonic the Fighters technically is an offshoot of Fighting Vipers and could have easily been included there. However, I stuck it on its own for two reasons. Firstly, this is the only appearance on the list from the famous Spiky Blue Hedgehog, Sega's mascot, and Sonic certainly deserves his own spot. Secondly, because Fighting Vipers is good, and this is absolutely bloody awful. It seems like an interesting concept to pit the Sonic universe against each other, but the fighting is balked. The limited guard system basically just allows you to swarm opponents with attacks. Soon they won't be able to block, rendering them completely defenceless. Like Fighting Vipers, it's certainly made with a younger audience in mind, but they deserve better than this. This is just absolutely mindless trash. And of course there's the general ugliness and lousy characters. You know, typical 3D Sonic problems. There's Sonic, Tails and Knuckles, of course. Fine enough. Amy Rose, yeah, okay. Espio and Fan from Chaotix, ugh, but whatever. Bark the bloody polar bear? What the actual bloody hell is that? Seriously, I mean, look at it. What the hell is that? Unacceptable. There's also Bean the Dynamite, although he does sort of get a pass for being a callback to Dynamite Ducks. This game though, not fun at all. Despite being a Sonic game, it flopped and a planned Saturn version never happened. Good bloody riddance. Garbage. Here's a cool one that's not so well known. Motorade. This is obscure largely because it was sold as a conversion kit for Manx TT in the main, and presumably most folk decided to stick with the venerable Isle of Man based racer. But if I was to sum this one up in a few words, I would call it futuristic 3D Road Rash. And yeah, it's as good as that sounds. The graphics aren't necessarily the best as they are a little dark, but it's big robots smacking each other around with fists, feet and weapons while riding on bikes. Excellent indeed. I mean, hell, it's a lot better than the actual full 3D Road Rash was. This one could have definitely done with a home port, and it's a shame that never happened. Highly recommended. Now, I'm not going to lie, a lot of these racing games do eventually blend in with each other. Super GT 24 Hours by Jaleco doesn't necessarily do much different from everything we've seen so far, but technically as an arcade racing game it's still quite fun to play with cool little detailed tracks and the like. It's just that, you know, like the scalar titles where you've got the big games like Outrun, Hanon, Monaco GP and so on, you do also have the racing heroes that are still pretty good, but just don't really stand out too much. This is a racing hero, essentially. The same does kind of apply to another Jaleco racing game called Overrev. It's just fine, you know. It would get a lot more if I weren't covering about 20 other racing games in this video, let's put it that way. Psycho are back with another shooter, and this time it's an altogether harder and more serious affair called Zero Gunner. This goes in a more vertical direction but with a slant going outwards, sort of like Sylphid. But this one doesn't really work. It's just too bloody unfair, and a lot of that is down to the rather dank and miserable graphics that make it hard to actually bloody see a lot that's going on. There is nothing worse than playing a shmup where everything on screen isn't immediately discernible. It's just such an irritating experience, and unfortunately, Zero Gunner is one of those. I really can't recommend it at all. Here's a nice surprise, a second rail chase game. The first was a very wacky light gun title from the Scalar era, and this is more of the same. Still very out there, a rather mad experience where you and your girl are in a minecart and trying to escape with treasure while everyone else is out to kill you. This may be a little bit simple compared to other titles, of course. It is definitely a bit of a level down compared to Gunblade, and certainly compared to House of the Dead, but it is quite a fun little throwback. It's nice that this game did get a sequel.
We're going in.
Now I have a trio of games here by Sega that are all rather similar. They're big old games with massive cabinets that emulate skiing on snow, skiing on water, and jet skiing. Sega Ski Super G, Water Ski, and Wave Runner. As such, these can be pretty difficult to emulate. You are not going to get the same experience at all, obviously, and in some cases you are going to struggle to control it. Indeed, there is another game called Top Skater which, alas, I just couldn't get a workable control scheme for when armed with naught but a simple controller. Of these ones, Wave Runner is certainly the most playable. It is quite easy to get to grips with, although, kind of like Namco's Aquajet, I reckon that playing this with a controller actually does make the whole thing pretty easy. Still okay enough though, cool to see, but there's not too much to say when it comes to emulating these games. So of course we are going to end our look at Model 2 games with a couple more racing games. Indy 500 is definitely one of the more major ones. In many ways this is considered to be the official successor to Virtua Racing, and a lot of the hulking great Virtua Formula cabs were actually eventually converted to equally massive 8-player Indy 500 cabs. Still, this didn't really catch on like Virtua Racing did, or indeed like Daytona and others. The big and proper Indy 500 experience was generally limited to Sega Worlds and the like, and it never received a home port. I mean, unless you count the Tiger R-Zone. Yeah, no, seriously. Anyway, you obviously shouldn't count that. This is typical Sega quality, and so it certainly shouldn't be ignored. Finally for Model 2, here's something a bit more European. Sega Touring Car Championship. Yeah, it's a bit similar to Sega Rally in many ways, only with laps, and could certainly have fit in there, but there's enough differences to merit its own entry. You've got all your Lancia Deltas and Toyota Supras and the like, you've got your wide range of terrain, and you do have another lot of vocal music, this time with a bit of a techno edge. It's all good really. Certainly rather challenging, and it never quite captured people's imagination the same way that Sega Rally did. If you compare those two games, naturally you're going to find a lot more failings with this one, but when looked at on its own, it's an okay Sega racing game, although hardly the first one in anyone's queue. So there you go. Right, at last, we are on to Model 3, and we have quite a famous one to start with, Sega Bass Fishing, or Get Bass if you're in Japan. Now when it comes to the actual Model 3 version, alas, Supermodel has a fair bit of trouble emulating the game's fishing rod controller, so I couldn't get that. However, it is a popular game that was ported everywhere, so I'm using the Steam port of the Dreamcast version, because, I mean, you could hardly leave this game out, could you? It's an absolute champion of the rather niche fishing game genre, the best dedicated fishing game ever made, a game that takes a somewhat sedate activity and makes it fun and action-packed. You pick a spot, you get told to enjoy your fishing, cast and gradually reel that lure in, and then you get a bite and you fight! Go left, go right, watch the line, all that good stuff, and very satisfying when you haul in a big one. It's a lovely game, one that's just so immediately good. Even if playing the original arcade can be tricky nowadays, you definitely should play this one way or another. Yes, we do indeed have a couple more rather generic racing games to look at. Scud Race here does suffer from more emulation related issues, but it was fairly popular. Indeed, it is considered to be a part of Daytona USA's family. Once again, Toshihiro Nagoshi's heavily involved with this game, so you can expect it to be very nice indeed. Unfortunately, it didn't get any kind of port, although the main tracks of the game did find their way into the port of OutRun 2 for the Xbox. Also worthy of note is the Japanese-only update of the game, Scud Race Plus. This adds a whole load of weirdness to the game, including a bus that's filled with AM2 developers. Unfortunately, I couldn't get this version to work in Supermodel at all. We also have Le Mans 24, which I would slightly give the nod to over Scud Race. I should note that the default controls for racing games in Supermodel are interesting. Almost everything is done using the left analog stick. It's kind of like playing an Amiga racing game, only with really freaking good graphics. It's not ideal, but it's still cool. The intriguing thing is that the Le Mans race here is shrunk down to 10 minutes, and you earn extra time by doing things such as passing cars as opposed to reaching regular old checkpoints. The racing's actually quite competitive and fierce as a result, which is pretty welcome. It's a nice and different little spin for the last of the racing games that we'll be covering in this video, and it's worth playing. But of course, we can't forget about Harley-Davidson and LA Riders. This isn't a regular old racing game. It's got the typical license and a lot of famous motorbikes and all that, but this is actually an open world driving game where you take your chopper around Los Angeles, hitting the checkpoints in time, finding bonuses, and taking the shortest route possible to do it, regardless of whether that ends up taking you off the road. Sound familiar? In many ways, this is indeed the precursor to the almighty Crazy Taxi, and as such it comes highly recommended. It doesn't have all I want on the soundtrack, sadly, but if you fancy a different take on a great formula, I highly recommend this one. Now here's one I absolutely loved back in the day. Sega's solid record on Jurassic Park Tines continues with their awesome light gun take on the Lost World. While this plays perfectly fine with a mouse in Supermodel, I'll always have fond memories of the actual cabinet. It was a booth of sorts, where you drew the curtain and played in darkness, thoroughly adding to the experience. God, it was good. And it still holds up. The Velociraptors, Compsognathuses, Dilophosauruses, T-Rexes, and all that are most certainly out of your blood, and you need to trank them to hell as quickly as possible. Not quite as utterly hat stand as the original Jurassic Park game, but it is definitely better. Another love of mine. Star Wars Arcade was just fine, of course. But Star Wars Trilogy Arcade? Hell yeah, this is the shit. Take on 3 of the most famous battles from the films, intersected with a lightsaber duel against Lord Vader himself. It's kind of a rail shooter of sorts, once again quite similar to the original Atari game, but definitely on the same level. Annoyingly, the controls aren't good for this in Supermodel at all. It's barely playable. However, I have played it loads and have even played it recently at NQ64 in Manchester, so I know it still holds up. Hoth was always my absolute favourite. Gotta love a snow stage, especially one that involves taking it to those massive walkers. I'm not even all that big on Star Wars, but I still love everything about this. Here's our final light gun game, the somewhat obscure Ocean Hunter. This takes place in a sort of fantasy steampunky type world where you explore the deep blue sea. And what do you do there? Well, you spot all this wildlife, make a nuisance of yourself and cause them to attack, and then you kill them. Yes! As anointed by God, man holds dominion over the waters. We're doing something about endangered species, alright? We're making more of them! Yeah, it's a bit cringy now, isn't it? Killing fishies just for the sheer hell of it aside, this is average. We have seen many better light gun games by this point, and this just is not really worth plucking out of the depths. Big meh energy on this one. And finally, I thought it would be good to end on a high. We've got a Model 3 arcade game that's pretty relevant to Sega nowadays. It's time for Spike Out, and indeed its update, Spike Out Final Edition. A good old-fashioned 3D beat-em-up. We had a lot of fun with Dynamite Cop early on, and Spike Out's a good one too. This game, the first beat-em-up to feature linked cabinets, allows you to pick from a quartet of fighters, charge up attacks, crush enemies' necks with dragon suplexes, and even, in the case of the main character Spike, indiscriminately throw your young child at the thugs. What a fine game. A massive ton of fun to play indeed. Oddly, despite being a big success, especially in Japan, Spike Out didn't get too much of a chance in the home. A Dreamcast port was worked on heftily, but never released before eventually a sequel did come out, but only on the Xbox in Japan, so it's very obscure. There are other spin-offs like Slash Out for later boards, but not all that much for Spike Out in the end. Still, this game is quite important. It was, after all, Toshihiro Nagoshi's baby. At the same time as he was doing this, he was pretty heavily involved in Shenmue for the Dreamcast. And in the end, both of these games came together to influence the series he is still very much in charge of, Yakuza. The beat-em-up action in Yakuza is an evolution of what you see in Shenmue, certainly, but it's perhaps even more so an evolution of what Nagoshi did in Spike Out. A lot of folk credit Shenmue as the main precursor to Yakuza, and that's understandable with the marriage of beat-em-up action, big story and even bigger open world. But do not forget about Spike Out as well. The adventures of Kazuma Kiryu and company wouldn't have happened without both of these games. And yeah, you should just play Spike Out anyway because it's awesome, even without this importance. And there we go. We're done with the games on the model board. And in fact, we're done with Sega arcade boards for the time being. Now we could certainly go on. Emulation options do exist for the Sega Naomi board, and even certain things beyond that. But it is perhaps time to move on to another project. Perhaps in the future I will return for the Sega Naomi board, and others. This has been a fantastic journey through Sega's history, mind you. It started with one simple video, and turned into a big old major project. Hopefully it's given you tons of games to play, that's the most important thing. But we're drawing a line here. Next video? Well, it's time for Codemasters. But until then, bye for now. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked the video then please do like it, leave some cool comments, have a look at my social media, and also if you really like my stuff, perhaps you'd like to have a look at my Patreon. You could join this list of very cool people indeed right here. Alexa Jones Gonzalez, Andrew Dalton, Arcade LY Webmaster, Brian Henniger, Chris, Conrad Pritchard, D. Xalior Wimwon Sutter, Dagorath Dungeon Keeper, Daniel Lomez, Danny Wolfers, Dave Cork, David Rose, Dinty76538, Dustin Cooper, Gary Samaden, Geordie Alex, Glunthef, Jays Manchild, Jace Alexander, Jeff Ladd, Lucas Kaligowski, Matthias Granzov, Michael Halliday, Mike Clayton Travis, Martin Pataki, Nate Milbank, Neem Kean, Piotr Margel, Ren Bimon, Robert Di Felice, Rusty Kelly, Seth A. Robinson, Simon Gulliver, Stuart Christopher Brownlee, Tariq Amir, Tim Wald, Yoga Operator, and to all the rest of the glorious community, thank you so much and goodbye.